Good evening and welcome to PokerStars Live at the Hippodrome Casino. It is Friday night in Leicester Square and I am joined by Andrew, who's been upgraded from angry commentator. Is that an appropriate rage bait commentator? Been upgraded to the booth.
Oh, I see.
Normally in the comments calling players out
for playing too tight.
Yeah, so this time we have him in person to do it live. And a fun lineup today. Most people I recognise. I think there's only one new player to myself in seat 2. Seat 3 is new to the stream. A friend of mine called Harry. And yeah, you know most of these players, Andrew?
Yeah, I know. I don't know who Action Leo is. I don't know this guy.
What's your read when someone calls himself Action?
The read is they are possibly. I think the read when they call themselves Action X is they are either a huge nit or they really are Action, but it's nothing in between.
It's polar.
It's nothing. It's really polar. It's nothing in between. So usually, usually when this happens online, like when people give themselves surnames on, usernames online that refer to the game, right? So the guy who has the online username I never bluff is for sure bluffing a lot and blasting off and playing pretty aggro, so it's usually that way around. Usually people just lie about this kind of thing with their screen names.
Normally a lie.
But I guess we'll see. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I think
you're
correct. It is polar. I think
it's
allow you to witness.
I think it's more likely than not to be a lie. But I mean, I don't know this guy at all, so I have absolutely no idea. So we'll see. So we've got Henry, who's a stream veteran, and we've got seat 2, who I don't know.
Yeah, so this is the new player to me, Raoul.
All right.
Good to see new players in the mix. And,
Harry, who's a friend of yours.
Yeah, my friend in seat 3. His first time on the stream. Just came back from New Zealand. After being there, living there for about a year, I think. Maybe a little bit less. And then Arash, another stream veteran in seat 4. And Ken, who is a room regular. Very much so. Making a rare stream appearance. Good friends with Arash. I think Arash has been in his ear trying to get him onto the stream, so very happy to see him in the seat.
Ken's played the stream a couple times.
Yeah, he has. But given how much he plays in the room, we haven't seen him enough.
So Arash is the Ayatollah today. Why?
Swapped up from the professor. Maybe Ken agreed to be the chairman if you got that name. So Arash, the pre-flop aggressor here. Defense from our new player in the big blind, who is going to lead out on this mono flop without a club. You can see he has a surprising amount of equity, but this hand is going to struggle versus 2 random cards, in my opinion. And very hard to fold out much equity at all, really. And going to be tough to play later streets when we start inflating the pot out of position. This is kind of a disaster turn for his exact hand.
Also, it's a turn that's hard to lose much money on when you have 6s, no club.
Sure.
That's the good news. Is that the most I've ever won? Yeah, I don't think anyone else.
Here's someone else who's won it twice. There is? But I've won it twice and gotten a second. So I should have won it 3 times.
And last time I think he said he cashes it.
Chatting away whilst betting out the nuts. Not much decision here for Raoul, I believe.
So what you're saying is if you had to choose someone...
This is a lot of thinking for this hand.
Yeah. I don't know what we expect to happen. Hard to have the best hand now and very hard to ever get to showdown. Does indeed let it go.
Are you a guy who plays a lot of flop donks, Joe?
I used to not be, but I'm coming around to the idea, but no, not on this board. If we find the low 2-tone boards, we can definitely do it. But yeah, this is not going to be one of those spots.
Yeah, I mean, I never really play any flop dongs, just only because it just complicates the game tree a lot, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think in like 3-bet pots out of position, it's like much more relevant because ranges are way more defined. So you get like a 5, 6, 8 or something, and you just have way more sets than they do, and like your suit connects perform really well. Then I think it's like so good for you that it's kind of important.
I still don't know if it's important though. I mean, I'm sure you get some extra EV, but like, how much more extra EV do you really get? I'm sure you get.
It depends if people play bad against it, but sure.
I mean, especially in a world where people are going to see bet the flop too much. So
yeah. Simon coming in with the classic early doors stream 3-bet bluff. This is a very questionable +2, but we're here for it.
It's not that questionable. I think it's fine. Like the king five suited gets in there for sure in this format.
Cold 4 from the jacks of Eyefish.
Like this is just 1 pip below where you should be actually.
Yeah, and easy decisions all around now.
Well, you say it's an easy decision.
I have to say, I like Simon's new mullet. Like the vibe. And it was someone you were excited to see today. Simon
definitely.
Here.
So
Fiasco online.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Simon is definitely one of the best mid-stakes regs on PokerStars. I've for sure played. I think I've played more hands with him than anyone else, just by virtue of playing in some of the same games online. We've played a whole bunch of 200, a little bit of 500 Zoom together. So yeah, even though I've played more hours with like all these other guys at the table, I've definitely played way more hands with Simon. He's a really fantastic player, super fun, super aggressive, runs a YouTube channel called Poker Elmo, which I should definitely check out. There's some fantastic play and explains on there. Yeah, just really, really great guy, lovely kind of gentle giant. And also like my bet noir, I cannot beat this guy in a pot. It's unreal. Like, I mean, I don't even remember ever stacking him once. And like when you play as many hands as we do, playing like Zoom Online, you expect to stack someone like a decent amount, right? I honestly don't remember doing so. I've bluffed him once or twice successfully. I think that might be it. But you know, when I go for it with a good hand, then he just folds. And when I hero call him, he just always has it. So it's really quite something.
Henry here with the first aces of the night. Have they looked at his hand yet? I think he has, because this is a lovely bit of fluidity with the chat there. Oh, it's being called out on it very quickly, though. But unfortunately, he's going to get no action.
Oh, so Ken is the chairman. Okay.
Simon pushing the envelope here. Like it. Is that an expression? Or did I make it up?
Yeah, no. Pushing the envelope is definitely an expression. But you can have some, like you can. I mean, it's you can have some friendly flats in this format, and no rake with an ante. It's fine.
What have you guys? Have you done the life in the UK? Yeah, I'm a citizen. Passed it with flying colors. Yeah, my wife just passed it.
Yeah, the last time I did commentary for the stream, I did a lot of lecturing about how you should play so differently with no rake and an ante to the games that more typically run out on the floor here, where you have rake and no ante, and you have a straddle. So all of which incentivizes you to play a fair bit tighter. Here, in this stream game, you can and should definitely be splashing around a fair bit.
Yeah, I kind of just say play how you would like to play on the floor, and then you probably play quite well.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of thinking about it.
Just flat the small blind with your like offsuit Broadway that you're just never allowed to normally play.
Yeah.
If I just play my same game, I think I actually play like spot on.
I mean, you can flat the small blind really wide in this format. Actually,
that's actually crazy. It depends what sizes people are using as well.
Yeah.
If people are using like 2.5, you get to be pretty outrageous.
Yeah. So here we have a limped pot, blind versus blind, between two good pals.
Yeah, like the limping on in. You want to play lots and lots of hands with these antes, so
Do you limp your whole range? here?
Yeah, I play limp only.
Yeah, me too.
Just way easier to balance. To like check raise, otherwise you got to think about putting everything in everything, and it gets very complicated very quickly. So, and it doesn't lose any EV just to like, limp everything because your strong hands still get to play massive pots and check raise.
Yeah, exactly. Life is short. Poker is hard. It's good to have some simplified strategies.
But I have to say, it took like months and months and months for anyone to even like realize that you should just be limping the small blind. And even now, a lot of people just aren't.
How long have we been running the stream for now? It's been like a year?
Yeah, I think it started like December 24. So yeah, just a little bit over a year.
Yeah, I think it took a while. I think people are just now starting to adapt to the anti-format, but it did take a long time.
I mean, even now, people aren't wide enough.
No,
Definitely not the small
definitely not.
blinds. So.
Well, there's not wide enough, period. Like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last two times I played the stream, I was playing like around 35% of my hands, but that's kind of, and everyone was like, oh, the reaction was, you know, this guy's like really out of line, but like, it really wasn't that far out of line. It's pretty much where you should be.
Gotta start thinking about the top 5 hands of the week. So far, I don't think there's been any candidates.
I'm sure there's plenty of time around. Plenty of time for the top 5 hands of the week.
A lot of impatience there.
We'll get there. Arash is usually a pretty good contender for getting in there for some top 5 hands of the week. Was it last week where he blasted in an ace queen against Steve Games ace king and then got there? Ran it once, got there. Oh,
was it like a? Did he 5-bet jam?
He 5-bet jammed, yeah, over a big 4-bet as well, in like a pretty. It was like small blind versus I don't know, like a middle position or something like that. Ace king for Ken the chairman.
Cannot imagine Arash going anywhere here.
Yeah, no, not should he.
Any 4-bets?
All right, let's BBR.
Well, he.
Wow.
Oh, whoa!
There it is. Off we go.
Oh, Ken is kind of. Oh, Ken is slightly shorter. Oh, okay. I mean, still
Start
not.
110 deep.
Whoa. Okay.
I'm startled how fast he called it. I'm fair.
As we were saying, Arash is a fan of big hands.
No, but this is a back 4-bet. This is a back jam.
Yeah,
because Henry
he
opened, Arash fluttered the button. I was not expecting this, I have to say. I mean, I would have just called. I mean, 9s is a good hand. You definitely want to see a flop, but I was not expecting
punished.
this.
Do we think there's any raising once we've flatted? I don't think there is on the button. I think if there's like the small blind flat, then there is.
I was very excited.
This is like if he flats a small and then the chairman squeezes the big blind. I think if he goes fold, it's reasonable to have some back jams on the small.
Do you mean in general or like with this hand?
In general, this hand actually might get in there sometimes, but like jacks and 10s are going to be your main like back jams from the small. I think.
I think it's. I mean, if you've got like queens, right, and you're only like 100 deep, queens or jacks. I mean, if you had queens and if Arash had queens and jacks here, it doesn't.
Which he definitely should. But I think they just always repill. But then if you flat them in the small, you don't want to play the pot out of position.
Sure. Yeah.
Round number. Yeah, please reconsider.
Well, I mean, it's probably not quite going to make top 5 hands of the week, but Arash definitely putting in the effort.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Getting the juices flowing. Action breeds action for sure, so. Rewarding Ken for stepping up and coming on the stream. Like his invite.
I guess you could argue that
Ken, you dirty dog.
if you think that.
How did he hit one of his 2 overcards against him?
If you think Ken is both going to 3-bet quite. If you think Ken's maybe going to 3-bet the small blind too much, maybe there's an argument for back jamming 9s. I don't know. I mean, Ken should have a lot of flats in the small blind, but if you think he doesn't, he only has like folds and squeezes, then maybe for the stack depth you can back jam your 9s. I don't know.
I just don't think you're going to do anything like that in position. But.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, but you know, I'm kind of trying to justify it.
You tell that.
So queens here opens, gets flattered by 8, and the queen 4 offsuit.
Yeah, disappointing flop for Raoul, but we're not that deep. Multi-way going to be tough to navigate to showdown.
So he bets, gets called by 8s. Action Leo folds. Turn 3 of hearts.
We're always going to check back. Our hand doesn't need protection, really. We're only scared of that ace, and when we barrel away, we kind of just isolate ourselves versus the king. So I like the decision to check back here, and if we get check 2 once again, easy value bet in my opinion. I think Simon's going to be tempted for a very small block bet. Snap check back here feels a little bit nitty from Raoul. I think we've got to consider the value bet. I think most King X in Simon's position is going to find the block. Probably going to be a big block as well. So I think vast majority of the time we have the best hand, but
yeah, I think we do need to bet. I think we need to try to get 2 streets there. You could also, I guess, small bet. You could small bet the turn as well there, and then check back river. That's the other thing you could do, because then you can still get value from some of the flush draws if you small bet the turn.
It's entirely up to you.
The image you want to project to the world.
We've had a complete mix. Sorry, sir, what was your name? Screen name.
Yes. Gets back to Arash.
I'm just looking at the ranges here, and yeah, in position, just always repealing, and then if we're in the small blind, we definitely get to do some back jamming with 10s and 9s.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, I free bet.
Yeah, this is going to be the poker nerd stream.
Yeah.
Sorry everyone who's watching. If you don't like poker nerd chat, you're gonna get a whole bunch of it until 2 in the morning or something like that.
Turns an 8.
Big D in the chat saying you're always way out of line, Andrew. So you have to allow others. To be fair, so far you have been supporting all the out of line players. So. No, I love them, of course. I just think it's noteworthy.
Speaking of Big D, where is he? We need him for this game. Pretty much any game is always.
He was here last week, right? I've been away for a couple of weeks, but I have.
Oh, was he here last week?
Maybe it was the week before.
He might have been the
I
week
definitely saw he was
before.
around for a bit. Yeah.
So
Button versus Big Blind here. And once again, Simon coming on in with trashy hands.
yeah, again, I think if you think people are going to underdefend
Under 3-bet.
If you think people are under defend the big blind and under 3-bet, then you're really not doing so. Then this hand is, I think, for sure. I mean,
maybe it's losing less money.
yeah. But I mean, like 7-5, off, you're going to open, right? Like this is just like 1 pip below. I just thought the
Does turn the open ender with the flush draw here with it.
wide.
So into the river we go, and river's second pair. I fish left with Jack high. We do have to be a little bit careful given how wide ranges are.
If I fish bluffs,
Block bluffs for 25. Don't know what we're saying we have here, but of course Simon can beat value versus this size. Might have.
yeah, I was kind of hoping iFish was going to bluff the river bigger.
Yeah.
Because then I think we might have seen the 7-4 raise. I wouldn't be surprised if he just jammed.
7-4 honestly could raise us to this size for value, maybe. Like, surely.
Well, no. If iFish goes big, so if iFish
and then he
bluffs
turns
big
his
on the
hand to a
river,
bluff,
then that to me would really feel like a patented Side Fiasco raise the river, because you're blocking 4-3.
blocking some flushes.
Blocking some flushes. You're blocking like the river set and like 2-pair and all that kind of bunch of 2 pairs. Yeah, I think if I fish big bet the river, it was for sure all going in. I'm sad. I'm sad we didn't see it. I'd have loved to.
There's a good
right.
view of the mullet. Perfect view. Celebratory mullet shot there.
Mullets for me have such good throwback vibes from like 80s and 90s pro wrestling. Like everyone had a mullet. Like Shawn Michaels had an amazing mullet. Mr. Perfect had a sensational mullet. Loads of the referees had mullets. Ravishing Rick Rude, that was another guy with a sensational mullet.
Could you see Simon as a wrestler?
Very interesting question. I mean, he's probably just about got the build for it. And if he'd worked out and took up a whole bunch of steroids, then yeah. I don't know how athletic he
He's
is.
been running
though.
a lot. He's
you have to-
slimmed down.
You have to, yeah. He's
looking good.
No, he's looking fantastic. Well, he's getting married this year.
Yeah.
So he's got his
May, I think?
he's got extra incentive. Has Henry got aces again?
Again.
Oh my goodness.
First and second aces of the night.
Wish I got aces this
Going
often.
for Henry.
It's almost unfair. Henry's such a good player, and then you give him aces.
Maybe that's his form of baby run good, just getting dealt aces.
Oh, has he just had a baby?
He, not yet.
Oh, but
But
okay.
soon.
Soon. Oh,
Yeah.
like me.
Yeah, I believe yours is earlier than his. I think his was April or May, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah,
He bought us all champagne a few months ago
Oh,
on a Friday night.
Yeah,
as a
oh, yeah, I think I
celebration,
was
so-
there for that. I think I was there for
Yeah.
that. Yeah, no, Henry's so great. Yeah, this is now
Herman lets it go.
this is now parenting chat the stream, by the way.
Yeah. Andrew is also expecting. He has his phone on loud just in case his wife goes into labour.
Yes,
So-
having had to dash into a taxi to get to the hospital. Yes, no, we've got a
You'll have
baby.
to phone in remotely if that happens. Because I can't do it by myself. So.
We've got a baby due, our third child due in a couple of weeks, which is super exciting.
But yeah, by the third time you're well practiced, right? I guess
Yeah,
it's
by
a
the
lot.
third time, it's just like, we know what we're doing. It's all chill.
Nice.
I mean, obviously things can still go wrong. So fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Touch wood.
You're skiing, I'm making your VBR.
Touch my head.
And I guess that range I think about.
But yeah, no, it's just the suits super. Even the difference between first and second is crazy. The first
Yeah.
kid, you're just like, what is going on? It's such a wild roller coaster. The second one, it's just like, it's just
Will be.
it's all chill. We got
Yeah.
this. And Harry's got
Harry's
jacks.
first hands of the night.
There's a lot of pocket pairs
There
going
we
around.
go. Nines again for Arash. This time, also going for the flat once again.
Gotta say, by the way, did Ken fold sixes when Henry
He
squeezed?
did, yeah.
I'm not
It
sure I
was a
could.
peep.
I'm not sure I could fold sixes. I'd be so thrilled to flop a set. You're 200 deep. There's an ante. I feel like he's got to get in there. So we've got jacks. Okay, so the queen jack suited now squeezes.
Yeah, just a call from the jacks, and that's going to invite Arash in behind, and we'll likely to go three-way. Unless he finds some wild back jams again with nines. We know that's his style, but as expected, we go.
They were all
Table
the table
They
was
know.
expecting the back jam as well. I think jacks probably does just have to call here. By the way, I don't think you can four bet your jack.
Yeah, with a player behind, you're like slightly more incentivized to do some raising, but with these positions,
Yeah, we're all
I think we're
early
almost always
positions.
just calling. See bet here, very small size, so jacks with a spade likely can't go anywhere, but it doesn't like life.
Yeah, he's just got to call and pray to turn a house.
Yeah. On these flops, what often happens is people don't barrel too aggressively as bluffs. They
Yeah.
kind of know that multi-way if someone has...
Is Arash gonna call?
Arash, this is naughty.
Bro!
It's very
bro.
unlikely you have the best hand.
I mean, look.
He's going to turn a 9 as well. That's
He
so-
doesn't even have the spades.
Yeah, he does.
I love.
Oh, he doesn't have a spade. Sorry, I thought he did. Yeah,
No, he
this
doesn't.
is really naughty, the overcall.
Yeah, he's got to fold.
Very hard to have the
I
best
mean,
hand.
I love getting into pots more than the vast majority of people, but I'd still be folding here.
The
Now,
difference between getting into pots and
Ken,
staying in pots.
Ken, by the way, I mean,
Yeah,
see,
so Ken is
this is the
turned.
thing. Like, I actually think Arash's call is going to freeze up Ken though, because see, Ken is a super sexy candidate to barrel, and I think if Arash had folded, then Ken might barrel
Yeah,
this. But like when two
100%.
guys call, you're going to figure someone has an ace.
Yeah.
But I mean, actually, this is an amazing barrel candidate.
Any blocks here is Harry? Can we get called by worse? Like, we kind of want to block because it like gets
Well,
us shut
I
down
mean, looking at
nicely,
the
but if
cards,
we
I think
can't-
blocking would be actually amazing. But but like,
hard to.
yeah, but I think
We
it,
can maybe get called by 10x of spades.
I think it's fine to check, honestly.
And now a decision for chairman. This is now again a really, really good bluff candidate because you unblock the spades.
It is a good bluff candidate.
That are gonna call flop fold.
And you can have like traps on the turn, right? You can have like ace king that traps the turn. You can have like ace 10,
ace 5, like all these bad aces that now.
The question is the
up.
size. I mean, I guess the sizing's a bit weird because Harry's a bit shorter, but I guess you can just probably bet Harry's stack.
Yeah,
it's probably what I would lean towards here as Ken. And then I guess if Harry folds and a rush jams on you, then you've just got then you have an easy fold and you haven't torched too much money. Oh, he is going for it.
Small though. He's going very small. I don't know what we're saying when we go this size.
How small is he going? Let's see. That's like 4. No, hang on.
350. We're going like half pot.
Was that 3 or was that 450? Hang on, let's see.
390.
I mean, see, I think again, if this was heads up, like Harry is an easy call, but now it's actually because you've got a rush behind you. It's really sad. Like so Ken kind of gets to leverage both players against each other.
Ken's only ever betting an ace, right? Like he's not going to bet like kings here. Maybe he's going to bet some like pocket tens. Even tens feels thin 3-way. Like how do we get called way worse?
But pocket tens. That's a full house. Oh, did the board double pair on the river?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, okay.
Tens loses to any ace, so it feels a bit thin.
Yeah,
but like when he carves out this size, it kind of feels like he's like trying to find some of these hands because like you just want to jam and then you just want to have some bluffs. Like he should just jam his hand and then jam it ace.
Well, I mean, unless he is going to bet kings.
Too thin. Anyway, just too thin.
Well,
surely.
I mean, I would agree, but put it this way, I think there are some contextual factors that might not make it. I mean, Ken Marash has a lot of history. Maybe he figures that, like, maybe he figures that,
but like
he maybe he figures he can get heroed here by Arash a decent amount.
If Arash is like flatted a hand like jacks on the pre, which is unlikely, I mean, we have seen he is going to overcall on the flop, but you can't expect him to.
I know.
So like, there's no hands that Arash has that you can get money from. You can't rule him out having an ace.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know. Betting anything about an ace feels too thin, and an ace obviously just wants to jam.
But the good news is that Ken did find the bluff. It's a really nice bluff.
Yeah, it's a good bluff.
Super well played. So, you know, we're just being dirty, quibbling about bet sizing. The most important thing is that Ken did bluff, and it's really nice hand selection and all that kind of stuff.
It's one of those exploit sizes because it's like, if I'm only going to get called by an ace, it's probably just inelastic. Everything else is just going to fold. So like, let's just get a cheap price. Like, it's probably the logic.
It's not that I've definitely heard worse logic.
Like you need jacks to like station you there because of the size for it to be bad, and that didn't happen. So
it's just such a weird hand because it's multi-way when it shouldn't be. Bizarre hand. And Arash has a very natural call here versus the 3-bet.
That's an action window card.
Whoa.
And pretty ones behind it. 91%.
I would not be totally shocked.
Top pair second kicker.
I would not be
single digit equity.
I would not be shocked if all the money gets in here one way or another.
Yeah, Simon is going to know enough about Arash to know that he runs equity, so you can do whatever you like with Arash's hand. You like playing big pots.
I mean, honestly, actually, I kind of think it's a mistake to raise.
What hand are you sad to fold out when you raise?
280. Raise 280.
I mean, all of them.
No,
but like,
you just want Simon to blast off.
Yeah.
Keep all the bluffs in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very aggressive villain behind you, betting into you. I've got top pair, top cricket, and out flush draw. I'm delighted with this spot. I cannot wait to get some more for him to give him the chance to barrel some more.
Yeah.
I think if you've got ace queen and no clubs, then I'm super on board. But I think ace queen and clubs is almost like too strong to raise.
Oh, love to see it. The action card on the turn. And 9% turns into 72. Simon flying out into the lead here.
It's just like we're playing
ace or club.
It feels like he does this to me every time. It feels like every time I just log in and pay this guy off, it feels like this just happens every single time. What is it like?
Sizing here, I guess like half pot comfortably gets the money in.
Yeah,
400,
you have to
even.
bet. There's too much equity to deny, isn't there?
Yeah, even if they only have a hand like 10-9 that they were bluffing on the flop, right? It's still like
Yeah, and there's a lot
decent amount of outsizes
there's a lot
here.
of cards that are going to kill some action on the river, so we just have to bet. Actually, I wonder if
I
you
think
could,
we get checked down on the lot. Like,
I mean, on double flush draw, could you shove?
350.
No, he goes half pot.
Jamie Sykes in the chat. Happy to have Andrew in the booth.
Oh, Jamie, man. Speaking of fathers and babies.
Yeah.
Oh, Jamie. I've been missing you, bro. Now, what does Arash do here?
Paternity leave, another one.
I guess you call?
Yeah, when we jam, like, we just never get it in good, surely. Or, like, very hard to get it in good.
I mean, you do deny it. You can definitely deny some.
Yeah, but, like, Simon is good
But
enough to not
you can
not
put
be
like
betting
ace jack
high
of
equity
diamonds in like a
hands.
weird. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. Although Rush probably doesn't know that. And then we get this river.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a river that allows Arash to save some money.
It sure does.
Can King Queen ever find additional value? I think not.
The dealer's really been working overtime to put out the action flops.
It's kind of hard for Arash to have a jack. Like, he's going to have some clubs,
Gotta
but
check back.
snap check back and action killing river, 1500 going Simon's way, and action flop, action turn, and then the action killer on the river.
Win more and I can
Tough start for Arash. Got stacked early by his good friend.
Well, hasn't he been winning
The
every?
chairman.
Hasn't Rush just been
One every other stream, one every other tournament.
He's winning every tournament, right?
Maybe
think he's-
2026 is a turning.
I
tide.
think he can. I think he won't be. He's not exactly going to be sobbing into.
Had
his
the
glass of
deepest
wine.
run on our Hippodrome can trip in December. I think he came like 12th out of 1,200 maybe
Oh, amazing! That's awesome.
for 10,000 euros, 10 binds. Very nice.
Arash is so great. He's such a nice guy, and he's like me. He's like a fellow member of the club of guys that doesn't play poker for a living, but like does take it very, very seriously and really like plays a great game. So
I have a lot of respect for
I've
guys
got
who just rock up and
I've got such a soft spot for him.
can compete in these games and do well without it being their full-time jobs. Very impressive.
That hand where he won the tournament with like insane hero call
The
and ace king
ace
high
king.
was incredible.
He's very good friends with the person he's heads up
I mean,
with.
that for sure helps, I think,
Yeah.
because when you know they're going to find the bluffs. But that was
I was commentating on
something
that,
else.
and,
Yeah, I remember. I was watching.
This was an open.
That's a dicey river.
But like, I knew fairly quickly that I thought fairly quickly that he was going to call.
I have to say, I was not expecting
was
that
like-
one watching it.
It made a lot of sense to call. Like, it was quite easy for opponents to overbluff.
Well, I'll have to believe you on that one because I've never played tournaments in my life. I know nothing about tournaments whatsoever. So tournament strategy is something I know absolutely like less than nothing about. I'm in some chats with a couple of tournament guys, and I just hear them like chatting about like ICM and all this stuff, and have to be insanely nitty in some spots and like crazy in others. I'm just like, just blabber.
Well, once
what
you
is
get the
this?
heads up, it's no longer like that.
Oh, sure. But I'm just
Well,
talking
you
in
can see
general,
it.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
I agree.
Tournaments and cash, they're just like they're just like worlds apart, really. When you get to
Yeah.
the level of like elite strategy, it just seems that you're playing almost like a totally different game. Like, actually, here's a question: what's bigger, the difference between tournaments and cash, or the difference between no limit and pot limit Omaha?
Surely pot limit Omaha. And like, I can hold my own in tournaments without ever looking at what to do. Whereas when I play Omaha, I've done it like once or twice, and I forgot that I had to use 2 cards.
Okay, but
So like,
okay, but here's the thing: like I feel like 2 hours coaching and a bunch of reps, and you can actually be like okay at PLO.
I think the
Whereas, like,
game,
like,
the
what-
games are soft in
Yeah, well,
in PLO,
that
so
too,
that's
right?
why the
Right.
bar's quite low. Jamie Sykes asking why all the online players have come out to play live tonight. Friday night at the Hippodrome. Why not? But hello from Master, one of our favourites. Saying evening to us.
Oh, Master, we love you so much. I miss you, bro. I really
Before
do.
the stream started, we were talking about players we most enjoy losing pots to.
And the Master was...
I think you were top of the list.
Yeah, Master, you really were. It never feels bad to lose pots to Master.
And Chris Silver, hi Joe and Andrew. I'm a semi-regular 1-2 player. What's the biggest pot you've seen at the Hippodrome?
Well, the biggest pot I've seen, I think there was this 38k PLO pot on stream, right? The biggest pot that I'm trying to think.
What about you've seen in terms of you were on the table for?
I mean, at least 20k. I mean, I won a 20k pot last year versus Damien. Maybe it's like 21k. It was around that. Yeah, probably around that region.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a 25. It was a 25-50 game with a 5-bet pot.
Yeah, I mean, these are like 400 big blind pots. Like in every game, you see those on a daily basis.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
when you bump the stakes to that, that is what
Yep.
you'd expect. And Arash here in position, barreling away as a pre-flop aggressor. Simon turns a gut shot to go with his bottom pair, and this could be a candidate.
This
something
is
naughty.
for sure a candidate. This is going to be.
It's going to cool.
Yeah, but if the river bricks.
Yeah.
Kind of a brick. Would not be surprised if it all goes in here. The problem is it's really hard to make a rush fold anything. That's kind of the problem. But I mean,
we're very deep. I mean,
it's very deep. And the other thing you have to remember here is that Simon's called out of the big blind, so he's going to have all the 6-7 offsuits.
Yeah, yeah. Hence why Arash has to cap his sizing on the turn. Like, you need to design your turn sizing around these ace-king sort of hands, and they're not that strong on this turn when the big blind has full frequency straights.
No, and this river is not. This river's like fine. I mean, it's obviously it's definitely one of the better rivers for a rush. But the problem, I mean, Simon can definitely have some funky. Oh, he didn't go for it,
Forward.
bro. I was so expecting it to just go all in there. But maybe
you did say you don't think Arash is going to fall.
Yeah.
And Arash is not folding this hand.
Well,
He's not.
yeah, but I mean, probably not. He probably
It becomes a pure bluff catcher.
He probably should, though. I mean, the ace isn't really doing anything for you. And
Yeah. You have another fan in the chat. Great to hear Andrew in the booth.
hello,
Suave chap. That sounds like your alter ego.
I mean, I don't know I'm too suave as you might address. Suave chap, who are you? Have we played together?
Presumably he knows who you are.
Possibly.
What's the biggest 1-2 pot you've seen? Chris Silver saying he's a semi-regular at 1-2.
Biggest 1-2 pot I've seen.
Well, they used to have 1-2 uncapped here, back when the poker room used to be on the top floor. So I'm sure that there's like old school legendary stories of people sitting down for like tens of thousands in the 1-2 game.
I feel like I've definitely seen 2K pots at 1-2.
Yeah, for
The
sure.
last I haven't played 1-2 in a long time. The last time I did, I sat down and won like an absolutely absurd like 3-way all-in £1,500 pot in a 1-2 game. I don't even think it was it straddled? It honestly might not have been actually. I don't think it was.
Harry bumping this one up, and Simon with the wide flat and the small blind. We were talking about how wide you need to be in the small blind. You really got to fight for these antes.
Again, this is
this is 1 pip too wide.
Yeah, like queen 10 off, then you're gonna get in there. This is, but you can't fold now. You've got the queen of clubs, but queen 10 off, I think for sure can flat can flat here. Yeah, this is just
Harry starting
like
with a very small bet makes sense on these mono boards. Your ace king advantage is very diminished when there's 3 clubs out there. Turn king, going to be good for the imposition range of Harry. His king X and trips advantage now becomes more valuable again. And with
But
the jack of
well,
clubs, you imagine you
but it's
must
not
have
like
to-
he has a huge advantage in King X.
The ones he has are stronger.
Yeah, sure. Well, but, I mean, it's only really Ace King, right?
Decides to take one off, and kind of hard for him to win this hand now. I think I would mostly have barrowed
Yeah, I think
his hand.
probably have to barrel the turn.
And Simon pairs up on the river. The question is, can he get called by worse? I think I'd always expect a king to barrel the turn. So very likely a queen is the best hand. Reaching for value chips.
And she'll try to get called by like 9s or something.
Quick
like that.
fold from
8s.
Harry, who essentially gave up on the turn.
Arash has already got the wine list out.
Surely he gets the same thing every week anyway. I mean, I say this after.
It's
I
usually a Pinot Noir, I think, but sometimes it mixes it up.
Most recognition I got from Molly King.
C3 on 7.
That's the most recognition I've gotten out of Molly King is a nod.
You are 225. On top of the 70, 225. Yeah, yeah. Total 295.
Henry looking very serious there for a second. He's thinking, why can't I just get aces again?
All the way around to Simon on the button.
He's got
Passes
another.
on this one. Oh no, he doesn't. There's his
No.
cards on the left. I was
No.
going to say, surprised to see him like this one.
He's got another.
Given we
garbage-
saw the
another garbage
7-4
hand,
off.
but you got to play it. This one's slightly more legit.
Reward with top pair.
There's no list?
Are we going to check back?
Wait, I'll let you first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this.
Gonna fuck the face off.
Simon loves a good sexy flop check back. And then
Yeah, it's a board where you like want to use a bigger size, and therefore you need to have a decent amount of strong hands in the check back range. Does allow the big blind to turn the second that flush draw. Check, check again, and Highfish picks up a little pair. Could be enough
Yeah, I think he
to
probably
allow
should. Yeah,
Simon
I
to
think
get some value.
probably
but-
should be enough. I think he probably can't really fold the deuce here now.
I would like to see it.
Yeah, he might be allowed to like block as well, just to make like ace king, ace queen indifferent. Definitely can get some value.
Yeah, for sure.
Seems better than like checking and your hand becoming like a 0 EV bluff catcher. Feels like they just always check back ace king, ace queen, and then if they've like slow played, you now just always check cool.
Yeah, but-
Simon's gonna have like the check check bluff lines covered, but like most other people don't. So
Yeah,
block
but-
kind of becomes nicer.
versus most people, you should probably actually just fold this on the river. But I think versus this particular villain, then you just got to pair.
Or just like block really small and like hope you get called by ace high. That feels like a
Yeah,
very reasonable option as well.
Yeah, although the problem is sometimes then you get
You
raised.
just induce them. Yeah, but most people just aren't going to bluff raise, so you can just like block fold.
Yeah. You can
Or,
see, you can-
or you just get
you
to
can
block cool versus like the person you've induced.
Or, but
That's
well,
always the
actually,
fun one.
or with this combo you could block. Yeah, I suppose you could.
Block
block
three
through.
bet.
Yeah, you could block down. Yeah, that's the other thing you could do. Although you probably, you've got other hands to do that with. You can do like 4 deuce with. You can do like 4 deuce to do that with.
Come on, I'll pull it for you. Come on.
Even 10 deuce or 10-4.
The sizing wasn't this, you know?
Oh, he overbet the river. Oh, this is such a nice.
Yeah, I
line.
mean we've underrepped our hand to this point. Like
Yeah.
a
No,
10
no,
a
it's,
10 is
it's
just
a really
worth
nice
so
line.
much money.
Yeah. No, of course it is. Yeah. No, it's such a nice line.
I don't know if it's beating value or is it?
Is it beating value? I can tell you, versus the overbetter deuce is not beating value, sir.
No.
Does put the chips in, gets the bad news.
He's not beating
I
value.
hope he didn't call thinking he can beat value, because that's certainly not the case, but he can beat bluffs, so. The Elephant asking, what's the qualifications of the commentators, I wonder, if online 1K regs in tough games are getting criticized for the ranges they play, lol. Wow.
I wasn't criticizing anyone for that. I wasn't criticizing.
Is that Linus and Davey commentating?
I wasn't. I wasn't criticizing anyone for their rages.
Also, just because the online 1K reg, it doesn't mean that he's not making mistakes on.
It's
he's having a bit of fun.
But like,
with it.
it's contextual, right? Like, my point is that like, it's. I mean, like, when I'm saying it's like 1 pip too wide, I'm just saying it's relevant. Like in reference to a chart. I'm not saying it's like I'm not saying it's a mistake to be 1 pip too wide. Bro, dude, if you see me play these streams, I'm like 1 pip too wide all the time, or even sometimes 2 or 3 pips.
Also, he knows that he's too wide. He's having fun.
Stack him again and then see if the options win.
Yeah, no, Simon's definitely better at poker than I am. I said that earlier.
Only a pip, Andrew. That's from Tom.
Tom,
Pip or
oh,
two.
yeah.
Tom,
Hi, Tom.
The bottom one.
Yes.
Good. Yeah. See the top one. I was like, not very good.
But I mean, here's the thing, right? If you think you have a big, post-flop edge on people, then you should be playing too wide, because you're going to make it up post and more. Like, if anything, it would be a mistake not to be 1 pip too wide. I mean, it's like, especially because there's no rake.
Sounds like everyone agrees that everyone should just play super wide. Good stuff.
We all agree. Come on, did you come to the casino not to play hands?
Simon's looking for hands to talk about on his YouTube channel. This is why he's playing wide. That's my guess.
I should. If he wasn't planning to make a YouTube video out of this, like, he definitely should. I'm gonna suggest it to him for sure.
I know Gaz has made videos about playing on the stream. Me, Simon, and Gaz play football together at Footy Addicts, like a 8-a-side.
Very nice. Well, and Ben Ababi did when he came here as well. He made a bit. He made a vlog out of a very fun vlog out of his time on the stream.
Yeah, Simon, quite the footballer. Yeah. Hell of a shot on him.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, come on, we can do it.
Yeah, okay, that's
6 deuce.
You can't fold too many hands in the big blind, but that's definitely one of the ones you can fold for sure.
Simon here to clean up. He holds 500 Zoob lobbies like it's his summer house. Simon has come here to battle.
Yeah, we've played a little. Yeah, we've played a little bit at 500 too. Whose actions would you prefer? Would you prefer Simon's or Henry's? There might be some live stuff that Henry has. I mean, honestly, actually, I haven't played that much with Henry. I know I've seen him on stream a bunch, but I just feel like he sees so much. I mean, I know Henry's very, very good, but it's very hard for me to judge exactly how good, because I haven't seen like enough hands or enough kind of like stuff. You know, it's you see a lot of live poker's so slow. You see so many hands and so many showdowns before before you know. Pocket sevens for Cat.
Good to see Raoul coming in here. Your pass is under the gun. Flatting wide in the small blind. This is perfectly allowed and something that some people miss, so well done.
Yeah, definitely. I get some
rewarded with top pair.
I get
cut shot on under pair for chairman, so
a very nice reward.
I think Gonna be fairly aggressive from under the gun here. Our hand doesn't really want to bet, but oh wow, we're gonna find another donk. We've seen him play 2 hands so far, and both times he's been donking on boards that are pretty good for his opponent, but does get called. Guess it was a small bet. We haven't got to win much in position, and the diamonds likely swayed Ken's decision.
So in defensive role here, I mean, you say this board is good for Ken, but could it not just be quite a bit better for Rahul? If he's flatting, if he has Queen 9 off here and Jack 10 off and 9-7 suited.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that makes
sure he's got like.
I'm not
Jack
saying that
10
makes it.
off
I'm not saying that makes it a thing to donk, but
Yeah.
I could
Maybe.
definitely I could see some reasons for it.
Any bluffing with 7s here? Like, how do we get to the river with a worse hand? I think there might be merit in bluffing.
Yeah, you probably
He's
do.
going
yeah,
for it as well.
I think you do have to bluff. It
175,
always
the overbet. King
feels
Queen
really
gets
fair.
there, like that Ace King, Ace Queen gets there. Just gets snapped by the Jack. Sad result
That
for
is
the chairman.
Yeah, that is a bit of a sad result, but it's a good call.
King Jack only beating bluffs versus that size.
But I get
Size has enough bluffs, which
What have you called?
I actually think it's going to be tricky. You've got to be bluffing these sort of hands. That
saw my card twice, so I had always had
I'm saying.
it's very hard for me to say because I
thought
wouldn't
when you had straight, what
ever get here like this way exactly. But I mean, I guess you block King Queen, which is good.
I always thought I had
Just
But I got
wanna be
it
lost.
Having a diamond, I guess, is a bit less good.
No, not even close. No, stupidity.
The strange and wacky things that happen when people start flatting small blinds. I love going down weird lines and people getting into weird spots.
Flush, full house.
You gotta force you to really think on your feet and get creative.
I genuinely thought I had green. I should have checked twice. I did not check twice. Ken, did you know what you had? You knew you had 7 the entire
I
time?
thought I had 8. That's why I showed 25, right?
Thank you. Straight naked, sorry.
75.
coming in with the 3-bet.
9s and queens. We've seen a lot of pair over pair spots. Oh, 7 deuce.
Oh, he had a little thing.
He did think about it. Huge props.
Harry could come in there with the cold 4-bet, the King Queen suited with the antes. Decides to let it go,
you
and
yeah, no, you for sure could. I think it'd be pretty good as well, actually.
back to Simon, who opts just to call.
I just got a call. Nothing else to do.
like a couple of 2s on the board. Give me the pocket. Being greedy. Good.
Generous, it didn't come from the hell.
Heads up.
Not even close.
Check.
Oh, the dealer was doing so well on the action boards. This unfortunately is not really an action board.
Yeah, small aggressive c-bet from position here.
It's a very small seat.
Yeah, our position players' range is heavily pocket pairs that really struggle on this board.
Yeah, I guess you I guess 9 to the club you have to call.
Yeah, I mean, you actually get to be surprisingly nitty here, but versus this size, you probably do have to call.
Yeah. And with the extra money from the ante.
Well, this kind of just goes back to pods, right?
Yeah.
You don't care about the ante.
Just I need to concentrate there.
I think the rule is you have to lead now.
No, I don't know what to do.
And now can iFish get another street of value if it checks over to him? How much do we expect a king to bet? The river after check turn?
Let
Probably
my count
can't get any more value, but
No, I'll bet. I'll have to bet now. I'll call it.
He's going to bet, he announces.
I think you bet like 10% here or like 25% pot or something like that. Yeah, 10% pot. Boom.
Not saying you're going to bet 3-bet, but.
Get called by 7-6.
Fire raise.
This is good speech play by Simon. Like really trying to avoid the raise. I don't think he's going to bet free bet. And
Then I probably win. Then. You probably do.
just gets called. I think that's a 10% pot. Like you might even get to do some clicking with queens, but
Wouldn't have been more efficient.
he knows it's going to be gross if he gets 3-bet.
Yeah, because then you
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend
then
this.
you win when
There's
it's
got to be some deception, you know.
These pots are always so annoying because you feel like you're getting owned.
oh, you know your intent is not purely,
How do you
Like
mean?
even though you want like when someone 10% and like
same time we make a comment like that, we could influence the action. I think it's quite.
I mean, he wasn't going to call you bigger anyway, so whatever, right?
So I want to say I would normally have checked on the
I don't
river,
think
but
that's the case. It's pretty like, can you lie about someone else on stream? Isn't this
Ken, the chairman, at
slander?
the top of our chip counts there.
No.
An early stacking of his friend Arash on the seat next to him gives him an early lead. And although Arash is in the middle of the pack, I believe he's had the toughest start to the night.
Yeah, he must.
Just
I think he's
has
probably
topped up since,
probably the only one who's down, right? I think everyone else is up.
or even yeah, a couple of quid down.
You think I'm actually the Ayatollah on stream? Because it wouldn't be appropriate for the Ayatollah to be drinking. I could lose my license.
Arash wondering if his name has actually been put down as the Ayatollah.
Oh,
Has
it
indeed.
has.
Here we go, another pair of a pair spot. Simon opens up under the gun and Leo just with the flat behind.
Truly disgusting.
Holds all the way around and we're going to go heads up in the tightest configuration.
This guy does not deserve pocket queens. I'm telling you, it's unfair. He should be restricted to like tens. Tens should be the best hand he's ever allowed to have.
One of the rarish boards that the opposition player does get to see bet on. Now you'd imagine that Simon wants to get a bit more polo voting on King X and Queens that doesn't need that much protection. I didn't expect to barrel that much. Kind of surprised by this. Just going for this small size, I guess, really trying to target the pocket pair heavy range that he beats. He does manage to get another street of value for that size. Wonder if we're just in the complete exploit streets here.
He always is. Trust me.
Can you open the tab? Can you open for me?
Head in the hands. Wondering where he's at. Goes for a third street. One third pot again, and
Round of applause if this gets paid, by the way.
I don't know how we ever win a sevens. Like, I know the price is nice, but what do you expect to see? Like, can this ever be a bluff when it's just like tiny, tiny, tiny?
I mean, probably yes, to be honest with you, but I think I still wouldn't call sevens. I think we do have better hands. We do have better hands to call with. Yeah, we've got better hands.
If we have like jacks, like I guess theoretically we could somehow
Yeah.
beat turns, but it feels unlikely.
Exactly.
Does get 3 streets of value with the flopped under pair. Very nice. My point is, this does look cool, but if we just bet check, we still get the same amount. We can just pot river and win the same amount of money, and we don't end up paying as much to a game. So I don't understand.
You say, well, but the thing is, though, I think that sevens is then much more. I actually don't agree because I think sevens is then much more like the fold versus
Really?
river pot. Yeah,
Like when you go
definitely.
bet, like how is sevens ever good? Was when you go bet check pot, like at least you can have natural bluffs now.
Yeah, but people see like pot. People see pot and they just fold. They just fold their sevens. I think versus humans, this is actually. I think versus humans, this is actually really, really good. Because I think humans just are going to overfold versus big sizes and underfold versus really small ones, basically. Yeah, I think this is really nice. The only thing that might make it, less nice, I think, is if actually it just has actually like loads of kings, because if you think about it, right, like with the ante, there might be lots of like king X hands at flat free, so,
and also supposed to raise flop, and they just don't.
Yeah. So I mean, that could in theory make it less nice, but I still think versus humans, I think this is actually going to be doing quite well. And the proof is in the pudding. He did get 3 strings.
Yeah, but we don't know whether we get call versus pot on the river in the bet check bet.
Yeah, that was in Georgetown. That was quite.
Again, the other thing also is I think bet check bet gets people know that bet check bet is on the bluff, and so they just fold versus it a lot. I don't know actually. I have no idea what he's like, but I'm just saying in general versus humans, I think that people overfold to bet check bet because they know it's on the bluff.
Henry does turn a gut shot, and it would be the money card. Jack would give 2 pair to Simon.
Yes, it's size one.
Henry barreling away. 180 into 120. 150% pot. Any merit to floating Simon's hand here?
Sam wanted to be a few months ago.
Guess we'd prefer to have a hand like Ace 3. Like a lot of.
Yeah, I think versus some people you actually probably can call here, but I would not do it versus Henry for sure. I think calling here is going to be good versus the people who give up river.
Overbet, give up. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Just
like a lot of people are just going to like
give
overbet
up
and
river
pure
too
give up
much.
because they think that they always get called.
Yeah, but versus Henry I wouldn't do it. I think, and the Jack has got some awkward. The Jack has got some awkward properties as well. I mean, as we can literally see in that, right, it'd be very very bad for him to make 2 pair on that river.
It's a board that people are going to give up less because like any Broadway card they might just blast. Whereas if it's like similar but it's like ace high with the flush draw and some natural bluffs, then this is a board that they give up a ton on the river. It's like really scared to try fold an ace, which is like the only hands that really call turn. So I'd be less inclined to like station this hoping that we get the check back on the river.
Yeah. There's one particular guy who I play with a lot online who always just I mean, Kills kind of does, but like he just owed me for so long by calling every single turn with everything, and then like any showdown, and then I just wasn't going for the river enough.
Yeah.
I think now I figured it
Online with
out.
stats and stuff, you can get pretty screwed. Anyway, we're going to have a very, very quick break here. Stick around, and we will be right back with you guys. See you in a minute. Welcome back to PokerStars live at the Hippodrome. We've just concluded the first hour here. Arash, the only one to be stacked so far, his stack heading Ken's way. Simon, Fiasco, PokerStars Reg in seat 6 has been putting on a clinic.
Andrew Sabisky, the biggest nit to ever play on the stream, if you
And
ask.
Henry there calling out my co-commentator, Andrew.
Never done a big one. How many do you want?
Raoul here with the 5-3. Quiet-ish in the first hour. Perhaps wanting to open it up and get it back a bit more in the mix. Love to see it. Starting off with the limp, which invites Simon in the small blind. And not much hand for action. Leo allowing us to go 3 ways.
15.
Simon with a gut shot has the most amount of hand. Is gonna float once. Turns a gut shot to turns a flush draw to go with it, and has almost a lock on this hand now. Not gonna stop Raoul barreling away. And 5 high on the river.
I mean, you have to go for it here.
I was going to say, if we end up here, we probably just need to fire in the triple. I mean, this is what happens if you just barrel away 0 equity. You're going to get to the river with a
Oh, he's not going to get the chance.
What is their name? What is their name?
lead from Simon. Raise from Raoul.
Oh my goodness.
Love to see it. He does double and then,
And it
of
works!
course it works. I mean, we get 10 high to fold. Show it? Oh, Snap shows it. Love to see it.
This hand wins?
Limp pre, double barrel, raise the river donk. Raoul always had a chat with himself on that first little break and come back swinging.
Hand of the week. Hand of the week. Very
I
nice.
know you will fold what I do this. I know you will fold. There's king queen before. It's a good fold. I'm a big fan of the bluff, and I'm an even bigger fan of explaining to the person you bluff that you knew that it was going to work.
Goodness me.
It's so good.
Always love to
I
see
know he would fold.
newbies to the
Yeah, I
stream
agree. Not against you.
That was awesome.
coming,
And
firing
hey,
shots.
what else are you going to bluff with? If you don't bluff the 5-5, then like, what are you doing here? That's awesome. That's awesome. Well played.
Also, top 5 post-hand discussions.
Yeah. There's a separate video.
It's in both lists.
Great stuff. I have a question for you. What do you think about making the ante bigger? What if you made it like a £20 ante?
Yeah, there are some other streams where like the ante's like so big that you kind of just have to play everything and like it becomes a different game.
Well,
I
did
could
Hustler
just-
had it
yeah,
left. There's
it's
like
just,
a
like, so
5-5.
ridiculous.
It's like a 5-5 game with 100 ante or something
Yeah.
like that, and you have to like.
You're not playing 5-5, so
Yeah, I mean that's a huge game. That's an enormous
Yeah.
game. But like 5-10 with a 20 ante is like a big-ish game, but like not
Yeah,
that much bigger than this.
so-
But it's still going to get more blood on the streets, right?
yeah.
Oh,
I'll come back to it after this
speaking of
hand,
blood on
but-
the streets, by
Yeah,
the
so
way.
top pair over top pair here. Action Leo.
Did
Kinda
actually
cool.
flat the full
Flat the
blind with ace
small,
queen of
yeah.
hearts? I would 3-bet. This is a good hand. I like the ace queen of hearts.
Harry now has a decision with top pair second kicker. Likely, mostly barreling, but finds to check back sometimes. And
You're
Yeah,
gonna
actually,
kind of always feel that you're good here with king queen, right? I mean, yeah, they
yeah,
can
you can have some like 5-6, 6-7.
yeah, no,
and
the small blind can definitely have a
You're gonna
6, but
trust
apart
the
from
king
that,
queen.
your king queen feels really good.
they're gonna
He's-
have some ace queen off. But yeah, ace queen suited, don't expect to see that much.
I'm not sure you'd expect to see ace queen off, right? Because wasn't there another? There was. Oh no, there was the big blind in this pot.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, so there wasn't a player.
Yeah, and action Leo just calls and wow.
What is it with
Harry finds this King River. We saw this exact play out before with the ace
Have
queen
it
being
again.
drawn.
King Queen
So
getting
King
there
Queen.
against ace queen?
And now we know we have the best hand. Like surely a 6 tells us on the turn with a check raise. So
You would have thought so.
King
yeah.
Queen just has to be the best hand, and there's a brick front door, brick double flush draw. So it is a spot you get called down a little bit lighter, and I'd like to see us go very, very big here. Only goes half pot, and
This is gonna get called. Would you go all in here?
I was gonna say maybe go all in, but
I'd be quite tempted to. It's a good hand, King
it's
Queen.
like super polarized. Like, are you gonna bet a queen? But I guess you want to bet some ace queen, so having 2 sizes here feels okay. Versus some players going this size and like trying to induce might be okay.
I
don't think we get-
you're reducing here ever. I mean, it's really hard for people to find bluffs on this board with this action, this line.
Like 4-5, some diamonds.
Yeah, people just have to get very
Yeah,
creative.
I don't
to
expect
find,
it to happen.
to
So I
find
do
them.
this
It's
thing
tough.
putting in the money yourself is good.
I would just put in a bit more money.
I mean, Leo can chop here for value, for sure.
Oh.
Versus this size, and like maybe could even, I don't know, like probably doesn't beat Queen Jack. I think Queen Jack probably just checks back, but
I mean, Queen Jack could bet this size. It'd be outrageous. I mean, Queen Jack's probably not going to figure that it's losing. I mean,
in my opinion, like Leo just doesn't really have a decision here. It's just like snap. Right, it's closer to raise than it is fold. I mean, versus this size specifically. I think it's just like slam dunk in the middle of call.
yeah, he's got a call.
Assume he's. Oh wow! I mean, we can see this as a good fold, but like it just can't be long term. I don't think. Like we for sure can chop with ace queen. We can definitely beat some bluffs.
Yeah, there's a lot of very obvious bluffs as well.
Can anyone else hear me when I speak? I'm speaking clearly and audibly, right?
How do we think I'm how do we think I'm doing on the prediction about the truthfulness of the name? Actually,
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously,
the flat pre and then the folder.
but maybe there's like
But it's self-admitted
we're ignoring ours for the rest of the
when he calls himself Action Leo, which is what I appreciate about him.
oh
He-
right,
he's-
okay,
He's
okay,
having
okay.
a joke, and
Oh right, okay.
it's an ironic
okay.
name
Oh,
he gives
okay.
himself. So
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I
he is
get
very
it.
self-aware,
I get it.
which is good fun.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I knew you wouldn't be a big fan of that. I can hear the disappointment in your voice.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Andrew,
know.
the Nit Police.
Well,
No, he owns it well. I appreciate that. So back to the question about the larger ante. I think my concern is you don't want to be playing a game that people don't understand the size of. Like,
Sure.
if it's advertised as 510 and there's like
Yeah.
a much bigger ante, you're playing a game that's like twice
yeah,
the size
quite a bit
minimum.
bigger. But if we advertise it, but surely you advertise it with the ante. I mean, this game is always advertised with the ante.
Yeah.
You know.
I guess maybe people realize they're playing like 10-20 if you say 5-10 with a 20 ante. I'm not necessarily opposed to that as a concept, but any bigger ante where the format is like
Yeah.
just like you have to play everything is just
Huge ante probably gets
doesn't really
a
make
huge
sense.
ante probably gets a bit silly.
It needs to at least
but-
resemble poker in a format
Yeah.
that people can understand.
No,
and
for
follow.
sure.
And like probably the 5-10 with a 20 enters.
But it'd be
Probably the last.
it'd be fun to try though. It'd be interesting to try. I would like to try it once or twice and see what happens. See if we can get some carnage in the streets.
I think in reality people just don't adjust enough and like it wouldn't play that differently. And which is obviously like a print for the people who know what's going on.
Well, I mean, also, but I think people might adjust faster because they suddenly realise their stack is disappearing.
Yeah, true.
No, but your stack will disappear quite a bit faster if you
Yeah.
know if you're paying in
50% faster.
yeah, quite meaningful. Poker's an interesting game. I love that, like, can really get into all these like micro decisions. Most of them don't matter too much, but some of them do wind up being very consequential on later street. Like there's always just something really interesting to talk about with the nuts and bolts of poker. It's just that's why it's just I think just one of the great games. It's just so rich and deep and still so just like unsolved in so many ways. Especially when you factor in the fact we're playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the
humans.
contrast between that and it also being very simple to learn the rules and play.
Yes, exactly.
You can
Yes.
learn and play in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Gonna be you two again or no?
He's Queen of Hearts. Getting in there for some pre-flop traps.
Yeah, I mean, this is good to see, given that we've seen those few cheeky pips. So you got to protect it with some reasonable hands.
Yeah, exactly. If you're flatting, if you like the 7-4 suited, then you probably do have to flat the Ace-Queen suited sometimes as well.
Sure, both good hands on this board.
Banging off the top pair.
Yeah, a little bit of hand for Arash. Some back doors and bottom pair. But Simon, of course, always going to be betting here.
Yeah, poor Arash is what I call Lucky Pierre in this hand. He's the guy in the middle of the multi-way sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, it might even be a hand that you can start bluffing. Like,
Joe, you just walked right past my Lucky Pierre joke. Like, never mind, it's okay. It's fine.
what is the reference to Lucky Pierre?
I'll tell you once we've muted the microphone.
Oh, okay.
The viewers can Google that one. Or not, as the case.
I'm not rude enough to understand
Or not, as the case may be.
It's becoming easier and easier to gamble having to go to Vegas, so I feel like even simpler. Yeah.
How big do we go here with our Ace Queen?
Prices, what really can they tell you about?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of exciting turns for Aras's hand, but this is not one of them. So I imagine this is the end. Yeah,
Lovely.
it is indeed.
This is our proprietary quick set concrete.
Well,
you know the words. You know the type. Put me in. Yeah.
It's like possible that if we were heads up on the flop, we might get to sometimes continue this on the turn, the 5-out pairs. But once we've continued 3 raves on the flop, it's just much more likely that
That might already be a break.
Simon has a real hand. Chris saying that we're speaking too sophisticated for this game. I don't know. There's some very good players in this game.
450 folks.
I don't think we're...
Also, like, poker's just such a beautiful game anyway. You know, it's important to take it seriously and think about it.
Wow. Message retracted.
Okay.
Love to see it.
Chris, why don't you tell us in the chat who Lucky Pierre is? And then we can educate Joe. Your friend Harry has got deuces against the Ayatollah. Ayatollah Rock and Roller. That was definitely the nickname of a famous wrestler. I'm trying to think who.
And that flush draw for Arash, and
20%
not going to be a board that Harry is going to be able to put up a fight on.
And it's pretty mild. Yeah. When I've been there in like October, November, I've had like a denim and a sheepskin when I walk down the street.
Probably about right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chris Jericho. There we go. That's who I was thinking of. That's the Ayatollah of Rock and Roller. Y2J. Break the walls down. Anyone else here got nostalgia for 1990s, early 2000s WWE? Tell us in the chat, people. One of the great American inventions is professional wrestling, or the world's greatest pieces of kind of like cultural Americana. And of course,
I've never understood it.
and of course, it's what launched. It's what not the only thing. Of course, there's a lot of other stuff, you know, businesses and The Apprentice, but it's part of what I think got launched Donald Trump to the presidency. He was a key role of a lot of early 2000s WWE storyline.
What was his role?
He was like the good billionaire, and Vince McMahon up against Vince McMahon, the real life owner of WWE, but also like the on-screen owner of WWE.
Yeah.
Vince is like the evil billionaire, and Donald Trump was
But he
like,
was actually evil, right? He was like some like predator.
Who are we talking about? Vince?
Yeah.
He
played an
yeah,
evil
I mean,
character and then turned out actually
yes,
to be
yes,
evil.
yeah. No, I mean, yeah. I think in general, people in professional wrestling often kind of, especially from the older era, they kind of are exaggerated versions of, who they kind of pretend to be.
Yeah. I like that though. That's when I don't mind it being really hot. If it's just 1 in the morning and it's hot, it's feel like I'm on holiday.
Just on mute whilst Andrew's ordering his dinner.
That's what it is. It's that good feeling, you know? You walk out and the heat hits you and it's pitch black.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Donald Trump was involved in WWE.
Oh yeah.
Well, so like he would like have his wrestlers fight for him versus the wrestlers.
Yes,
the other
exactly.
Guy.
There was a famous Battle of the Billionaires at WrestleMania one year where the side the billionaire whose team lost the match or whose wrestler lost the match, it was they had to get their head shaved live on air. So,
I presume that didn't happen to Donald Trump.
no, it did. Vince McMahon, his team lost, and he got his
Yeah,
head
that's what I was
shaved.
going to say. I
He-
presume it didn't happen to Trump.
Oh no, it didn't happen to
'Cause
Trump.
it
No,
would've been
no,
Trump's
no, no,
contract
no,
that
no,
wouldn't
no.
even happen to him.
No. So Vince got his head shaved live on air by Donald Trump.
But also, like, when they signed that contract in the first place, they were also signing who's going to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, I assume Donald Trump was told in advance we're not actually going to shave your head.
Yeah.
Like, you know. So 7-4
So,
of
like-
hearts raising from.
Did Trump, like, fund the WWE partially then?
Not in reality, only on
okay.
screen.
Oh, right.
It was part of a storyline, but did not actually happen in reality.
Arash coming in with a cold 4-bet. Seems unfair. Aces for Arash. This is one of those hands that
It's no way of getting change.
enjoys feeling the 4-bet. I would much prefer to have like the low suited connectors, the 4, 5, 5, 6, bit of ball coverage, and also your straights are less covered. On like the Queen Jack 8 boards that you can.
Yeah, but I assume it wasn't a very big 4-bet either. It was quite a small 4-bet. So I'm guessing.
It was 3x. Seems reasonable. I guess
Yeah, but we're deep.
deeper.
We're
Yeah.
deep with the ante. I think in theory land, you might actually go a bit bigger.
This is a lovely flop. Top set versus flush draw. Love to see it.
Yeah, this is
I'm going to
a
pick
flop.
the 7 of diamonds turn, please.
8 of diamonds, or just the queen of spades.
Spades get there, and in the 4-bet pot, not many flushes out there for both parties. Although the ace of spades is unblocked, so slightly more for that reason. But overall, you expect the money to get in an awful lot here. SPR of 2, so
What would you do here with your aces, Joe?
I think check slightly more with a spade. Don't know how relevant it is, but going to be in both
Wow, he
buckets.
checked back the flop.
Yeah, this is crazy. That is such a disaster. When another spade rolls off, and there it is. That is infuriating, Cryfish. I think we just get jammed on like a decent amount by like aces as well. I just want to. It's so often the best hand on the turn. Just wants to get all the money unless it's good. And both players very disappointed with this river, but of course is going to save Arash an absolute fortune. Probably can still get value from worse for a small size.
Yeah, I think when we're this deep, we probably need to get the money in on the turn, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to have some traps in our checkbacks, but probably not with the middling flush. I guess you probably should just bet, get your value, which now unfortunately you can't really do.
Depends how much we expect Arash to be betting his flushes. Like,
No good.
Yeah, and this really should be an all-in
mean-
like 3K pot. And
Arash is going to be, I mean, mildly tilted, but also kind of delighted that it could have been an awful lot worse for him.
That was the bad rhythm. Could have been one. Could have been a pair.
Cherry Axeman, big up Harry MTG. I'm a big fan too. He has one of the biggest Magic the Gathering YouTube channels. Hence why
Oh, is
he's
it
called
that guy?
MTG.
Oh, is it Harry MTG?
But
Oh, I've watched some of his YouTube videos.
he's not done it in a while.
He likes. I remember this guy. Yeah. Oh, his YouTube is awesome. This guy. If you like Magic the Gathering, definitely check out this guy's YouTube. He back in the day, he liked to brew some very spicy modern decks. It was a great YouTube channel. I'm also partial to a little bit of Magic Online, which is a very sad thing to have to admit. I mean, Magic is a great game. Honestly, I think it's much harder than poker in the sense that you get these incredibly complex and dynamic board states which are constantly changing, and so you can't really memorize strategies in the same way. You can't even really memorize interactions. It's just too many in the same way you can with poker. Poker is sort of much more of a memory test, and a test of kind of like how big your balls are, whereas Magic is just a brutal IQ test. I mean, I used to play against sometimes against these guys who were just smarter than me, and they would just beat me at Magic. They would just beat me up, even when it felt like I had like a deck that matched up well against theirs, or whatever. They would just find a way to win, and I would make mistakes, and it's a very unforgiving game.
I think Harry said that he won the UK Championships,
Oh wow, okay. I wonder when that was.
but didn't qualify for the Worlds or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Magic is a punish. But there are a lot of great Magic players who have made the transition to
There's a crazy amount of
to poker and done well with
Yuri
it.
Peleg and
Yeah, Uri's the most famous. I mean, Uri did win Worlds back in the day. A very famous World Championships that Uri won back in the day.
but yeah, I know a lot of
David
top guys came across from that.
David Williams, way back in the day, was a very good Magic player. There's a few others as well. There's a few other high stakes rogues as well that have been
Isaac Haxton, I think.
good Magic players. Didn't know that, but yeah, I would definitely believe it. Check.
Raoul with the only real hand here finds the check back, and disappointing turn for him. His nut flush draw demoted behind lots of potential boats. Still the best hand with ace high. Simon having devious thoughts here.
Well, I mean,
Possibly just if no one else wants this, I'll happily take it away from you guys.
not going to win, so you have to try, I guess.
Yeah. Raoul, although he's drawing to the non-nutted hands, can just have the best hand a lot of the time, so...
By the way, the pot's not that big. There's definitely,
cool.
there's definitely not £200 in this pot. I don't think. Yeah, this pot is smaller than the number on the screen. So please.
Unless Raoul just like open to 50.
I doubt it. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. I've seen these mistakes with the pot before, the size of the pot before.
Ken just peeling the king high multi-way on the turn. Quite surprised to see that. Very hard to imagine that we've ever got the best hand three ways.
I guess it's tough because you're in the small blind, so you don't get too many chances to bluff the river, do you? Boom.
And Simon, more likely to have a queen than Raoul, who would mostly bet those in position on the flop. So
But Raoul has
telling
shown that he
telling story.
Raoul has shown that he can get sticky. This is another one where actually you kind of get to leverage the other two players in the hand against each other. I think if this was heads up, I could definitely see Raoul getting curious and flicking it in, but he doesn't just have to worry about the £300. He's also got to worry about what Ken then called.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, it's very, very likely that Ken can have a queen because he's not going to raise them too much on the turn. But also, like, what else does he call? I'm not even sure that he's going to overcall hearts or spades.
Does fold. Ken snap folds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually quite scared to bluff here on the river with Simon because I think it's tough to get through Ken.
Which suit? Spades? Spades?
Yeah, the words scared to bluff and sly fiasco have not been in the same sentence too often, I don't think. This guy just loves to put you in the bin. It's tough when you're playing against someone who, like, all the lines just feel horrible. Against a lot of people, they'll be aggressive, but only kind of like obvious spots, only obvious lines where aggression is kind of obviously good. You know, when they obviously have a strong hands that they can represent. But when you're playing against someone where it feels like every single hand you might get put in the bin, it's just so mentally draining to play against.
Because most people's natural response to that is to try and trap some of their like mediumly strong hands, so they have like easy cooldowns, but then they end up losing tons of value.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst response. Unfortunately, that's the one. That's the one thing you can't do. You've got to learn to kind of like.
You just have to learn to like 3-bet bluff the river.
Yeah,
which is very, very hard and unnatural.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
really
why this
tough.
like kind of blind aggression does work quite well at these stakes.
Yeah, it's this guy and Equanimity 911 who've done this to me just over and over and over again.
You did very well in that mid-stakes championship also.
Who?
No, I just saw him on some podcasts. Mechanics of Poker podcast, which I actually love. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
I really, really like it.
The
So that
Wacko. Shout out to the Wacko. Yeah. Yeah, he'll give me little coaching lessons in the middle of hands sometimes. He'll get in the chat and be like, "You did that wrong. You screwed that up." But like, not in the mean way. Like
equanimity.
Yeah. Like,
Sure.
like not in the mean, like not in the mean way. It's all in good fun. It's super great to play against.
Yeah, I think he's from Denmark
Or Norway.
Maybe Norway. Yeah. But he came across quite well on the podcast.
Yeah, he seems like a great guy, I think. Which is good, because if he wasn't a nice guy, then losing pots to him would hurt even more than it already does. And I lose a lot of pots to guys, so you know. When someone's a nice guy, it's just so much nicer to lose pots to them. You're like, oh well.
Do you think that gives you an edge to be, if you're not a nice guy in poker, it gives you an edge because everyone's like tilted versus you? I think it actually probably does. It's not worth it, obviously, but
I think possibly, but I think also possibly people will you might cost yourself EV in terms of well, I suppose there's you know some of the slightly more like gated games, but there's also just the fact that sometimes people, if you're a really horrible person in poker, literally people will just, even if you're playing like a public 2-5 game, people will just transfer away from your table to the other 2-5 games, so they don't have to play with you.
It's probably the regs that do that more though. To move away from you.
Sure,
Like
but I think the kind of more fun players, if you're really unpleasant, they will move. Like, you know, if they've got the option. I've seen it happen for sure. I've for sure seen it happen. And it's just bad karma, and kind of everyone hates you. So you know, be nice. The number one rule of poker: be nice.
Oh, this is big blind here. And this is the fun of the ante, is getting to open these like wider ones on the button.
Before that you were in Canada, and then when was New Zealand?
2 weeks ago. I just got back like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
How long did you spend in New Zealand?
Definitely going to have some checkbacks on this board assignment. This hand, very, very hard to win in the checkback line, so no surprise to see Simon firing out. Some backdoor possibilities as well. Flex from the king high from iFish seems good. Feels uncomfortable, but just versus.
Do we know this guy, iFish? I don't.
Yeah, I've seen him
I've
around for a good few years.
I've never played against him, and I don't actually recognise him. Possibly in the background.
Rewarded with top pair.
You can hear the beautiful sound of my food starting to arrive.
May is pushing it. It's starting to get.
Value bet, or are we checking on over because
I get the lamp.
hard to get called by worse, like often beat. Does decide to check, and
Bit of both.
Gives Simon some rope. Which he's going to be exceptionally tempted to take. I think once we have 5-5 nothing, like probably do always have to go for it. We're going to get to fold like
It's hard to win with
3s through to
5-5.
6s, probably always. Probably going to get stationed by 8s and 9s, 10s, but that's not enough to put me off. Here is Simon.
Oh no,
Oh,
he
wow.
blocked the river. I fish blocked
Okay, so a
the
little
river.
mistake on the graphic
The
there.
graphic,
It had
yeah,
iFish checking.
the graphic was wrong, but iFish actually blocked the river.
Yeah.
Which also seems like a nice thing. That
Worst hand that you block, you're going to put like your
could
Jack
do.
10 in there? Or is that 2-10?
Yeah, so
yeah, I
had
think you
that.
definitely block Jack 10. Yeah, actually block maybe is just too small with King 10. Your hand might be worth more. Yeah, you could probably chuck in a little, I don't know, £130 or something like that.
What type of stuff do they have?
It's a specific kind of cuisine from Hong Kong. It's like a cafe type, but it's a Cantonese cafe
Okay.
where it blends.
Amen, you done.
You need to see this. Like, they serve mac and cheese with a slice of ham on it.
Yeah, they'll serve macaroni and soup. Which sounds wild, but it's tasty.
It's like a diner then. Or
Yeah, it's like a diner, but Hong
But it's
Kong.
like the novelty is like they swear at you to hurry up. And
Yeah, and they're very rude.
Yeah,
They don't.
it's part of the experience.
Yeah, like you're supposed to be in and out. You sit down, you better know what you want.
Leo, are you familiar with these types of cafes?
I really hate it.
You don't like Southampton?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
Because the service is so bad. They are always like throwing the plates on my table. So
Yeah.
everything.
Can I get some oil?
By the way,
Harris, the first one to find the holding here.
I just want to get that on the record. Yeah.
No action. All the way around to the small blind.
If we do, it's
Not allowed to fold pairs with the antes.
Yeah.
The threes come along in the small one. Henry
Actually, you can get back.
had aces twice already.
Well, I
Now
love
got kings.
you back in, and he's got kings. Aces twice and kings. I guess he hasn't really got paid with any of them, right? Has he?
Finds the 6x. I think at this stack depth, with a squeeze, we could go even bigger.
Yeah, you could definitely go bigger for sure.
The only thing is that
Just allows you to fast play and get all the money all in on the turn slightly more often if the board wants that. Arash going nowhere, and these 8-9 suitors are almost always the first ones to fold. They just have really bad properties about being dominated or getting the money in super bad on Jack 10 Queen.
most like dailies.
Does flop a backdoor flush draw, and this flop's going to slow down both players. I think Henry gets to be very aggressive for small sizes here. He's got a linear squeezing range, so I'd imagine he's both just probably bet always, but check.
Yeah, it's the two. It's more the two-tone boards where you start checking a really high amount.
I mean, I've never been anywhere like east of Europe, really. Turkey? Say again? Turkey? No. I don't know where the furthest east place, maybe Hungary.
What's the plan here with 9-8? What's the plan here with kings? 9-8 not going to take the bluff opportunity. And it now pairs up on the river. Little 10% pot bet with the king.
Yeah, I'd like to go see.
Actually, you probably could bet bigger with kings. I think once you get checked twice to your hand, probably just is worth more. So maybe you can go 125 points here with your pocket kings. Try to get called by a queen 10 or something like that. Or but he does go for more than 10%, slightly over 10% sizing. And these are the kind of really annoying spots with your 9, where it kind of feels like you have to pay off because the price is too good, but it also feels like you never win when you do. I guess there is always the third option of just shoving it, right?
It's like, I mean, if you go to LA, it's not.
I guess you could just shove your 9-8 here and say, look, I have pocket 9s and I rivered a set. Yeah, I guess all in probably could be doing some work here, actually.
It's like my routine. I've not
think in the real world, all-in's going to be doing better than call.
I'm not an amazing player, so like, give me a gin tonic.
If you just look at your hand, if you keep repeaking your hand, maybe it will just turn into pocket nines. And this looks like the raise. Very nice. Now, I think I would probably have just jammed.
Yeah, I mean, our raises on the river are basically pocket nines and maybe some ace nine suited. Probably mostly just nines, so yeah.
Yeah, if you're saying you've got nines, then just go all in.
Yeah.
You just gotta.
So believable as well. But
Yeah, it's pretty believable, and I think
is there an issue when you go this size that like you have lines less often, or do you think it's still realistic that someone could put nines into this size?
Yeah, I think someone could put nines into this size because people just want to get paid, you know, and that's sort of like they figure out that if they like people. I'm not saying what Arash would or wouldn't do here with pocket nines. I really have no idea, but I'm just saying in general, I think people are gonna sometimes be like, well, I'm up against a really weak range. I want to get paid, so I won't make it too big. I do really like the raise. I think this is very sexy from the Ayatollah of rock and roller. That is Arash. I would have just gone all in, but I think the most important thing is that we put kings in the bin. Even if
I think kings do just have to fold. I know it's really frustrating.
I mean, even if
Suspicious, but
yeah, no, I think this is. I think you probably have to fold.
Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't too bad. I love that you still see
I mean, I guess you can't really have a jam your kings. It's a bit too suicidal, I think. Although it would be pretty believable. But probably makes more sense.
we're just repping like aces and nines.
Like kings, well, queens maybe. Or if you had like king queen, right? Like, you know, maybe then you could like 3-bet. Yeah, king queen might be the hand. Yeah, king queen probably, I guess, is the hand. And it works. Very,
very
very
nice.
nice. Awesome hand from Arash. Well played. That's so good.
Yeah, and in the mix. Love to see it.
I remember the set. Or at least that was the story I was told.
And this is
You can't both remember sets there.
complete lie. Immediately announces that he rivers a set.
Or you're lying about your hand.
Well, in a spiritual sense, Arash did river a set. You know, he thought about
Convinced
it.
himself so hard.
Yep, he thought about it. He kind of prayed about it really hard, and by magic, his 9-8 suited metamorphosed into pocket nines. It's like poetry. It's the chapter in the Metamorphoses that Ovid never got around to writing. It's where your hand magically transforms into a set on the river. By the way, people, if you've never read Ovid's Metamorphoses, I thoroughly recommend. Even if you can't read Latin, there's some great translations out there. Ted Hughes, the famous poet, did a great translation of the Metamorphoses, actually, that I would recommend. It's quite loose, but it's lots of fun. There's some wild stuff going on in there. Are you going to go see the Christopher Nolan Odyssey film when it comes out?
Yeah, I love Christopher Nolan.
Oh, he's amazing. He's the best.
Definitely go see that.
Yeah, no, I'll for sure go. The last film I saw at the cinema was Tron Ares, which I absolutely love, but it got very mixed reviews. But like every Tron film has always had mixed reviews, so.
Any more donking here from Raoul? I think we've been 2 from 2 so far, and
Well, maybe.
tempted with a top pair. I think he might.
Nope.
Does check on over this time, and
I think this time, when April, when
some
I
merit to this
I will stay over.
betting flop, but Irish decides to take one off and turns a flush draw on a card that's going to be pretty good for his check back range. So I imagine he's going to be fairly aggressive on this turn. Very surprised to see this one check back.
I think you have to remember though that it's also quite good for the. It's also you know, a decent card for the big blind as well. It is obviously better
I think it's
for.
better for in position. Like,
it is.
we define
It is
ourselves
for
to like
sure.
showdown
It is
hands,
for sure,
and
for sure, for
they're
sure.
just
But
full
I don't think you get to go like totally crazy.
yeah, but like when he has like 10 high.
Oh sure, and a flush draw. Yeah. No, for sure, for sure, for
That's
sure.
not always the thing.
But I could still see checking back, and then you have some like sexy flushes, and you can still bluff the river. You know.
I had a phase where I just like always did that. Just like, oh, this is just too fun. Like just being like the sky is flushes. But then you just realise you just don't get to play big enough pots even when you do get there. So.
But it's a very Sci Fiasco line. It's double check and do crazy stuff on
It's
the river.
not one that's people station enough though. This is the annoying thing.
Yeah, possibly.
So you should probably just bluff
Yeah, maybe
raise
he
river a lot.
maybe
The more I
he
talk about hands, the answer is always just bluff the raise
maybe
river.
Simon does it just versus me in particular because he knows I'm such a huge station, which I am.
Maybe, yeah. I wasn't aware of anything where you could check your bag in.
Oh no, yeah, this is different.
That's all. I was saying, I bet it's also like incredibly reliable, more so than.
I'm actually a really disgusting cooling station.
I trust them more than I trust like.
I think most good players are stations.
Yeah,
a
it's
station.
just hard to know
Because
whether
it,
you're
like-
doing it.
What happens is like if you're someone who bluffs, you station thinking that other people can bluff, even
Yeah.
if that's not true.
Yeah.
And like most good players are able to bluff.
Yeah, I mean the games
So,
I'm playing at the moment, I mean stationing is pretty good because there's a lot of bluffing. Let me tell you, it's these Brazilians. Shout out to all the Brazilians, by the way. I love you. You're great and incredibly good for the game.
Do you think the online sphere, like the meta, has shifted?
How do you mean?
As in, like a few years back, I do think that everyone was like still too nitty, and you think the Brazilians have come in and shaken that all up.
The Brazilians have definitely shaken it up. I think. Whenever you see it, whenever you're in a tough spot on the river, I pretty much always make sure to check the flag, and if I
Yeah.
see it's from a
It's because they're all like MDA based from that random stable. What's
Well,
that guy that runs the?
what Saulo Costa?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
MDA stable, so they just like go after all these spots.
Okay, so like it might be that, but I think a lot of these guys just love to blast. Like a lot of these guys are like very punty in general and not doing things that are particularly like solve approved or in line, but they just love to blast, and I'm so here for it. I
Yeah.
massively
It's
respect
like
the cojones.
flair and step overs of Brazilian footballers carries across into poker.
It really does. It really does. It's awesome. It's great to see. The guy who won the Cash Game World Championship was a Brazilian in this round, Mr. Beluzin from Brazil.
Yeah, it sounded like he was just on a massive shot take, Peter.
Yeah, he was he was playing like 10-20, and then he went to play like 50-100 against
Yeah.
all the world's best players. What a hero! What an absolute hero! That. I mean, again, that's a great story, right? It's great. What a legend. Sorry, Prodigy. This guy from Brazil was coming for the crown. Lied in the unicorn.
We're
I see
probably
for the crown.
on the PLO stuff here.
Yeah,
I'd
but
be
yeah.
really keen to, if we have another special high stakes stream here, to get Prodigy on that.
He'd
You've got to balance it carefully because like not that many people really want to play someone that of that caliber.
I'm in. If you got Prodigy,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
coming in. I don't care if the baby
But
was born
also,
the day
like, he
before.
self-admits that he just, like, V-pips, like, 80 when he's on these sort of
Of
things.
course,
So,
right.
like, he's probably actually just not going to even be a winning player, and he just doesn't care.
Yeah,
So,
it's low
I
stakes
think
for
it's-
him.
yeah, exactly.
No, I killed. I mean, how cool is it, by the way? This is one of the cool things about poker, right? Where you can, it's not that hard to play with some of the best players in the world. I mean, if you're like, if you're like an average, park tennis player, you're never going to get to play with Alcaraz and Sinner and Djokovic. But you can come to the casino, and if the stakes get high enough, then you don't have to be the world's best poker player. You can play with some of the absolute best, and you got an amazing story to go home to.
And also,
And hey, you
over
might-
a couple of days, there's a very good chance you win.
There's a great chance you win. It's awesome. I mean, I've played. I mean,
Especially live poker. Very
yeah.
good
I
chance
mean,
to
here I've played with some great players.
win. To be fair, someone else who was very up on that leaderboard was Rig Deck.
Oh yes, so he
And
certainly was.
Miro has played a lot.
A wo-
A lot of poker here.
a
I
wonderful.
remember the stories he used to tell me when he was playing here. He would have been like 10 tabling Zoom. PokerStars used to give him some like ridiculous rakeback target for like back in the day of the chess, where he
Oh,
could
yeah.
had to play enough. I think he's like got 12.5k rakeback in a month, but he just had to like 12 tables Zoom
It's
at
horrible.
all the multiple stakes. And he would always say to me, "Yeah, I've lost like way more money than they're giving me in rake back. I was like, yeah, obviously, you're trying to 12 table zoom. Like,
Yeah,
what do you
yeah,
expect's going to
yeah.
happen? But then, like, a few years later, he's now just like
Crushing.
maybe top 10 in the world. It's just
Yeah,
like, okay,
it's
fair
at
enough.
least top 30. I mean, he's a fantastic,
Yeah.
fantastic player. I play with him a bunch.
I think he plays mostly high stakes in Macau now.
Yeah, but when he comes here, he plays here, and he's one of the
Yeah.
he's also
One of the nicest guys. Yeah.
incredibly nice guy. Sergio Ido, I got to play with here once.
Yeah,
Who's
I
a
heard that he
Triton
ran
high
a couple
stakes
of
reg. He showed up to, only once. He showed up for a 4 or 5 hours of 25.50, but that was very cool to get to play with. A guy who's had so much success in these high stakes tournaments. I think he was a bit card dead, didn't really get into any interesting spots. But that was very cool.
Henry here turning trips, and Simon with a lot of hand, bottom pair and flush draw. So
2 of your 3 back
75.
I imagine he's not going to go
raise.
anywhere. Versus the raise can still be beating.
Is he
bluffs.
joking about 3-bet? Is he joking about 3-betting? Yeah, I guess you have to at least call, right? So this went open, call, check, bet, raise. Open 4 deuce of diamonds from +1.
Yeah, I mean, gets yourself in some sticky spots when you start doing this, but
In cricket, they
very
call
fun to try and work your way out of it.
In cricket, they call it batting on a sticky wicket. But the nice thing about poker is sometimes you can just get there anyway.
I mean, we can see he only has 4 outs with the folded cards. It is going to 3-bet.
I mean,
Love
I
to
guess
see
it
it.
kind of makes some sense because you gotta. I mean, I think he's gonna know that Henry's gonna find bluffs here, so he,
Like, occasionally we're going to get called by, like, King Jack, Jack 10 of diamonds even, maybe.
well, you're ahead of that, so it's not that bad.
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then we probably just get to go check and, like, sometimes win.
Yeah.
So,
What happens on the river? This is a great hand. Oh, the flush gets there.
wow.
I mean, now what do you do? It's
Yeah,
a
this is
4
the
high
thing, like,
flush. This is such
If
a
any
gross
more,
spot.
if any more money goes in the pot, you just don't have the best hand with the 4 high diamonds. But you still feel pretty good. Very hard to get called by worse, but you do have the best hand very often. You're just desperate to get to showdown. I don't think it's a spot we're going to get bluffed off almost ever. Like all like King Queen, Queen Jacks is going to snap check back.
I think it's a really.
We do lose to a decent amount
Alright,
of boats. Anyway.
Here's what I like. I like 10% pot call jam.
What are you trying to induce? Like,
King queen. That's what I like.
all in. Wow, that feels so thin.
I actually honestly don't know if this is value or bluff. I honestly don't know.
Well,
I
it
guess
just
it must
has
be
to
value. It has, well,
Has to be
well,
value.
you say that though, but like, could he be thinking he's up against a higher flush enough of the time? He's trying to get the higher flush to fold.
No.
Ah, this is so wild. If
This
it,
is ridiculously thin.
if it works. Hey, look, we got all the money in.
3-bet turn. Like,
Hey, look, we got all the money in. Like, if
how does Simon bluff this river?
Same hand.
Ace deuce. Ace deuce.
Do you think that feels turn? Sorry, 3-bet's turn. I guess it's
Ah,
a little bit more
must do,
realistic
must do,
with
must do.
3-bet.
Yeah, must
3-bet turns
for
what
sure.
it is,
He's yeah. Ace deuce is like the hand that makes sense here to bluff with, right? Ace deuce. I'm trying to think if there's any other like. Oh my god! If this gets called, this is the most unreal value bet of all time.
Surely you can't.
I will say I wanted to get all my chips into this pot, but I wanted to block and then call off versus jam. Like,
I mean, it just has to be value, but like it's hilarious if somehow it was a bluff and then.
I mean, ace deuce would be the hand, right? I'm trying to think what else it could even be.
I don't think Henry's ever calling here. I would bet a lot of money on the fold here.
13 was not great either. That like, there's like cables running through the go.
I guess
I mean, when you know the guy's capable of having the ace deuce, it's pretty tough. Wow, this This is such a wild hand. Okay, this is definitely going to make hands of the week for sure. One way, even if Henry folds, this has to make hands of the week for sure. This is an absolutely wild hand.
But also, like, Henry just has so many good hands. Like, his raise cool turn, like...
Well, but he doesn't have that many boats, right?
He just gets to have, like...
He could have deuces himself, obviously. Well, actually, no, but the flop...
Queen 10.
Actually, no, the flop goes check, so it's kind of hard to have... No, actually, no, Henry doesn't even have deuces because he checked back the flop. Not really, I
He's
don't
supposed
think.
to have...
So you could have, like, ace... Nah, but come on, in the real world, it does fold.
Yeah, he's always folding. Like,
It's crazy that he thought about it for that long, even. Gee, wow, what a hand.
So 10 of spades, are they folding?
Oh, you can pick one. I mean, you can see it out now.
But you can see one now.
Yeah, you can see one now, and
You don't want to see one?
Oh, that is some razor thin value on the river.
We like that one. We like that one. It's not an easy one.
honestly,
it's very true.
it's so ridiculously thin that, like, it just...
But, I mean, honestly, like,
Good.
okay, here's a question.
It's more likely that he folds a better hand than gets called by worse.
Is that okay? But is it like a two-way bet? Is it
What do you think is like merge?
is it like a genuine merge where you shove, thinking that you might sometimes fold out better and sometimes also get called by worse? Maybe Henry folds a
I just
flush
don't
and
think you ever
heroes
get
with the
called by
queen.
worse. Honestly, maybe he's bluffing, but like, if you're bluffing, then like, why
What,
bluff it on the
what if
turn?
Henry had king queen with the king of diamonds? Might get called by that.
No. You're not gonna, because like, how is he bluffing?
Ace deuce. I told you, ace deuce.
I've seen the 2 of diamonds. If that was a bluff, that's like...
What was the board again? The board was
Literally a lot.
with there,
Ace, queen, deuce, 10.
no, but were there 3 or 2 combos of ace deuce suited available?
And then I fucking turned over.
That might make a slight difference. I mean, it helps a bit if there's 3 combos of ace deuce suited that you can have.
You're a literal genius.
Ace deuce would be the bluff hand, I think, for sure.
That's what you would say.
But like, in Henry's shoes, you've got to like, realize that he's gonna take it enough on the turn.
When the river came, I thought
You've got to realize that he's what, sorry?
As in, like, you've got to hope that he takes it enough on the turn.
I reckon
Well,
like
he took it with the 4 deuce of diamonds. Of course he's going to take it with the ace deuce.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Simon can find bluffs there, for sure. I think it's ace deuce. I think it's ace
But
deuce.
this is a spot where if someone goes like, oh, he's a good player, he can find bluffs, I'm just going to station off. Like, it gets very expensive to start doing that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
someone
yeah,
has to be
yeah,
bluffing
yeah.
too much for you to want you to
I think,
call your
I mean,
hand,
don't get me wrong, I think Henry should fold. Like, it's a good fold, for sure. I think it's for sure a good fold. And it's not even his best king-queen combo to call with, right? Like, he's got other king-queen to call with. He can just have a full house. He can have he can
25? And this is
Could-
60.
somewhat have a flush.
You're leaving
Yeah.
And I can show you my hand.
I guess Henry maybe doesn't have that many flushes, though, with the action.
Want a big offer? Want a better?
Yeah, Henry maybe just doesn't have that many flushes once it goes check, back, flop, and then raise turn on the board pair.
What if I do you all in? I can't answer that. I mean, you're just
Quite hard for Henry to have a flush
I just don't think he's ever gonna
when you
call
really
us
think
with
about it.
trips.
okay, I do all in.
You got to give him a chance. You got to give him a chance.
This is fine.
find it. Strangles out.
Well, I'll show you my hand is just it's all in.
Sometimes I
We
think
just run into queen turn like a decent amount of the time.
it's only 2 combos.
Yeah, but like,
Turn.
if you just don't get called by trips, then like, every time you run into it, it's just like negative.
Sure,
free roll.
sure. But
Well, here we go, all in for a rule. And we know the professor doesn't like to fold
you might get called.
these sort of hands.
Oh, no, this is for sure a call. He has to call now. What do you think, chat? Do you think chat was? Do you think? What do you think about the jam with
Does
the
anyone in
4 deuce
chat
of
think that it
diamonds?
was a bluff?
No, I think I've now.
There has to be value.
I've now decided that I think it was value, maybe a merge, but like, I do think there are
No, I
buffs there.
don't
and
think, I don't
you
think
get-
Henry's holding a flush.
I think you can get called by worse. I think you can get called by worse.
I don't.
Well, it turns out we disagree. Meanwhile, there's like a 1.7k pot happening, and Rahul has got queens versus nines.
Diamonds
And
are
he's
covered.
Diamonds covered.
So just the 2 outs for the professor.
I mean, you're showing this as let's just show it right now. Hopefully, he doesn't have aces.
Clean turn, and can Raul find the full double here?
Close.
Table reaction for the card next door. And that's 1,800 going back to Raul. We found him
He was down to like
with a
600
very
earlier.
fruity bluff earlier.
I took the slow roll a bit
And,
too far.
I'm gonna have a bit down. See you later.
And then falling the floor to get it back to win.
So Arash, things go from bad to worse. Stacked earlier by Ken. Now again by Raul.
You did nothing wrong.
Definitely
Yeah, you did nothing wrong.
the biggest loser of the night so far.
You acted unimpeachable.
But good to see the newbies doing well. I think Raul maybe started with about 800. Good night for him so far.
It's true, if he had
I mean, I say that Henry was never going to call with worse, but
defines my
he did
hand.
have a very long tank without the diamonds, so maybe he does flick king queen with a diamond.
I also beat ace queen. Which was implicit.
It was very, very close.
I
Whether
also
the
wanted to throw out.
full high flush can get called by enough worse for the times that it runs into queen.
I mean, last time you're playing head,
So just to guarantee that.
I mean, twice
for the audience.
I mean, twice in a row.
Just to make sure.
I lost two
You should
queens.
double check it before the end as well. You haven't noticed.
I mean, I was thinking of to be honest, twice in a row I'm coming here. I lost the same hand. Queens, yesterday, aces. I think he had aces or king something.
This guy?
Yesterday,
Yeah.
I don't know, you were playing.
Leonardo?
Action Leo folding the ace-7 suited. That is
You were there.
short and open. Folds round to the chairman in the small blind.
I'm taking a break from my delicious lamb from the Helio just to pop back in, just to say I don't approve of folding hands like 8-7 suit, like ace-7 suited. It's not really okay. We did not come to the casino to do this kind of thing. We came here to blast our money into the abyss with the 4 deuce of diamonds. That's what we came here to do.
Ken playing opens in the small blind.
We came here to slay some dragons.
Top 2 and probably just missed off the range bet anyway, and that's going to be the end of that hand.
All right, back to the lamb.
Thank you so much.
If I raise, I might not have to see it. Take it down.
Simon there, top of the leaderboard, has been probably v-pipping the most of anyone on the table that we do appreciate. Appreciate the action and that very fun hand a minute ago. Definitely the funnest of the hour. We're going to have a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere, just 1 minute, and we'll be right back with you guys. Welcome back. PokerStars live at the Hippodrome on a Friday night.
The debate about the 4 deuce
We're
of diamonds
still talking about
is
that
still
4-2
raging.
and whether it's too thin, whether we can get called by enough. Let us know in the chat whether you think the 4 deuce jam on the river is too thin or whether it's our best option.
By the way,
I mean, the check call or doesn't feel great either, so it might be the
yeah,
best
I was
of
on
a bad
board.
bunch of options.
Well, you know what? I actually really do like 10% pot and then call versus jam. I think that's the...
You think you're going to get king queen to bluff enough versus
yeah,
you?
exactly. Oh, well, come on. It's Henry.
Yeah.
Henry can find him for sure. It's actually maybe quite an easy spot to overbluff if you turn all your queens into a bluff.
Yeah.
I would 10% and then call versus jam. But but I'm definitely not going to sit here and say that jamming's bad. By the way, guys, I should have mentioned earlier. I'll do a bit of free advertising. Simon does coaching as well. He does poker coaching, both privately and for Run It Once. If you too want to learn how you can open 4 deuce of diamonds from early position and then find yourself in these crazy spots on the river, then you know where to find him.
Love this crazy life in the chat says, I think he just won the pot. I think he... Is that all that matters? You won the money in the middle. Here we go. Trips versus top pair.
See, this is
See bet
where
from the chairman and just calling from Action Leo.
this is where it's very unhelpful to. These are the spots where it's really unhelpful to be known as a nit.
Yeah, much harder to get paid. The check raise is just gonna be almost all trips. But then what happens is you end up just having to call your trips a lot more, which is what he does, and he can be like under-repped a lot. So got to be a little bit careful. And like this is a spot like, for example, versus some people you can probably just get another street out of your jacks, but if you know someone can under-rep, you do have to be a bit more careful.
Yep.
Also, like out position is going to like block a bunch of like jack X that beat you, but if you think the opponent isn't going to do that, then again, yeah, just need to be more careful.
Have you ever known anyone who successfully transitioned from being a nit to blasting? Not that kind of transition, people.
Blasting? No.
Or who went from being a nit to playing like somewhat
well.
to playing like well. Because I have a theory it's way harder to take.
Yeah.
I have a theory it's way harder to take a guy who's a nit and turn him into someone really good than it is to take someone who's sort of like a punty regen and get to tone it down like 20%.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that theory. Yeah, I don't think I know any nets who have got really, really good. The issue is, like, if you're nitty, the easiest way to make some money is to be nitty. So, like, people who are trying to, like, get to the point where like, break even or making some money,
Sure.
that's why they take it up, and then it's, like, a really hard habit to unlearn.
Yeah. Yeah, at least in games with favourable rate structures, that makes sense.
The chat says, I agree, nits are a lost cause. I think that is what we're saying. But, yeah. If you want to win very, very small, then that's probably the easiest way to do it. But you're going to cap your career like so hard that it's, don't fall into that trap.
Did Rush fold pocket threes versus the three?
A rare fold from the professor.
I mean, I would not fold this.
He's eating, to be fair.
Oh,
he's got
okay.
his lamb behind him.
Okay. That
it all makes sense.
It will be the eating fold. Yeah, the eating fold is a good one. The other one is the massage fold, where you're just having a lovely massage and you're like, I just can't be bothered. Fold it. Have my money. Pocket threes is a good hand though versus 3-bet. Flop some sets, blast off on some unlovely, painful-looking rainbow boards.
Just check raise a bunch of flops, unblocking all their folds.
Yeah,
this is why it gets dodgy if you have them too much. Because if you know you're allowed to bluff.
But you can't with the ante. You can't fold. You can't fold anyway. You're deep in antes. Flopping if that's just too good. You're not allowed to fold. Really. Anyway, the iFish has flat. People love to flat their ace queen the small blind. It's the small blind flat hand that everyone.
Yeah, versus the cut off. I'm just gonna always say this. Earlier we saw it versus early position, and like the offsuit would have been reasonable flats. But do you think we mainly want to bump this up? Want to be linear from the small blind, inviting the big blind in? Isn't very attractive.
I don't want to invite Henry into my pots if that's all right. Like, you know, I love Henry, he's a great guy, but I don't particularly want to play too many more pots with him than I feel like I really have to.
The ace queen now does turn an up flush draw with his open ender. About top 2 for Simon.
But it's on 4 straight boards.
Yeah,
hard to really get value. I think we just probably bet once and check back river, or
yeah,
check
like
check
you
here.
do want to have this sometimes just so that you can have good hands on board pairing rivers.
Yeah, makes sense.
Pretty important. And then
And
top
now,
2 or top and second
yeah,
is
the iFish
reasonable.
is not going to get any value, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking the passive route on every opportunity here. Oh, the real celebration.
No, that was like a fisherman reeling in the catch. That was like you were trying to.
Yeah, I didn't try to
Yeah,
shout. Yeah. You didn't catch it.
Sai Fiasco been ducking and weaving and bobbing. This fish remains untrapped.
Yeah, I think impositions are gonna gonna start stabbing down a lot with diamonds. So I think we probably just want to bet ourselves.
Yep.
Try to get called by a pair. Don't think the action's gonna get reopened all that much.
Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the best rated 500 suit.
Balls around to Leo. Cut off. Does finally open this time, up to 30. And the
Why would you
7 deuce.
Why would you open this but
Here we
not
go. 100.
By the way,
7 deuce
like,
on the button.
there is no 7 deuce bounty in this game.
Yeah,
This
just
is
so
purely
people are
just for
aware.
fun.
This is a fun.
It's also so unappetizing to do this versus people called Action Leo, but it's going to work anyway.
snap shows.
Awesome.
And it must be really annoying. Like you find the open from Leo, and you just get snap free back by 7 deuce. Like,
Well,
it's
great stuff from the iFish. That's awesome. Well played.
a little shake of the head there. Frustrating.
Hey Leo, if you open more hands, then maybe you wouldn't feel so bad about having to fold versus the 3-bet when they find the 7 deuce.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to do that.
See, there was a City of Culture in the UK about a decade ago. I would have probably chosen. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god! Uh-oh. Chemical Ali is here. Is that your stream name? What's your stream name? I don't know what your UCR name is. Huh?
You just got me for a bit, Jack, because Mr. Bold's dinner has arrived.
That's your seat, man.
I always get seat 1. You do always get seat 1.
I hate
It's eerie.
It's the worst seat by far.
The card reader seems to have malfunctioned, so I have no idea what anyone has.
And that,
iFish has opened. Arash is going to call with an unknown hand.
Seat 6 and seat 3 always the go-to.
yeah. I mean, you can tell by the smugness of your body. You're loving it.
And that bluff your 7 2.
Yeah.
I did.
What did you got to do?
It was a turn bluff that was a river value.
King Deuce of Diamante.
Simon did just say that 40 of diamonds was a value jam, and not like the kind of crazy funky merge.
What did he say? He just said it was a value bet.
Yeah.
And then it was the 10 of diamonds.
Oh, the card reader's working again, and the professor has stolen a pot.
So people know that he had
Half.
4 deuce then.
I don't know
Or
if
he
he
just
said
said
what
it
he
was
had,
value.
but he said
Okay.
he said it was turn bluff that became that became river value.
My information is inaccurate.
So you're saying people would...
No, I know it is value, and I knew it was meant as value. I just think it's too thin.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
I think it's debatable. Well, we know it's debatable because we've been debating it pretty aggressively.
I actually do like your idea of 10% and call off. Because I do think we induce King Queen fairly often.
You reduce, and you've also probably got one of the best flushes to call off because you're blocking a boat. Like, so you just,
And I don't really like check calling because like King Queen obviously is always going to take a showdown. Like ranges are very defined by this point.
yeah.
I don't think there's enough bluffs when it
I
comes
would have
to
10% and called off. And
I go 25%.
and I want-
I think
and
we're going to get induced more versus 25.
yeah, possibly. I wonder.
Whereas when we go 10,
yeah.
they're like scared we're trapping.
Yeah. I wonder if he considered that, but jamming is very sexy, and I think that's the most important thing about it. And what would poker be if we didn't have some contestable, debatable hands to argue over? Oh, Ali's arrived.
Oh wow! So I've not played with Ali on stream yet. Been
I
away
have.
a fair amount this year, but I've been watching him and I've loved the action that he's brought to these
There's
streams.
been
So
some
very,
good
very
action.
excited for him to take the seat.
I played the stream with him and Gazzy B.
Nice.
And he,
Yeah, I saw
took,
that.
he took every single spot. Did you see my 5-bet with the king 5 suited?
I did see it.
I was
Yeah.
particularly proud of that.
Matt asking in the chat what's for dinner.
Well,
Andrew had the lamb.
I had the lamb fillet.
And I'm on the keto steak only. I don't know, I'm very jet lagged, so I'm a bit concerned about what I can digest.
So
I've
we are
tried to go,
multi-way
light.
in a 3-bet pot. And we have 6-5 of clubs, which has got some backdoors. Ace Queen, which has got top pair. And Jack 10 of spades has got nothing. And I think the 6-5 of clubs is thinking about, do we call, do we check raise, do we fold? Kind of all seems like the options are on the table, and he goes with fold. I think heads up, probably might see this continue, but especially as we're deep. But I think with Ali behind us, probably just got to get rid of it.
Oh, you were born in Germany, right? Which city in Germany? I've heard of it. Surprisingly.
Essen's featured in the New York Times crossword a lot.
Is it?
Yeah. I guess those letters are common, like Essen. It's in the New York Times crossword a lot.
I know more of a Wordle guy.
Can't help it. I play all of them.
Did you get today's?
I haven't done it today, no. I would do it now if we were done.
Do you do that in your like the simple cryptic, whatever it's called?
Leo back in the mix, bumping up under the gun. Ali straight into the middle.
Yeah, this
And
is
just the flat allows the professor to definitely do something.
Yeah, could definitely go either way with this hand. Could 3-bet, could call.
Yeah, folding only mistake, I reckon.
Yeah. I would actually be...
You're actually probably allowed to.
I would-
Who wants to?
Well, sure you can't with the ante. I would actually be more on the side of calling here as a rush, but I don't think 3-betting can be can be bad, especially when this can happen. When you can get like when you can get the guy who's a bit too tight to fold, and you can get called by 9-7 of clubs, and yeah, this is a really good spot for you. Now you just get to bet and take it down.
Yeah.
These guys for sure have some history as well.
I'm trying really hard to like.
Yeah, I believe they're.
And then I get told,
They used to play 1-2 at Aspen back in the day. They were part of that crew.
Yeah.
So yeah, long history.
There was a hilarious moment on the stream I played here with Ali and Arash in Gezi B, where at some point Arash just turned to Ali and said, "You know this is real money, right?" a particularly amazing comment.
I don't know if he understands concept of real money after his big scores in the last few years. I know Ali's had some big results.
Oh, really? What, in tournaments?
Yeah, he's had a really good year or two.
Oh, wow.
Don't know what his surname is, so I can't look up his kingdom of. Maybe if I just put in kingdom of Ali, it might come up. Yeah, I know. He's been doing well. He was like one of the chip leaders in the WSOP Supermain.
Wow,
like
that's
day
awesome.
three.
Oh,
It was like a
awesome.
super turbo-y.
Yeah. I could see Ali being very good in tournaments, actually. I could see that. Like,
Yeah, you
tournaments,
just got to be a little bit crazy. And
everyone, yeah. I could see his style working really well in tournaments.
yeah, over $1 million in live tournament earnings. Given how new he is to the
Holy
scene,
moly.
it's like pretty impressive.
That's a lot of. That's
He ended
a
up coming 40.
a fair old chunk of change.
Oh no, sorry, 140th in the Supermain.
Meanwhile, Ken's got queens.
But he won the high roller at the PokerStars Open in
Oh, wow.
at the start of EPT Malta.
Nice.
He came first for 320,000 euros. Just ripped that one off, first place.
Oh, what's a little
very
bit of
nice.
blasting at 5'10" there?
Exactly.
He can afford it.
Yeah, when you come outright first in these ginormous fields, the amount of
You win a lot of money. It's a lot of
it's
money.
like-
it's good to win tournaments. Coming
more than
second and
100
third, not so
buy-ins.
much, but winning is pretty awesome.
Yeah, you've always like. I mean, I guess you're doubling your bankroll if you're winning 120 buy-ins.
And Action Leo is contemplating what do I do with my gut shot and backdoor flush draw. Apparently, the answer is cool. Which seems alright. 5 of spades. Do you have any leads here?
I don't try to understand. Same with poker. I don't understand. I just enjoy it.
Probably slightly less on this turn, just because like the 5-6 news are flop raising anyway. This hand like kind of actually likes doing it because like check folding so sad, but you got to be pretty careful. You just take every 7 and every 8. You're just way overdoing it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, my degree's in economics.
Can't bluff them all. I've got to remind myself of that sometimes. You can't bluff them all. Sometimes you just got to check fold and give up on pots. I hate giving up on pots. It makes me so sad. Especially playing live poker, it's like you play so few hands anyway. I have to, and anytime I have to give up and watch this other guy get the money. Oh, awful. Online, it's different. It's not like, all right, okay, you know, there's another hand starting in 0.05 seconds. But.
Is Ken the chairman? You are?
7 juice.
Your friend's playing Australia. Did you see him? 30?
Yeah, Leo definitely could have come along there in the small blind, but high fish does complete the big.
So what?
Neither player with a diamond, and
Oh yeah, I mean last
What do you think about the idea of having like a rake penalty for VPIP?
this week is gonna be just wait for the.
Like you collect the session charge at the end of the night, and the amount you pay is structured by the people who VPIP less pay the most.
slightly complicated and hard to track, maybe. I think the anti-format already punishes them as well.
Well, I feel like we should have a bigger ante. I think we should have a bigger ante and a VPIP and a rake penalty for people who don't VPIP enough.
Maybe a little more than 1.2 maybe? I don't know. What? Yeah, 1.2.
Because if it's on stream anyway, you're tracking people's VPIPs, and you're also tracking, obviously, and you know how long they played for, so you can work out how much session charge is due, and then it'd be like the kind of like these some places they have like a player value index to determine your rate back, but this would be like kind of like almost the inverse, right? Like the better you play, then the less rate you play.
Oh no, he wasn't. He was not there. There's a tournament there.
That's tight. I wouldn't
Simon bumping it up.
I would not fold 9-6 of clubs from the hijack. I'd be getting in the mix.
I wouldn't say it's tight.
I think it's tight. I think it's a bit tight.
Nick Lee was there? Yeah, remember? Jamal was there.
Ali loves to
squeezing it on
loves to squeeze, loves to get in there.
This one can be in there sometimes, but you want to be like linear here. Like when you're multi-ways, it's way more likely to get called, so your squeezes are just more honest.
Yeah, for sure.
So this one's actually like a little bit questionable, but who cares?
You got it right back with Jamal. Yeah.
We're all here for the somewhat questionable plays.
You stuck it out as a good friend?
Although not the somewhat questionable pre-flop folds. Folding 9-6 of clubs in the hijack. Sorry.
Unless your moral support allowed Chris's final table.
It's a good hand, 9-6 of clubs.
We all drove back. Really? He drove us back, yeah.
What an honour.
Oh, the
UK
man
poker
himself.
legend, Ben a bad beat in the chat, asking how his boy Harry's getting on.
Henry, are you buying everything?
He is probably up small. I think he did have a couple of top-ups early on, but
he's doing
I
fine.
think he got some back. Hasn't had too many cards yet. but somewhere around
He's got some
even.
cards now.
And here we go, bumps it up. Probably the best cards he's had so far. So you've timed your entry well, Ben.
He had jacks earlier in that hand where Ken bluffed the river and got it through.
He doesn't like your chat.
Yeah, he did actually get bluffed out of a pot earlier, which was a very nice bluff from Ken. But Henry is going to give Harry some action here. Whoa, there it is. As soon as Ben comes into the chat, he gets flop nuts for his boy.
The nizzles.
Versus top pair, so hopefully we'll get some action here.
Always nice to flop the nuts. It's especially nice to flop the nuts when you flop a straight and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm unblocking all this stuff that can call me.
Yeah, what are you gonna
It's
have?
a nice feeling in Texas Hold'em.
Are you inspired by Ken's choice?
Takes over once more, and now Harry's got to pick his price. Goes slightly under pot.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think with the straight out there, like, can't just use your usual massive overbets despite having a big advantage in sets. And
Do you even have a big advantage in sets? Not really.
what position are we?
This is under the gun versus big blind. I think Henry's going to have jacks and tens hit all the time. I think he's going to have ace queen pretty much all the time as well, to be honest with you. I don't think he's going to 3-bet it.
Yeah.
Maybe he 3-bets ace queen suited and calls the ace queen off, but Henry actually has a ton of very good
Wow,
hands.
and Ben calls it early in the chat. Sadly, Henry, the goat of making folds, and Henry just lets top pair go on the turn. Sad result for the nuts of Harry there.
Yeah, I think Henry folding the nut flush against the folding a nut flush against the straight flush definitely entered the slice or go with folds.
And here we go, the winning so far tonight. That hand just about pushes Harry into the green there. Simon, who's been battling the whole night, getting in the mix, rewarded with top of the table results. Chairman in second place, who managed to stack Arash, who finds himself near the bottom. I'm actually surprised to see Arash only down 700.
No, this is wrong. This is definitely
perhaps
wrong.
Missed a top up there, but
Because Arash doubled up Ken earlier. Arash is down more like 1 point. Like Arash, I think is down more like 2k. That's definitely.
he might want some back, maybe.
No, I don't think so. That's definitely not correct. I don't think he's won. I don't recall him seeing winning big pots. He lost a biggish pot versus Simon. Doubled up Ken. Lost to Roll. Yeah, no, that's definitely wrong for sure.
Matty calling out my statement there, sad day for the nuts of Harry. I'm sure there's a lot of innuendos in poker if you just clip up some stuff.
Let's make this
So-
really good hands, okay, guys?
All sorts of ridiculous poker statements. There's a really good reel that I saw on Instagram. It's like how poker sounds to someone who doesn't know about poker.
Yeah.
The amount of innuendos that it sounds like you're saying.
What, like the Jack King off and all this nonsense? Yeah,
Yeah, right.
He's got the nuts.
Arash has been going to our pockets and topping up and doing off our money back to us. It's a nice racket. So let's make this a really
Ollie's got that twinkle in his eye. He looks like he's really cooking up some devilish plots.
He's folded for about 5 minutes too long.
Yeah, we've got
Ready-
some massive bluffs.
ready
We've
to
got some massive bluffs going to fire their way into the middle. I love playing with a guy like Ali. It's so cause they put you in such tough spots. You've got to really like think it through. The spots are all so unusual. It's just really, it's really awesome to play against. Proper food for your brain.
one hero is going to bet and both cowards are going to fold. That's why you just call everything.
You know, against some people, just very passive. You know, playing poker just kind of feels like you're very slowly just taking money from a baby. You know, but against guys like, oh, let me tell you, the baby is like throwing their mushing food in your face, whacking you all over, screaming, biting. You've got to really, that is a tough experience.
Simon finding another flat here with the ace queen.
I got aces, 2s, or 10 9s.
I was gonna say, yeah.
See worse.
Friendly flats.
Yeah, range check here from Can.
That's your entire range.
Dry boards, good for the impositions. Range which is condensed around these pocket pairs. With the ace of diamonds, does decide to bet out.
Well, it can get called by worse.
I think this hand maybe could do some check raising, some backdoor options, can definitely fold out
Definitely do some check racing.
the hands. And we have a lot of value. Given that we were range checking, we still have our like queens, kings, aces that want to do a bunch of check raising. So important that we find our bluffs.
This is a very nice hand from Ken. And now, I mean, with the ace queen with the ace of diamonds, I guess you probably have to continue. Yeah, he does. Could be some fireworks on a couple turns.
I mean, it's reasonable.
That's an interesting turn. Much better turn for... Well, it's a better turn for Simon, for sure. Ken checks. And now again, we've got a very interesting situation with ace queen with the ace of diamonds. You take your showdowns, you start turning your hand into a bluff, you check back and then you're going to bluff on diamonds. You bet and then give up rivers, but bluff on diamonds. You've got a lot of options there, and they all seem somewhat reasonable. Does check back. The board double pairs. Ace queen kind of looking even sexier now.
Yeah, and hard for King Jack to ever really win at check check. I think we expect all the hands that we beat to probably just bluff river. Maybe you can check check and beat some king high diamonds.
You have a fancy card or
Yeah, it's very few
So
hands though.
tempting to bluff. Doesn't take it, and now of course I'm just going to take showdown and
What would you?
see the good news.
What would you bluff there? What size would you go on the river there as Ken?
I think we're saying that we have our like jacks, queens, kings, maybe aces. This is like the core check raise,
Yep.
which are all very reasonable turn checks.
They are
And I
reasonable.
think these are worth like half. Maybe more when it goes check check turn. Maybe they're worth like 150%, honestly.
Sounds
So
pretty reasonable to
as
me.
long as we're using the logic of
Yeah.
like, okay, what's our core value, and therefore we're using the same size with our bluffs, like that's
Yep.
whether you end up on pot
Yeah,
or 150,
yeah.
it doesn't matter as long as you're being consistent
Yep.
and being honest with yourself about what size they go.
Yeah, I think pot's very nice. 150 could be nice. 125% could be nice. Oh, they all seem nice. I've got a bit of a thing about not using 2/3 pot.
Too lazy.
Well, I just don't think it's very good. I just think it underperforms in the real world, you know?
In what sense though? Because you can't say overcalled or undercalled. It doesn't really matter. Like you have.
As in, just like, if you're, it's just like, you can always just bet bigger and do better, I think.
Right, it's like too close to block.
Yeah. And ace queen suited versus the ace king for Harry. A very favourable situation for ace king.
Here you go, Ben. Come at the right time.
And a queen, and a queen got folded pre, so Ali never folding. And he
Oh,
flops
still
the queen
found.
anyway.
Harry does have the ace of diamonds, and obviously any 10 gives him the straight as well. So
Yeah.
decent amount of options here. Obviously reasonable from in position.
Yeah,
To be
he's
aggressive here.
He's gotta get in there.
Goes for a small flop bet.
Now this is a spot where I mean I think
Fairly
probably
aggressive.
this is a spot where check raising your ace queen definitely might have some merit. I think.
Yeah.
Still mostly cool, I think, but definitely check raising here sometimes. And Ali.
Shock Ali takes the aggressive route.
Shock horror. Ali takes the aggressive option, but it is good, and I think it actually probably overperforms in the real world. 'Cause I think people don't expect you to check raise ace queen here. They always just think this is like either two pair or better, or a bluff.
Yeah.
They don't really give you ace queen when you do this. So I think this is going to do even better in the real world. And ace king just kind of has to call.
Interesting turn here.
That's a
Improves
bit-
both players, but
There's a bit of a
ace king kind of
trouble
knows
turn.
that versus check raise it doesn't necessarily overtake that much.
A king 10 gets there. That's the other problem now as well. Actually, that's kind of the problem. Ali check.
Top two now checked, and You'd imagine Harry checks back. Like once you've been check raise, check. Like you have the ace of diamonds, so it's not even like you can get value from the nut flush draw that check raise checked. And
Oh, now he gets.
Harry does get there on the river. Really
I'm
frustrating.
quite surprised that Ali checked the turn. I
Face
wonder
queen.
what. I'm kind of curious what the thinking is. I mean, I guess it is just like a very, very, very good card for imposition. So he might just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna check range here and then play some rivers. Doesn't seem unreasonable if that's what he is thinking. But it's not. I guess on this board, that was not a horrible card for you because you've got this equality in King 10 suited.
I don't really think Ali can block here. I think imposition's going to have too many like ace king and pocket king.
Yeah.
Does want to go for it. He's going to get snapped, of course, and you can see the bad news. We do have the nuts in position here, so I think that's an orbit ban for Harry, who didn't.
I've just called the nuts.
He just said it himself.
He realizes.
Call the nuts
I
himself.
am joking. I don't think there's a ruling about taking a break for just calling the nuts, but
Yeah, I think we'll have a word with him though. I did this once by accident when I called a straight flush on the river because I misread my hand. I thought I had a straight, realized I had a straight flush. I mean, I wasn't going to get any more money anyway, but the dealer, kind of had a word. He said, "Don't do that again." I did obviously make it very clear that this was an accident. So I just misread my hand.
what is the idea around that? Is it a collusion thing? Anti-collusion?
Yeah, anti-collusion. Yeah.
Which isn't really a thing in cash games.
Yeah.
So
still
that's why they're way more lenient
yeah, of course.
than they would be in the tournament.
Yes, in the tournament you will get an orbit penalty. I believe is often what happens if you do that. I remember saying it happened at an EPT once. A guy called the nuts in the river in position. I'm wondering what. I think again he maybe misread his hand.
Because I think there's a thing in normal rate games where like there's a spot where like if you raise you end up paying more rake, and like if you can never get called by worse, like you
Oh
should
yeah,
probably just,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
You should just call,
Oh sure, yeah.
call nuts and pay less
Yeah,
rake.
yeah, of course. But it doesn't apply here.
You're English only, please. I'm speaking English with a really strong accent. That's racist.
What? It is?
I'm a bit confused by Ben in the chat saying "nice one, Ben." Oh, hang on here. Ben and nice episode. Sorry, someone else in the chat was complimenting his YouTube video.
Yes. Do you know?
Definitely go follow Ben Ababi's YouTube channel. One of the best poker YouTube channels out there. Fairly new. Probably only been around for a year, but the format's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Watching his high stakes online hands, very, very open about results as a professional player. He's been a professional player for like 15 years or something crazy.
Yeah, playing
and
these like.
has been open the whole way along. He used to have like a
He should share like weekly results or something like that on.
on
in
Instagram,
in
but
a
then
blog,
also
yeah.
have like a written blog online, which has now been turned into a YouTube channel.
That's awesome.
So go follow that.
No, it's awesome.
Yeah,
do you
one of the best
know?
players.
Do you know Punt or No Punt?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is,
Nick Eastwood.
Ben recently appeared on that.
Oh, recently, no.
Yeah, he's had a just two-part episode, two-part episode.
Right,
and
that's what Ben's referring
the second
to.
part,
right.
I think, might have just come out. I saw the first part. Actually, I didn't think any of them were punts. I thought it was a solid. It was. He's currently 3-1 up out of the first forehand, but I think it should have been a solid like 4-0. I didn't think any of them were punts. They all look pretty good to me. But my standard for a punt is quite low.
Compliments in the chat for Simon's new mullet. Love to see it.
Yeah, mullets are back in fashion now. I see the kids in Oxford, like the young students with mullets sometimes, both boys and girls. Because mullets used to be a boy thing only back in the day, I think, but now we have multi-gender mullets.
Ben's promising that there is punts in the next part.
Okay. I mean, Ben, are they really punts or is it just the easy as a nit? It's one of the two.
Matt asking when my next YouTube video is coming out. I've never actually done YouTube videos. I only just did
You
stuff
should.
on Instagram. I had really fun stream last time I played, and I was tempted to turn that into some YouTube highlights.
You definitely should.
So, you decide what I'm doing. with content here.
Meanwhile, there's the cold 4-bet being rifled in there by the King 8 of clubs, right into Arash's Ace King. I don't think this is going to work because I think Arash is just going to go all in. But it is nice to find the, you know, I mean, it's obviously not. I don't think this one is. Don't think this one is going to be sim approved, but I do think it's a nice one to find occasionally. The suited king 4-bet. But Arash loves just going all in with ace king, so he's going all in. Yeah. Boo! I mean, and he should go all in with it. All in there with ace king, by the way.
Yeah, we know RS goes all in with much worse hands than that. So,
I mean, but even if you don't, you still I think you still will shove in your ace king against two fairly wide ranges and just try to get some folds.
yeah. Ben encouraging me to start a YouTube channel. Honestly, the issue is that the quality of the competition is extremely high, and also YouTube clamping down a little bit is a little bit off-putting.
Yeah, that is really annoying.
It's tough because I can't compete with the high stakes regs, so I can't give that level of analysis, and then I'm also not the rampage punter level, so I'm in an in-between where I'm neither technical or punting, so I don't really know what audience I'm targeting.
Interesting. You remember I said ages ago that you should. I mean, the problem is you're such a nice guy. But do you remember I said ages ago that it could work really well if you kind of played like a fun heel character. You could be grooming tips with Joe Bold and dress and all that kind of stuff, along with poker, with the.
You're like a gentleman thing.
Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, who's one of the world's most famous pro wrestlers. He did a version of this character back in the day, Dashing Cody Rhodes, because he's such a good-looking guy. You kind of love to hate him, that kind of thing. It was a lot of fun. It'd be very silly, but I feel like you can maybe pull it off,
That sounds very high risk.
I mean, the problem is though, I don't know, it doesn't work for everyone with your natural personality, and I think personas kind of always need to work somewhat well with who you really are. But
I do like the idea of having some other thing to go with it. Like if I was super into running again, or something like that alongside is useful. Because then it's like a wider net, and you catch other people.
Yeah.
And then you pull them into poker or whatever.
Yeah.
Especially because poker's fairly niche in the grand scheme of things. Whereas if you have running stuff as well, or triathlon stuff, or something like this, I think it's an easier catch. The issue is I just don't have enough time to do anything else. So. Yeah, even finding the time for really committing to content is tough. But I definitely will do something soon. Just having a rethink. Ben, it was a 200 big blind jam.
It's a bit sad, but I think he still has to.
Yeah.
And the way the game has been playing, and the way Simon's been playing, you just have to.
Top pair for Ali, some backdoor possibilities for the Professor. Does decide to take one off. Trips advantage was for Ali, so reasonable here. But on this turn, some checking backs of aces and kings are reasonable, so I think we get to.
But you don't really need to bluff ace high now. It's just not. Really.
No.
Oh, and we just get there anyway. That's nice.
River top boat. And Ali now going to have to pay a medium-sized price. I think we just actually go really big. The only hand that we bet is an ace, and you just get to make all the pocket pairs or possibly a jack indifferent.
Rifle it.
I've never seen you tilted.
I think 120. Really? What are we saying we have? I mean, obviously just get snapped, but feels like we missed some value there.
I don't know what's happening today. Ken's not tilted.
Like, we're not going to check to the river and now, like, bet.
Putting on a show for his fans.
Get 6 or
Trying
something,
to get
right?
paid off in the next big pot.
Yeah,
We're just saying we have an
Yeah.
ace and we should
yeah,
get pot minimum.
yeah, you should go bigger.
I was a bit annoyed when I bluffed into the guy. He snapped. It's straight.
We're just
Yeah,
nitpicking
yeah,
everyone, by the way.
And then it's like
We love
when he was asking
all
me
these
to
guys.
call
They're all
back.
great.
Yeah, of course. It's like,
I was a
I
bit,
didn't think you would.
Really sweaty.
You were
From what
Yeah,
it
yeah.
makes
It was against that guy. It's like,
I was a bit annoyed when I called us all in and he told me I'm good.
Yeah.
And then he had queens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't possibly have King's Races, obviously, because you also told me that I'm sure you have something else that beats me. I have Pocket Queen. So good. I love accidental needles and
Then that guy
accidental
did
slow
like-
rolls and stuff like that. They're just
I
one
saw
of
it
the
right
most
before the hand.
beautiful
It went like
things.
this. So
Are you a fan of a slow roll? Do you think they should be allowed? Or against the spirit of...
I only ever slow roll chops. I don't.
Yeah, I can't say that I do it much, but...
Otherwise, I just fast roll
I would-
everything else. I mean, if you're friends with someone and you really enjoy it, you've got the, you know.
I think I
that
owe
dynamic,
Arash one, so I'm saving that in the bank.
You know, it's dynamic then.
Yeah, I've seen Arash slow rolled a few people. I took one of the like, worst ever nit rolls I've had like a couple weeks back in 1-2. It was quite hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, Simon told me earlier he was playing 2-5 and he ace jack 8 deuce deuce board or something like that, and he gets nit roll. He blasts the river with 3-bet pot, bluffs the river with king 10 and gets nit rolled by pocket jacks. Nits really are just a lost cause. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be a nit. It's not good for you. It's bad for the soul. Bad for the body, bad for the soul. Should expand your mind. And the way the mind expands is by putting money in the pot and then trying to figure it out from there. It's like, I think that it's kind of it's almost like Neo from the Matrix, where he has to believe he can do it. He has to free. They have to try to free his mind from the prison of these. Because of course the thing about the Matrix is that the rules of the world are not real. They seem real, but they're not, right? And Neo has to learn to free his mind and learn to kind of break the rules of reality of the other fake reality of the Matrix. And poker is kind of like that. Like, you know, it seems like a rule that you can't just 10x pot all in the river because you don't see people doing it, but you can do it. You can do it. It's no limit hold'em. You can 10x pot the river. It's okay. Free your mind, people. Free your mind.
I think snap cold in the nuts. It's probably gonna make it.
Temporarily lost that graphics. I saw the ace jack for iFish, I believe. So
Quarter over Broadway out, and he was
out positions in Gray's pot, flop top pair, decent cricket. Check calls.
Let's see if anyone frees their mind
Look,
in this
100 on
pot.
the flop, so maybe it's 3-bet pot. Yeah, okay. 3-bet pot. Henry taking the 3-bet bluff pre. Makes a bit more sense. And
because we made a joke about how it's
probably just gives up.
well, it's like stop talking about it.
Yeah, neither of these cards.
Diamond seems to like a great barrel.
Neither of these cards are really super incentivizing you to blast. But he goes for it anyway.
People do overcall these flops with like
They do.
9s and 8s and stuff that
Out of
just always be
position.
folding. So it is kind of good to be aggressive on the turn, but
This hand is a bit too dusty, maybe.
yeah.
And you're blocking some hands like King Queen of Diamonds that you now kind of want to get to fold, don't you?
Non-decision here for iFish, I think. I think we just always got to put one more. Too high in the range.
Yeah, just got to call rivers. Call and just slide call off on blanks.
And this is why being aggressive on the turn is so good. I mean, this is... if we're folding this, we just fold way too many hands. Like, we're probably 4-betting ace-king mostly.
Guys,
Ace-queen might raise flop.
guys,
There's
I'm
just
really
not that many
sorry.
combos of it. So, like, ace-jack is just
I'm really-
very, very high up in your
I'm
range.
really sorry. I really don't want to blast people for being too tight or playing nitty, whatever it is. But you can't fold there. You just cannot fold there. you got to just call this, and if the river's a blank, you got to call that too. I'm sorry, like you just got you got a really strong hand, and you just got to call. You just cannot let people like Henry do this to you. I'm really sorry, but you just can't. This is the kind of taking candy from a baby thing I was talking about earlier. Like, it really is, though. Like, if people are just going to fold ace-jack here, all you've got to do is just barrel literally any two, and it's going to... And the baby might look a bit sad, but it's not even going to throw food in your face. It's just not okay, I'm sorry. You cannot let people like Henry do this. You've got
Also,
to
it's not a board that people are going to triple into that often. Like, it's pretty scary once iFish is called twice.
You just got to put your foot down. I just want to put it on record that I'm not folding ace-jack there. And another flop where there might be some money going in the pot because Ali's 3-bet and flop top pair top kicker.
Yeah, this peel is... I know we've got the antes, but going to be tough to play post flop. Bottom pair and some backdoors. Probably have to stick around. Could do some raising maybe.
Yeah, raise might have some merit.
Does turn the flush draw. So we're going to get to see the river. Top pair for Ali. Mostly going to barrel. Do you want to barrel like Queen Jack, King Jack more? Because like you can maybe call the check raise. Because if you like get raised here, you just fold. Or is that, does it not really matter?
An interesting one, isn't it?
Or is it more important to stick call by more worse hands?
You probably could. I mean, I don't know. It sort of depends on what you think they're doing pre. If you think they only have King Queen suited here, you probably could just bet kind of everything just a lot because you just have this huge advantage in King Queen. If you think they have King Queen off, then it's a bit of a different. Maybe we start being a bit more conservative. So I'm not really sure. It depends on kind of what you think their pre-flop strategy is. I think Ace-6 is very close pre.
Ooh, that is a...
Oh, whoa.
Nice river. King Queen was already there on the turn, but this river gives aces up to both players.
This could get very expensive. I cannot see Ali doing much else other than probably just... Does he really only have 805 behind? Yeah, he's all in. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, ask for a count.
Yeah, this is really sad. See, this
do we ever beat value? Can in position jam a hand like Jack 10 still, or is that a little bit too thin?
I think now you just have to. It's so funny because I said just call down the ace jack in the other hand, but this I actually think you just got to fold because I think the problem is that yeah, I mean okay you lose to like ace jack or whatever, but I think the bigger problem is you lose to all the king queen combos.
Yeah. Does stick it in.
Yeah. It's when
really
you're
frustrating.
It's because Ali can just have 16 combos of king queen. I think you just got to toss this one. It's really sad, but you do have to fold. And the way Ali plays, he's so aggressive. It's not just that he can have 16 combos of king queen. It's just kind of knowing Ali, he probably just does have 16 combos of king queen and doesn't flat any of them pre.
It's tough because like you might just not be able to rule out Jack 10 in game, and then you just say, "Oh, I beat value and I just call," which is maybe a lazy way of playing poker.
Maybe, but it's like Jack 10 suits. There's 2 combos.
Yeah.
I think you just gotta.
Even knowing him, you probably just got all the offsuit ones as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if he's going that crazy pre-flop, is he? I don't think, not from what I've seen. That was a very nice hand from. That was a very nice hand from Ali. Very well played. And yeah, not chickening out on the river, correctly realizing he can get called by worse, and he barely ever loses. So just stick it in.
Oh yeah, very clear. Value jam on the river.
Well, you say very clear, but I mean the nits don't find it, do they? So you know.
You're not surely they bet. They're not going to river that and just check back.
Not once the pot gets that big, bro.
You think?
The proper nits, I think. The proper nits, I think, don't find that jam on the river.
Well, I think they check back turn.
Okay, sure, yeah. Well,
like the proper nits.
Yeah. Okay, that's
so
what I'm saying. They don't go through streets.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even sure I agree with you there, to be honest. Versus the proper nits, but Ali is the furthest thing in the world from a net. He really gets in there, so you know, well played.
Don't interrogate my half-baked
Does the audience know? Or is it all
I think the audience should know. Yeah.
Does the dealer tell you if they roll and how much it's worth? 1742.
I didn't think this through if it wasn't clear. Like,
Some more pretty looking Broadway hands here.
That's the button and invite Simon in the big blind.
more than your sack, then you're all in.
We're going to go
I feel like you
always
can't
to
say,
the flop.
you can't say a number more than your stack in order to deceive someone.
Everyone
Not a
wins.
much for anyone. I mean, very dry board, so.
Very nice board. Very nice board for the King Deuce offsuit to try and steal this one. You've got a pretty huge advantage in 6x.
Yeah, that everyone will immediately know. Like, 10, 20 minutes.
Okay, now it's a bit less.
Yeah,
now it's a bit
less
less
than
tempting. Although
It's like reasonable for some checks with like
Although-
aces and kings.
could you know repping? You know, you could check here and then like 3x pot over bet the river to rep the quads. It would if he did it would put now Arash's turn top hat has turned his river to full house, but you could still put a full house in a miserable spot here if you did that. But he decides not to on this occasion, which is fair enough.
Yeah, Ali tempted, but ace high too good of a hand. Like basically never wins, but you just got to be careful with frequencies. Single pink chip looking very strong in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is it the same everybody did something? It is. That's a big
Ali looks curious. Curiouser and curiouser, but Ali, you have to remember, curiosity killed the cat.
That's how frequently they're going to play this stuff, like 6 months out.
You ever read Alice in Wonderland, Joe?
Yeah, I think I did as a kid.
Wonderful, I would recommend.
Is that where that phrase comes from? Curiosity
No,
killed
but
the
I think
cat.
they talk about it. No, it's not where it comes from, but they talk about it. There's quite a lengthy exchange about that phrase between Alice and the Cheshire Cat at some point. And of course, Alice in Wonderland comes from the city where I live. It comes from Oxford, because that's where the author Lewis Carroll. He was an academic there. And he went boating with the Dean of Christchurch children, and he told them the story that later became Alice in Wonderland. Charles Dodgson, his real name was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just fattest wins, is it? It's like,
A bit less fun than Lewis Carroll.
This is my money.
When can we get some V-pips, by the way? I would like to see some V-pips.
Hopefully we can get some V-pips on our return. Quick 1 minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to PokerStars Live at the Hippodrome Friday night. A few ads into this cash game so far, and we've had some pretty funky hands. My favourite is actually the cheeky little bluff from new player in seat 2, who looks like he's departed us now. Like, I still see him sat there.
No,
but
no.
he's not on the...
Ali.
Oh, yeah, no, the guy before Ali.
Oh, yeah.
When he bluffed the 5-3, that was my favourite, but
Yeah,
I think
that's
your
a fun
favourite's
hand.
probably the 4-deuce.
4-deuce is an awesome
Bluff
hand.
on the turn that river the flush from Simon.
Simon
and
V-pipping 50%.
Simon really
very,
going for
very
it.
respectable.
Here are the V-pips. My friend Harry down at the bottom. He has been very card dead, to be fair to him. I haven't seen him make any nitty folds. But yeah.
Yeah,
Ali is too new to deserve that true 50%.
Yeah,
There's probably
Ali,
a few orbits.
Ali
So
just showed up,
Simon is the one who's putting on the show up at 50%. I love to see
and
it.
everyone else is. What was Henry's VPIP actually? I
Miss that one.
didn't see it.
But this one will bump him up. 25 to go, 6 is under the gun.
Henry's had a kind of a weird session. He's had like aces twice and kings, and it's still been like fairly uneventful.
Reminiscing about the.
Three bet from Ali and
Arash finding the bluff with
Action Leo finding the aces.
Oh my goodness! I mean, Action. What was I going to say? Arash bluffing with a 9-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, that was nice.
versus
That was very nice.
was a really nice find from Arash. Actually, that was a very cool hand.
See, Ali here, don't know
Should-
if he would have played too much with Leo. In position, might be tempted
You should just
to
fold.
C3. I think versus cold full bet is going to be dominated so often. But takes a lot of discipline in position.
Leo's not very deep either, so your implied odds are less good. But he does call. which
Does flick it in.
should fold.
650 in the middle.
I think it's
1K
just, like,
behind.
it's just, like, I
The
mean,
issue is when we've hit top pair, it's like, how do we get away? And
Oh.
there it is, top pair.
now the Nit's going to get paid off when he doesn't deserve it. Grotesque. Morally grotesque.
Continues for half pot and Ali in position here at top pair.
Half pot.
Cannot
Oh
go
my
anywhere.
goodness, that's such a bad size. What on earth? Why would you half pot this board? What on earth?
Get max value.
Get out. Out, out, out.
I mean, he's going to get cool. He's going to get max value, to be fair to him.
Oh, is it Eddie in the chat? What? Is it
Yeah.
Eddie from the Hippo?
I
Hi,
don't
Eddie.
know. I assume it's I assume it's you're ready, yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is such a bad size.
Now 1200 in the middle when he's 7 behind. Going to be very tough for Ali to ever get away. Oh, he doesn't need to get away now. This is brutal for Leo.
No, this is justice. This
absolutely
is justice. This is
brutal.
deserved. This is what it deserves to happen to
What?
them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you said Ali's pill was a bit questionable pre-flop.
Yeah,
Is
it was very questionable, but Ali totally deserves this. This is what they call this is justice. This really is justice.
Yeah,
all in.
all in and get snapped.
Snap call.
Such a frustrating result for Leo.
They still
He
love.
does have a decent amount of outs. All the board pairs, so any 8, any 4, and of course the ace as well. That is 8 outs, but we see 2 of them folded, so 6 clean outs.
running it once. Or?
17%. There
Oh,
it is,
that's one
Ace
of
River.
them.
Runs it once,
That's so
and it is
disgusting.
going back to Leo. I guess he does. Feels justified, to be honest. I know you don't agree, but
I do not agree. It's totally unjustified.
feels like a frustrating result for Ali, but only had the best hand on one street. That hand, what a roller coaster.
Sorry, you're just trying to tilt me with this nit logic.
Action Leo
There's nothing worse.
doubling up.
There's nothing.
2.6K.
This is the worst feeling in poker. Actually, the worst feeling in poker is sitting at the table, watching a nit get a double that they don't deserve with like a very clearly obvious aces that they've still managed to play really badly.
How would you have felt if
I mean that sincerely.
Ali just folds flop versus half flop?
I mean, that would have been absolutely hilarious. I would have laughed myself silly. I mean,
Like, honestly,
he
it might
should,
just
to
be
be honest
good.
with you.
It
He
might just be
should.
good.
Like, no, of course it's good. Of course it is. But no, when a guy's 3-bet ranges, aces king. When a guy's 4 ranges, aces king to maybe ace king. Of course, you should fold the king high flop there. Like, obviously, you don't beat anything. Like, come on. I mean, maybe these guys.
I'm
haven't
happy
played-
for Leo. Well done. Good river.
I'm not.
Up the.
Disgrace. Half pot on the flop is a heinous size. It is unspeakably bad.
But if you know the other guy's got top pair,
Why would Nathan? What would you think if someone half pot hit Nathan? Okay, so
fine, what would you?
okay, Nathan, you're like, this is like a 4-bet pot. You've got a massive advantage on this board. You don't need to bet big. You can bet 10% pot here and still easily get the money in by the river. Like,
It's just a bit greedy.
but well, it just,
And,
it,
like,
well, it
it's
just,
very
it
hard
just,
to
it just
imagine
allows
that he
Ali to
bluffs with
fold
this
way too
size.
many hands. If Ali has like pocket tens now, he just folds versus half pot. Whereas like, you know, we can actually get more money if we bet like 10% pot here, or like even if we bet like a fifth pot, we might still get one more street value out of pocket tens.
And the main point is that your like core value is aces, ace, king, and king.
Right.
Which just has a board on a lot.
Exactly. So you don't need to protect against anything. You don't need to deny any equity. That's why betting half pot there is so horrendous. I'm going to be anti-sweating Leo now. But did he flat the small blind with jacks?
What is it called? I was
And then-
fired. I had a pair.
Oh my god. I was going to play some poker after the stream, but I think I better not now. I think I better just go home because I'm on tilt.
I mean, it is a frustrating flop, to be fair. I mean, folding flop threes.
Well, but now never mind. Let's talk about something else. Nathan asked, why is a raven like a writing desk? That's a very good question. I don't know. What do you think, Nathan?
I do not understand the question at all.
This is a famous question from Alice in Wonderland, where a whole bunch of characters debate for quite a few pages why is a raven like a writing desk. The whole book is just full of arbitrary nonsense like this. It's very surrealist. It's weird that it became such a popular children's book, because in some ways it's not.
Well, a lot of children's book is surrealist.
No, but this is like it's very weird, sort of like self-consciously surrealist, and like the plot is quite hard to follow. The plot doesn't even make any sense, so it's sort of like it's kind of strange how it became popular with children. The other one I feel that's like this is Beatrix Potter, where
Rabbits.
yeah, like so if you've ever read them, then the books are kind of full of breaking the fourth wall, and some of her books are just incredibly, at least in modern day, super boring and don't you wouldn't think there's anything there for children. So the great one is The Tale of Ginger and Pickles, where Ginger and Pickles are shopkeepers who let all their animal customers buy stuff on credit, and then their customers don't pay them back, so they have to close their shop and they lose their money. And that's the story. That's it. It's just a morality tale in doing prudent business. Like, there's no drama here. You'd have thought there would be like some moments at the end where everyone
They don't like
realizes
go around
that
with the crowbars and like.
no, or their customers don't realize. Oh, we've behaved badly. We should pay them. Pay these guys back. Nope. Like they just go bankrupt. That's a tale of Ginger and Pickles. Even some of the very famous and popular ones like Jemima Puzzle Duck are like they're written in such a way where you wouldn't have thought it would appeal to children because. I mean, we know as an adult that like the fox is plotting and scheming and trying to eat Jemima, but like the way it's written, it's not even made that. Like a 4-year-old has to be quite clever to figure out what's going on here. It's quite hard for a child to figure it out because it's all kind of written by implication.
I love that iFish is finding the 3-bet bluff here. Good to see. Everything needs to be polar.
Get back to 500 mate. Go away. Get out of here. Ace 9 offsuit in the bin. Goodbye. Yeah, Nathan, but I think children usually like a clear narrative, which Alice in Wonderland doesn't really have. So, I mean, I think like
It doesn't really matter what they like. It's like the parents who pick what they read.
well, no, but I think children. No, but it does matter because stuff stays popular because children keep watching it, keep reading it, keep asking to read it again. That's why someone had staying power. The film that does this really well, I think, the film that is very surrealist but is still great for kids, is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the classic film with Gene Wilder.
Yeah, that's what I grew up on.
That is one of my favourite films. It's great. It's so wonderful at every level. Works for adults, works for kids.
Ali, just with the flat on the button, he's got a tournament background, so I've got the memo about flatting strong hands when you've got antes. I mean,
I'm still really surprised that he did, though.
Yeah.
It usually takes every aggressive option. And Ken turns top pair, the toppest of top pairs.
No change on the river, and the chairman still out in front. Probably
try to
Consider a block.
value from a hand like the one like well, really like the hand that I don't these
Yeah, I
guys
mean,
have.
all aces chop, so you have to go tiny because you need to get called by a queen.
£30. £30 and pray that pocket tens finds it. 25. That's also that also works. Yes, that's right, Nathan. Yes, the child actors in that film didn't get to see the set for the Chocolate Factory before they were filming it, so their reactions are authentic in that scene where they walk in. They're just like, "Wow." And then Gene Wilder sings that very wonderful but very uncanny song about if you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. You know, anything you want to do it. You want to change the world, people? You want a 10x pot on the river? There's nothing to it.
Ali going for the bluff here, raising up the river, realizing his tens is never the best hand.
This is not going to work. Please tell me it's not going to work.
Of course, trying to rep the 6.
I'm going to have to quit poker for a week if this works, because I'm going to be too tilted.
Yeah, still on those spots that like you only beat bluff. And most people don't find the random river bluffs. I don't know how much Ken's watched the stream and has played with Ali, so versus Paul it might not be a good call, but versus Ali it just clearly is.
Got a call there.
Any meat?
No, just egg fried rice.
I mean,
We're stacking this.
Does flick it in. Can I see the good news?
Yeah, one is on there.
what would you jam the river with? As Ken.
Hand is still face up.
Value.
Yeah. Well, and as a bluff. Well, actually, the value is obvious. You got aces and queens, but like a 9.
Well, I was wondering whether you want to go with like 6, 7.
No, that's too thin. Like surely. But like, what would you bluff there as Ken?
Free follow, wasn't winning? Really? Really? You had a big pair? You just
Like-
bluffed it off there? You had 10?
I mean, A7 is very good if you can block like 6, 7 suited.
Free flop.
Which he didn't with that combo actually.
Yeah, but like, the ones which
a different
do,
A7
goes
combo.
back.
Yeah, that could be a thing. Although you're kind of trying to almost get 6-7 to fold. Yeah, I wonder. It's an interesting one. I have to think about that. Maybe like East.
You just want to like. It's just more likely to have some like bluff like this.
Yeah.
Just snap folds. Whereas like the 6, 7 is going to call you a decent amount of the time. So
Yeah. I wonder if it's like Ace King with like a king that blocks like a King 6 suited. That could be a thing maybe. And we've got
Ray flats the button and Ken wakes up in the big blind.
I put it there.
I imagine I fish fold. Harry gets the refill.
actually it looks like he's fallen asleep, which is yeah. Say no more.
Well, I mean, he's got his double up now. So
Yeah, no, he can go home. So I fish folds, and Harry.
don't mind treating ourselves to a refill.
I see you have to. Right? You've got a good hand. I mean, you're very deep. We get another not very exciting king high board. Unfortunately, it's hard to get much action on this one. Really nothing going on for Harry.
Yeah.
Ken checked the flop. That is a funky check. I gotta say, I think I'd probably just be range betting this board. I mean, maybe not like range, but I bet an awful lot of hands, and I think pocket queens is definitely good enough to bet. And you can for sure get called by worse. This is such an annoying one for Harry because it feels like you never win in these spots, but it also just feels like your hand doesn't have the right properties and is too high up to turn into a bluff. But he is going to turn it into a bluff. So what do I know? I mean, really, who am I to say it's bad? As long as, I guess, as long as you follow through on river. 9 of spades definitely makes a lot of cards that kind of hit you more than they hit Ken. 6-7 gets there. Pocket 9s. You're probably a bit more likely to have a flush. And Ken got a call, but the river will be interesting. Because if Harry follows through, I'm going to assume it works a decent amount. And what does Harry want to do here? Ah, he gives up. Oh, it's a bit of a sad one to let red queens win there, but I guess he feels like Ken is just going to have a spade a lot when he calls the turn. Poker's easy when you can see the cards, right, people? So Ken, in that hand, just where he popped out.
With
so,
queens.
Yeah, so Ken actually checked the flop with red queens on king 8-5 two-tone.
Yeah.
Another position. Would you check queens there? I have to say, I think I'd be betting. I think I'd just be betting most.
I think it was range because it's like we're linear pre with the squeeze. And it's very, very dry board, so hard for him position to connect.
I mean, I'd
when
be
we bet
betting.
small, they're just
and now
continue
Harry's got
lots
the
of
queen.
pocket pairs.
The queens are circulating around the table.
Bumps it up to 30. Using the bigger size with the ante seems good. Prevents the big blind from getting an insane price with the ante.
I'm not going to please Ken. Whoa! Flopping a set!
Overpair versus set. A classic cooler in poker. Harry going to use big sizes. Using pot. Seems good. Push these overpair advantages. Could get costly on brick runouts. Question is, does Simon want to raise now?
Surely he's going to raise now. This is bottom set. This is the classic check raise the flop for value hand. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have a little raise. I'm
blocking all the calls and top pairs and stuff. Here it goes. 175 and that is Harry. Your overpair quickly shrivels.
No, 275, 275, 275. Yeah, 175 would be way too small.
Not unreasonable for Simon to raise some. Ace 10.
I don't think Simon actually ever has ace 10 here, not because Harry's potted the flop, right?
Yeah, true.
I cannot imagine. Oh, that's a really bad turn for Harry.
Yeah.
That's the get stacked turn because now, now there's 8-5 of clubs is impossible. Pocket 8s is now just one.
Yeah, just a lot less value combos for Simon
that
he would have raised flop.
This is a very bad spot for the pocket queens, and this is where it really helps to have been playing.
It does give it a couple more outs with the 8s.
Yeah,
it's like the queens were folded pre, so we're not going to have save sets.
But I mean, this is one of the gross spots with pocket queens, and this is where it really helps to have been playing 50% of your hands and to have been giving lots of action and kind of blasting off. It means that people just much less likely to believe you in these spots, way more likely to pay you off. Yeah. The 8's just such a good card for Harry, and I don't really think Simon's going to be bluffing the flop with an 8 all that much. Maybe occasionally now he does have some trips that he didn't have on the flop, but overall I think on net this is a really good card for Harry.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to
think Simon's much more likely to be bluffing with I think Simon's much more likely to be bluffing the flop with a 5 than he is with an 8. This is going to be interesting.
This river could save Harry.
Well,
I mean, it's not. It's more that like Simon might be scared to jam.
Yeah, well,
It's hard for Harry to have an 8 when he pots flop, but not unrealistic to
Yeah,
have
I don't
a
think
10.
Harry ever really has an 8 here. I think he probably still just got
So
a
it's something pretty realistic that you can have a 10.
You can definitely have a 10, yeah, for sure. This is a very interesting river. I guess you could check call and let Harry bluff spades. I guess you could block and try to get called by an overpair. I guess you could just... Well, I mean, there's only there's like half pot left to play. Oh, he does check. Half pot left to play, and interesting. Harry's going to have to think about it here. I think you just check back and lose.
Well played from both players. I don't think Harry can do much else there. Fairly sizable pot, 1.5k heading back in Simon's direction.
Yeah, that's one of the very few rivers that Harry doesn't get stacked on, I think.
Yeah. Maybe an ace, given that now he can have like ace-x of spades for value as well.
Yeah, checking is nice because then you let the flush draws bluff and you can call off, I guess. So I think that's probably why you've got to. I think checking makes a lot of sense. You could block as well. You could block I guess you could tell. I mean, it's kind of stupid.
I think jamming's a bit too thin.
Yeah, I think it probably is a bit too thin, to be honest with you. From my memory of looking, I think I've looked at this sort of thing in the past, and I think jamming gets too thin because they're just like, well, over 10 a bunch. Yeah.
Also, as we said, like Simon isn't saying that he has a 10 on the flop.
No,
versus this size.
Simon basically, I think now.
So it's actually a very bad run.
I really don't think Simon ever has a 10, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Apart from maybe quads.
Well, not even that. Maybe there's like 10-8. Was there? Yeah, you could have like 10-8, right?
Yeah.
You could have 10-8, but that's probably about it.
Why can't he have quads? Because he doesn't raise it that much on the flop.
Single, he didn't he could have 3-bet 3, right?
Yeah, best cut off single sales sometimes.
Yeah, but yeah, he could have quads sometimes, I guess, yeah.
Ken raising the button.
Anything new in the chat?
Back to the professor in the cutoff.
Quiet on the Western Front. The game is heating up. 5 getting off 3-bet. I mean, you can't fold.
Yeah, that's a good shout actually. Lots of money too. Yeah.
And then if you're some like combat sports, then it's fun. If you're
Look,
best MMA,
Gilla made good game.
all time. Best at MMA.
High fish, tapping out,
He is.
leaving.
But then,
The professor going for the 4-bet bluff,
Whoa!
as he often enjoys. I'm not sure this is a great candidate. Maybe gets in there a slither.
I think like 10-9 and Jack 10 will get in there, right? A little bit. A little bit. Some of the time. This one, probably not. I wouldn't have thought. I don't know. I'd rather have 7-6 than this, I think.
Oh, yeah. Is that where you were?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the low ones get in there occasionally, but Ken gets to continue in position. I always love playing 4-bet pots with these, especially in position as a cooler. Nice window card. There it is. Top 2 for Ken in position, but the aggressor does have a gut shot.
What do you think about
Yeah.
click 5 betting? Oh, ace 5 hearts there. Pre-flop.
I think it's like one of the candidates that you often end up taking. Like, very important to block aces, because once you get into the 5-bet hands, like, aces is like one of the only value bets, really. So it's super important to block, and important to have bluffs too. So ace 5 is one that we rely on a lot.
That was kind of my first thought. I mean, it's fine. I mean, obviously, Ken calling here is fine and good, and will win him money. But I think 5 betting might even win you a bit more money, to be honest with you. In the real world.
Boat now for the German.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot to have a full house. You're just praying the guy's got ace king. And the 8-7. mean, it's hard to say what you do because it's hard to
You're
get
not
yourself
supposed to
into this
have
spot
it,
with
yeah.
8-7. So I mean, you know, you're gonna think you make the nuts and 6. Turns out you actually don't. But that's hard to predict.
I mean, it's quite clear that imposition can have ace-5 and ace-4, so...
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's... And he is just going to blast away. I think this gets very expensive very quickly. Like,
Well,
maybe it's a case of... Like, you can't get jammed on when you're this deep, so, like, you shouldn't ever be scared barreling your, like, Jack-10 of diamonds or whatever.
I mean, the nice thing about I will say the nice thing about this is you are actually unblocking folds, right? Like 9s, Jacks, 10s, Queens even are all feeling. I guess Queens probably starts to call, but like.
What do you do with those? Do you, like, call the heart spade versions that unblock the bluffs?
Yeah,
Is that how you decide?
Yeah, probably. But Arashi's hand is at least unblocking bluffs, right? I mean, it can be pretty hard to. And I guess we'll just see what happens on the river. And Ken, meanwhile, is just a delicious set of options. Backdoor flush comes in.
I mean, once we arrive here with 8 high, you unblock the front door diamonds that could fold. Like, how free do you want to be?
I guess you probably just. I mean, I guess you probably do just have to stick it in.
Very hard to.
Hand of the week contender incoming if this goes all in.
It's very, very scary because the issue is if your opponent starts folding like queens and jacks pure on the turn, you don't really have anything else left to fold. You have to really think about how people approach the pocket pairs on the turn.
He gives up.
Because there's a chance that someone like always calls queens, right? And if they do that now, like bluffing river's really good.
So Fiasco is trying to perform the incredibly difficult task of eating while also watching the action. He's multi-tabling. This is one of the most fun spots in poker, the fake tank, where you're like, how long do I have to sit here and tank and watch this guy squirm a bit before I say the words all in, put my chips forward. I love a good fake tank. It just gets a snap fold.
What if I went on the river?
Yeah, it feels like a very, very scary spot to bluff on the river.
Yeah.
Because it just feels like they're not going to arrive with like the pocket pairs that you need them to fold on the river. Like
Yeah, if
kings and
you
queens
could have gone a bit smaller on the turn, and then maybe like that kind of like keeps more of the pocket pairs in there, and then you can try to get to fold the river. That could be the other way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Go more like 2-2-5 on the turn. That could be a thing.
But we do just get to be extremely aggressive as...
Although on a double flush draw board, going small isn't very appealing with kind of like your value hands either. So yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a funky one. Hard to say what you should be doing with the 8-7 of spades that shouldn't really be in there to begin with. However, I do appreciate the balls. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, it probably is a good spot to bluff because they're supposed to have like kings and queens that have to sometimes call on the river, and like my worry is that they've already folded turn. These things are like really, really hard to predict.
Kings, they've probably just shoved pretty.
Yeah,
I don't think.
maybe queens then.
Like, yeah, it's like queens. Queens and jacks is sort of what you're trying to get to fold, and like diamonds that missed.
I think being aggressive on the turn is probably good, and then being aggressive on the river is probably bad as a bluff.
If you get through with 8 high, it's like maybe you've got to just go for it, you know.
Gave you 700 quid. Can't need this thing. You don't need it. Little 8-7.
Poor Henry has not had had a bizarrely uneventful night. Just hasn't really had any too many spots to get involved, and when he has, the pots haven't really got very big. And yeah, had a bunch of good hands. Just no, really get big pots with them.
You can't take that away from me. Me being live on the flop. Perhaps it was prudent.
Great game. Not gonna middle.
Too sticky, I couldn't shake you off. I was doing this, trying to shake you off, it didn't work. You hang on.
Or also you trying to shake Ken off like a dog, and It did not work. Yeah, it's not going to work when they have a full house, buddy. Few better feelings in poker when you have a full house and the guy's betting into you. Oh, it feels so satisfying.
Any merit for raising ace-5 in position on the flop there?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Oh! No.
You just let them blast.
Yeah. 5-4 on the other hand. Now that probably should raise the flop sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 5-4 probably is the hand that you want to raise flop with and tax them a bit.
I give up. I think he was wise. I think he was wise.
Sorry, with 5 more or just for the...
So you're trying to
5 more or just 25?
find the button? 25, 5 more.
5 more, please.
I was scared. He could have had, I don't know, full house.
Ace
I was scared
4.
he could have had like a full house one. Pocket fives.
Not sure what you do with
Tell
ace
me you
4.
bluff me again, or you can bluff Ken.
I'd love to.
But I really would have liked to see Ken 5-bet pre, actually. I think 5-betting pre is going to do really well. I mean, if you sort of think about it, right, like, you know, if people are going to 4-bet the 8-7 suited versus you, I feel like 5-betting pretty wide has got to be doing well.
Yeah, in this scenario, but I think when you're this deep, like playing in positions is like super nice, right? Whereas when you
Yeah, it is.
like raise and getting jammed on
well,
is very, very sad for like everything apart from aces.
if you get jammed on, you just fold. Like, sorry, if you get jammed on, you're just calling with like kings and queens and aces and ace king, and then you're folding.
Well, this is the thing. I don't really think you want to be
That's
getting in
fine.
queens for like 200 when you can just play the pot in position.
I think versus Rosh, I'm going to take my chances with my queens, to be honest with you. Rosh loves a good par with his ace king. Yeah, no, versus Rosh, it's easy just get it in. I think with queens, I wouldn't even think too hard about it, to be honest with you. Just expect
Also,
to
is
see
there
ace
a
king a lot.
Is there really a size where we can 5-bet in position without?
Yeah, you make it like 500. You're 200 deep. You make it like 550, 600, something like that. Yeah, for sure you can. Because you're 200 big deep, right? Yeah, definitely can.
Yeah, I guess everyone's used smaller sizes,
Yeah.
and they should.
Also, you know the other thing that's about 5-betting that's really nice. Means you can like means that you can like then 5-bet your aces. It's nice.
Yeah, important.
It's important, but this is the thing.
But like also flatting aces, like the SPR is so small that like it's kind of fine.
Yeah, sure, but it's it's still nice to get it in. You know, like I don't know. This is the thing I see. This is the thing I actually see a weird. I see a weird amount of in these games. I've seen a lot. People like once they're like 200 or more deep, they just don't have 5-bets. They just flat everything versus the 4-bet, and it's
Yeah.
like, well, but like, bro. First of all, it's nice to have some 5-bets with like the hands that want a 5-bet, right? The aces, the kings, and blah blah blah, blah ace king suits, all that kind of stuff. But it's also really nice to be able to bluff, and if you don't 5-bet, you can't bluff.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I think it's really nice to have 5-bets. Even when you're like 200 deep. When you get to like 400 deep now, maybe in certain setups, it's 5-bets. It's just like only aces can really 5-bet, and then people just put you on aces, and like bad things can happen to you. But I'm a fan of the old 5-bet. I love a good 5-bet.
Let's get the 6-3 of clubs out of here.
I was very nervous when you were in the quarterfinal against me. I was like, yeah.
Like, imagine if he had like ace 10 or something.
Yeah, I was like, I hope Ali knows what he's doing. I was like, oh god.
To be fair, he applies to label aces. He has disdain for all people.
Yeah. God, I guess you flopped offset. You didn't have kings? I thought this guy got lucky, but turns out you just punted it off. Yeah, I felt bad for you for a moment. So you jacks.
Raise. King jack. 25.
That's the punt between king jack. Huge.
Henry, who's been quiet so far tonight, coming on in the hijack.
You should just lie to me.
Falls around to the small blind, suited queen, does let it go, feels disciplined. I think we can probably get involved with like queen 9 suited, given the ante, and the queen 9 off, clear call from the big blind. Chairman, he's got a 3.3k in front of him, biggest stack out there. Actually, pipped by Simon.
Yeah, we didn't have kings, apparently, against you.
Flop the open ender.
If we are
And
taking
turns the straight. Also has the redraw to the better straight and
Straight?
The potential for a super duper super straight.
potential for super duper.
You were drawing stone dead pre-flop. Had much closer to 0% equity than you did 0.1%.
That's a lie.
Guys talking nonsense.
Ken's on my list of I don't mind losing money to actually.
You're kidding.
I haven't played very much of him, actually.
It's because he doesn't really play the stream, so I guess you haven't. That's the most.
Yeah, which has always
funny
been
now.
like this. It's weird. There's some guys who like I really haven't played. I've been in the same room as them a lot. Just always
Yeah.
been on different tables or different stakes. Even the same stake, different table. Like Ian, for instance, I've like barely played with, despite the fact we've been in the same room a lot at the same time, but always played different games for some reason. Not really sure why.
Yeah.
Free bet me with anything less than ace king suited. Some people never learn.
All the way around to the button. 10-9 suited. Beautiful button hand. 25 to gate. And versus these 25, we've got to be super sticky, and any suited hand in the big blind going to be in the mix for Simon here.
The Octo Crab.
Flop
Flop
and
trips,
trips.
flop trips with the Octo Crab. And Arash has got a gut shot, so. We get a little bit of action here at least.
One of our rare trips that we probably mostly call. Like, you want to have some trips in both lines and just put the garbage ones in call probably. Does not agree. Going to bump it up straight away. 75 to go.
We get called as well.
Whoa.
I'm wrong.
No backdoor flush draw. Happy to let the non-clean gut shot go.
I mean,
Not much can go right. Even when you hit there, like,
you say it's not a clean gut shot, but like, pretty clean.
yeah, it's on a pair board or whatever. He's not like folding it. I think he would peel with a backdoor flush draw.
I'm sure that's true, but I still think it's probably a call. I mean, didn't raise very big, and I would have thought.
So he's like Columbo.
I mean, yeah, you get called occasionally by like Jack 8 off, but you don't. It doesn't happen that often.
He's a detective, right?
Yeah, because things like he act dumb.
New player in C8. KL has been playing the stream a little bit recently. I haven't played too much with him, but he has made multiple appearances on the stream.
Well, I love to flick it in, so you know. And the Jack 5, yeah,
Straight into the mix. First hand under the gun.
gets flattered by the Jack
Big
5,
size of sevens.
the Jack 5 of clubs.
Yeah, and the smallest is naughty from Simon.
That's how I doubled him up today. I DVR'd him. It didn't work.
Can't be too disappointed when you whiff that flop. You're going to whiff most of them.
That is, I mean,
Once you get first flop,
yeah, that's Ken's weakness.
Guess it was river 8 high. Let's give it to me. Beating 8 high. I mean, I was beating 8 high.
This must be a lot of fun. This must be quite a big fun for Simon. Like, totally different change of pace. He gets to play like deep with an ante, which I don't think he usually gets to do.
No. He did have a phase last year where he just was playing a lot of live cash for like a month or two.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just went back to online and
Results oriented. Like
back to his pajamas.
underneath all that, there's a
Sam Grafton wants
He was doing that classic thing of when like online players come and play live and they think people are bluffing.
Yeah.
He was like cooling river like way too much versus the pool. And
It's
it's like a really slow lesson to learn. It's frustrating. I used to always find that when I bounced between the two, I'd play a grind online in the morning, then come play in the evening, and it would just be like so mentally tough to like realize that people just aren't bluffing and just always fold.
So you just mostly play like all live now?
Yeah, I am now.
So am
I
I?
mean, I play a tiny bit online, but
So am I going to play more poker than you this year?
you'll definitely play more hands.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going to play
yeah.
more hands probably.
Yeah, for sure. It's not too hard to. How much will I play? I probably play like 1,600 hours here, and you play about 25, 30 hands an hour.
Yeah.
30. So what's that? 45k hands. Maybe I play 50k
Yeah,
hands.
yeah,
I mean, you can
okay.
do that in 2 months if you really wanted, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, easily. Yeah. A 3-table Zoom, play like 1,000 hands a day, easily. Yeah. Easily 2
You're
months.
not playing
Less.
against a supercomputer, you're playing against...
So yeah, you'll
I
definitely play
played
more
like
hands than me.
30.
I'll probably play 50k hands.
I think I
online
played
this year
like
or something. But
33k hands for January. So.
The thing you say when you're very good at performing, you're not very good at playing.
that's like full-time volume. That is 33k hands.
It's only like it's like an hour a day of Zoom, hour and a quarter.
Because you're playing 3 tables.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like hour and a quarter of Zoom. Easily. I mean, so I talk about playing all this poker and I do, but like I also have like a full-time job and like a wife and kids. So like poker is the side quest. But yeah, no, it's
Changing the anecdote.
I think the real Zoom. I think the guys who actually play like full-time like Zoom for a living. I think they play more like 750,000 times a year.
I mean, your point still stands.
Okay. But you're saying that's still only 2.5 hours a day. I guess that's like every day, so I guess they'll play like 4 hours and have a few days off.
Exactly. Yeah. I think beyond that, I think it is mentally more taxing.
Yeah, I mean, some people are playing 7 figures a year, right? In hands.
Yeah. I mean, I think at that point you are significantly hurting your win rate and your ability to really play well.
Yeah.
I think
I could never play more than like 4 hours a day online. Like, it just burns my brain way too much.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what I was doing as well.
yeah.
Don't know how these guys like play 10 hours a day when they're first coming up or whatever.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe for reg tables it's easier because they're slower and you get a bit more thinking time. But for
No, but like if you like 2-table Zoom, like you can manage it quite well, right?
yeah.
Like you're never really that rushed for decisions. Whereas if you're like 4 or 6 tabling reg tables, you actually have this thing where like you're playing less hands per hour, but occasionally they overlap more often.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So Zoom is actually just by far the best. But then win rates are just like higher in reg tables, obviously.
They are, yeah.
Comes 10-4-3 rainbow. Once phase.
Yeah, online's on the back burner, but I'll still probably play a little bit, and then probably next year play a lot more online.
You're planning to branch out into any game, into any different games that get into PLO?
I think it's more likely that I'd get into PLO than it is I'd get into tournaments.
Makes sense.
Tournaments just like the timing for them just seems awful. They're either on the weekends that I don't really play, or like you got to stay up to a ridiculous time in the morning that's like not in your control. So it doesn't appeal to me at all. Whereas PLO kind of fits what I'm already doing.
Yeah.
But the idea of going back to a beginner is just like so demoralizing.
You won't be a beginner.
I mean, it would be for a bit.
I agree. No, I completely agree. Yeah. I mean,
Like, I just think, like, it's... I think the main things are...
I mean, once the Falcons out, I mean, hands are tied. No, or get there.
I think the main things with... I think the main things with PLO are from early position just play really tight, just like fold, just like.
Well, this is the thing. Like these like PLO 6 games or whatever. Like so there's like crazy action, but like you're not supposed to play more hands.
No.
And actually, it's like everyone who I've spoken to who plays it a lot say that like by the time you get to the river, it's just like nut peddling game anyway. Like the game dynamics doesn't really work.
PLO 4 is, I think, like that's like a reasonable game that's like a reasonable game. It's definitely not my favorite game by far, but it's like a reasonable game. You can have bluffs and you can still get the river reasonably wide. You're not just nut peddling, right? Like there's but there's definitely a decent amount of play to it. I mean, the main things that are different from No Limit are you just don't want to bloat the pot from out of position with like bad aces, right? Like you actually just especially not once you get more than like 120 big blinds deep, you really want to have more flats and that kind of stuff. So yeah, like learning that, like that could be the. I think that's probably like the painful lesson to learn. Basically, it takes a while to learn that. Why do horrible things keep happening to me when I 3-bet my dodgy aces from out of positions? Like, oh, okay, then you figure it out. So Harry's been barreling with the best hand. And Harry gets the river
Yeah,
with
managed to
nothing.
get called twice by in that first draw. Maybe Harry could have taken an aggressive route on the turn, perhaps.
What?
Snap check back. No.
Oh, Harry,
You
you've got to
never
go all
win.
in. You've got to
Clearly
go
just
all
go-
in. You've got to
Yeah.
go all in.
We look so strong in position here, but we just like pull the check raise cool and then just jam over.
Oh, you've got to go all in. You can't let people like Ollie do this to you. I'm sorry, but you can't.
Especially when Ali like check raise barrels and checks. Like it's gonna be because he's like doing the aggro stuff early in the hand too much. He is just gonna have to give up a lot more.
I mean, even
So like it's very, very important that we go crazy there. Maybe Harry thinks he's got showdown versus someone who's so aggro, but it just doesn't matter.
Even if you have showdown, it doesn't matter. Just go
Yeah,
all in
yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
You've got to go all in. Like, just think, like, what's the high, like what wins me the pot more often? What
do
wins more money?
agree.
You've got to go all in. You've got to look at the. It's very easy to go. By the way, people, if you want a tip for how to go all in poker, in live poker, here's what you do: you pick up your big chips, you look at the dealer, important, and then you say all in.
Or please may I have the triangle, sir?
Yes, that's what
That always
Arash
looks
says.
quite
Yeah,
strong.
yeah, that's what Arash says. Please buy the triangle, sir.
Yeah, that is a frustrating result for Harry there. I think we've got to pull the trigger.
Henry spicing it up with the 10-8 suited. He's gonna. Oh no, he's gonna run into a real hand.
Yeah, I love this as a 3-bet bluff from Henry. 10-8 suited. Beautiful candidate. And when we're polar here, it should be really obvious how we respond to the 4-bets. It should be very clear whether you were bluffing or value betting pre-flops. Now we just have a snap fold. There is some like slightly mergy like board coverage stuff with like the 5-6 suited that you get to like raise cool, but I don't think this would be one of them. And this feels a little bit wide from Henry. Would have been top
Mashing
2
it.
anyway. Not much for Ali apart from
Interesting.
the pre-flop 4-bet advantage. So mostly continue aggressive, but also the 3-bets don't like Henry shouldn't really have any 8s or 5s here, so we get to be pretty aggressive on this board, I'd imagine. Just the flat from the top 2 in position, letting Ali barrel away, which makes a lot of sense at this SPR. Only 800 behind now. Oh, sorry, that is not true.
No, that's
He's got
definitely
at
not
least,
true. Ali's got,
he's got
way
chance.
more
He's got
behind. These guys are
1500.
really deep. I think actually Ali covers Henry.
But
here.
SPR is still only
Well, it's very close. They've-
1-ish, maybe a tiny bit more. So
No,
flattening in
it's
position makes a lot of
more.
sense.
It's more. Ali's got like 1.7 there. Ali's got like 2K there.
I think the 1600 of Henry might look about right,
Yeah, 1600 looks right for Henry.
which is
yeah,
like
So
a
it's-
1.2,
yeah,
1.3 SPR. He just jams. Ace King just sending in the troops, and he's dead. This is a big pot. Very, very sad result for Ali. Applying max pressure. But that flat from Henry gets rewarded. Feels wide.
It is a bit wide. It is a bit wide.
Because like it's a spot that we're taking as a bluff pre, so it's like you want to continue some of the like suited connect stuff for coverage, but other than that, you're like pretty clear what your value bets and what your buffs are pre.
Yeah, hang on. Let me have a think about that one. I'll get back to you.
I mean, this is the first time we've managed to make you hesitate on a looseness of a play. All evening you've been buzzing every time someone stepped out of line in a loose way, and this is the first one you're struggling to defend.
So the one thing I will say is like if we say that Ali has every ace queen off, every ace 3, ace 3 suited, ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited.
Ace 10 suited as he dominated though. Like you're not naming any hands that you're beating. Like I know that it's nicer than him being condensed around like aces and kings and stuff, but
Yeah.
I still don't think it's.
I'm just
great.
wondering if you give Ali the range he actually has rather than the range that like the sim says he should have, then I wonder if it is much more defensible. You're in position, you're deep. I could see it being close for Henry versus like the real world range.
It's just. I think Henry's an excellent player, but I just don't think it can be good. I'm really surprised by this one. I think people do this a lot. It's like versus someone who's aggro, you'll just say like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna like peel really wide. But like,
I mean, that
if he just has Jack 10 suited, right?
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that does suck. Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. I think it probably is. Just
Or like he just has like tens where like some people are just folding tens pre, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is probably just a fold.
I told you I got set up
But-
a set on like king.
However,
That's what we love about poker.
he got a double. So
You just, like, flop two pair and you just get
flop
all the
two pair and
chips.
he gets stacks. So that's, life's good. We move on.
Yeah, max aggression from Ali works for him a lot, and we've seen it a few times recently. And you could say it's a misstep there, but most of the time you're going to have 6 outs. It's really, really unlikely you're going to be dead.
Was it double flush draw on the turn?
No.
Oh, surely just go
It's a
through
bit
streets
aggressive,
then.
yeah.
Surely just go through.
I always
streets.
find it's like when people jam, it's way more likely they're bluffing
Yeah.
in like these 4-bet pots where like people choose not to go 2E and they just jam. It's not really a thing, but
Yeah. I think also. Oh. Yeah, I think I would rather have other hands to do this. I mean, maybe you do have to maybe you do have to triple ace king. It's a bit sad, but maybe you do. But I think as a guy, he can have so many hands here. I might pick some other ones. It's close though.
what do we think Henry's going to do with like jacks?
What versus jam?
Yeah.
Snap it off.
So we're not really actually getting that many better hands to put.
Oh, I know.
Maybe we
Snap
get like
them off.
9s to fold.
Yeah.
Because like he's not going to fold like Jack 10 suited.
No.
Because now you've got like board pair 5 outs.
Yeah.
If you're behind.
Yeah. No, he snaps jacks every day.
Okay, so like I don't like it then.
No,
And then in the triple, now what? You think Jacks is always still just like stationing down? Because with this argument, like the triple is way more effective.
yeah, I mean, you got to triple it off. I mean, at least you give 9 jacks a hard decision on some rivers, I think Jack's probably still just does hero it off, but. I think the other reason I don't like.
There's someone in the chat saying why would Jack 10 have won? I mean, because it was a pair and Ace King isn't.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No. Jack 10 would have won. I think the other reason why Ace King maybe.
Perhaps this person's asking why I would call Jack 10 more than I'd call Jacks.
Oh yeah.
If that's what you're asking, the reason is that
Jack 10 has more outfits behind.
Yeah, like Jacks and Jack 10 essentially beat the same hands because they're repping over pairs. But if they do have an overpair, Jack 10 can hit 3 10s and 2 10s and 3 10s, 3 jacks, 5 out pairs. So it's got 5 outs, and then your pocket Jacks only has 2 outs if they're behind. So they're essentially the same hand in terms of what they beat, but you have more outs when you're behind. Three Jacks, 2 10s. I'm super jet lagged. Couldn't work out which round that was. Couldn't remember what was on the board.
The other reason maybe why you might want to use some other hands to bluff there rather than Ace King is maybe if you have Ace King, then you block Henry from having Ace King, and that might be one of the hands that you get to fold if you triple.
Yeah.
You might want to use like Ace 4 or something like that, or all these other hands all these other suited hands that you can have that get in there, like.
Also, like some world, you can have showdown versus like Ace Queen back to flush draw.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh,
they
yeah.
might-
Oh,
they might, like,
sure you
check,
can.
check.
Of course you can. Yeah,
Yeah, but the issue is they might just like always bluff you off by the time you get shit down.
Well, then you can call.
Tough lines to get in, but yeah.
Well, then you can call. Yeah, I think I probably wouldn't use
It's
it.
just like max pressure from Ali. Like
Yeah. No,
It
I'm
works-
here
it
for
works very well
It
versus
works
lots
a
of
lot.
people.
Yeah, it just doesn't work when it doesn't
But
work when they
in
when
this
they peel
spot, I don't
super
know.
light and they flop 2 pair, and it's a bit sad.
Henry bumping up once again. 130 to go this time. Much bigger size. I would argue early positions you actually use smaller sizes because you're going to do less flatting.
Yeah, but
Whereas on the button when you're doing way more flatting, the raises are going to be stronger and therefore you use bigger sizes. So surprised to see massive sizes from early positions if we're going to see them at all. And another beautiful flop for Henry. Going to range bet small in position, you'd imagine. 50 into 285. Very small, and probably invite 7 along once. I think 7's honestly can just start folding. Like, in position just absolutely smashes this board. Doesn't really have any worse pocket pairs than you, and all of their bluffs are super high equity as well with like the broadways. So I think we can probably just let 7s go. Versus 20% pot though, maybe you'd have to call.
yeah, I think versus 20%, you gotta.
You have to be so nitty in these spots.
Yeah, you do. But if you call 20%, then you can spike it. Then you can spike
Yeah,
it full house and call.
honestly,
them.
when you're
Your
facing
reply
20,
dots are
like,
amazing. Now versus the turn barrel, you should definitely fold though.
yeah, you can't peel turn. I mean, we can just like.
What sizing are you gonna go here as Henry?
What did we find on the turn? Found like 75. Now we're just polarizing to like add decent ace X, right? Ace queen like might be our worst bet. So yeah,
Small overbet.
this feels good. Especially on like the 3 deuce run out, like out position probably never has ace 3 ace deuce.
They literally can't have ace 10 suited, can they?
They can have ace 10 of diamonds.
No, they can't. Henry's got the ace of diamonds.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, so very comfortable to go big here. Tanking here is.
Would you ever shove?
Not with 7s.
No, is it? No, would with Henry's hand. with Henry's hand. No, I wouldn't shove 7s. No, Not 7s.
It's like 3x spot.
Just say I've got ace.
His exact hand is nice because the ace of diamonds, like, you're basically only scared of 10s.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think so.
I guess the guy.
I think people
I
just
guess
start
people can
folding
have
aces
some
a
ace king,
lot.
Yeah, yeah, they can have some ace king. As
Oh,
well.
definitely gonna have ace king. I think people in their positions flat it
Yeah.
a lot.
Well, which they probably should have decent all the time.
Yeah, good fold on the river. Well found. Possibly should have found it on the 10, but no. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Flop fold. I think.
This is my final payment to the casino this evening.
Rush thing. One more hour there.
Arash, one of the most disciplined men in the world of poker, always leaving at.
Yeah, he's got his
His
schedule
set
right.
time.
He just like
On the
yeah.
Fridays, that's midnight, so 1 more hour. For them, we're on a half an hour delay. We're just going to be having a quick 1-minute break and we'll be right back, so do not go anywhere.
Welcome back.
Friday night, PokerStars live at the Hippodrome. 11:30, and had some exciting hands so far tonight. Simon been the player of the evening for me. V Pickering up at 50% last time we've seen him, and definitely played some fun hands. Henry up at the top of those chip counts. 4K in front of him now, and some stacks brewing. 3 people over 300 big blinds, so possibility of some gigantic pots in the last few hours of our stream, especially when we have some active players on the table. Obviously, as we've already mentioned, Simon V-pipping lots, but Ali pushing equity week in, week out on this stream, so hopefully we'll have some fireworks.
Ali's going to get paid a lot when he really makes some hands.
Yeah, Simon bumping up in the small blind. Quick forward from Can. And Nathan, the Jack 10, I was referring to in position Henry having Jack 10.
Nathan, I'll WhatsApp you and explain to me. It's all right.
I was talking about what hands he would want to call off versus the turn jam.
Yeah.
And I was saying that Jack 10's a nice call than Jacks, but we decided that we would call both. A request from Paul to change action Leo's name. No, I appreciate the
So I think Paul,
self-irony.
we discussed this earlier, and it turns out it is a self-conscious joke. Like, he knows that he's not action, so it's kind of like a joke. I have to say that humor is slightly lost on me, but okay. You know, I'll be forgiving. Temporarily.
No, I appreciate it. Top pair for the Professor on the mono board. Paul seems to have forgiven the name, given that it's self-aware. It's actually very rare that people are self-aware like that. They normally like want to deny like those accusations, but he just fully embraces it. I've heard him say things like, "Oh, but like, yeah, people don't play tighter than me," or like something like this. Or I can feel you getting riled up.
Yeah, I'm too steamed by this. I'm sorry. Like,
and action killing run out. Any queens straight, and means that 5-4 wants to start bluffing, and kind of a grim spot for the ace jack. Facing 2 streets of aggression. Only beats bluffs now. But when we check back flop, it's actually quite easy for out of position to overbluff it. Like if we've got 4-5, you can easily have like in the big blinds like 7-5, ace-5, ace-4, like still just gonna bluff river as well.
yep.
So pretty easy to overbluff, given that there might
Yeah,
not
I
be
feel
that
like
much value.
Probably want to go quite a bit bigger on that river with my intuition. That slice feels, yeah, a bit kind of neither here nor there. I don't think it gets enough folds, and when you're value betting, you're not getting enough value either.
Yeah. Yeah, the tip in this spot is, or in every spot, is to always think about what are my value bets and then match the size of your bluffs to that.
Yep.
And here, clearly our value bets are straights, and
like
they
flushes.
straights want to go bigger.
Yeah. So does the flush. It also wants to go bigger.
Yeah, it's all about telling a convincing story. Because once we start making mistakes in that, it's like really easy for good players to pick off
Yeah.
with amazing accuracy, calling your bluffs
Yeah.
and folding versus your value bets.
Yeah.
And if some people can do this versus you, the amount of money you lose is
a lot,
unbelievable.
yeah.
And that's you just get crushed without knowing, basically.
Yeah. I think I do think a lot of people would play poker much better if they just banned themselves from using middling bet sizes. They would just be better off using either like.
Or just one size on every street. That's the only thing they could use.
Well, no, I think yeah, I mean maybe, but I think it'd be better off if they were like, okay, I can only bet small, I can only bet big. Like,
I mean, that's pretty much what I do on stingray spots because it doesn't really matter what you do.
right. But like,
Yeah.
that's not what the vast majority of people do. Like,
Sure.
they would be better off.
Here
like,
we go. Leo rewarded again. Trips.
I don't think it's gonna get much more though. But the you're just trying to tilt me now.
Oh, does check back. And
like-
this is what I mean. Like he knows that.
I mean, I guess you have. I mean, when like
Yeah, he knows
when you're
that
a nit,
people
you can't
overfold
really,
versus him, so you have to trap.
Like when you're a nit, I guess you have to be super trappy, right?
but like Simon just because Leo only calls and then checks back turn, so Simon's just going to believe he's got the best hand, like basically
block
always.
really small. Yeah, block.
Yeah, 30, and then when we get raised, we just know we're never good. And like blocking is going to be super overpowered by people who don't bluff raise enough.
Is he going to block 3 pet?
I've never had a problem for you.
Probably not.
Surely not. I mean, maybe it's good. Like,
I mean, you might get King Jack to fold. So what do I know?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I mean, if you can get, if you really think this guy's going to fold King Jack, the problem is though, is people just get sticky a lot.
yeah.
They're like they've waited all this time to make a good hand, and they're just like, fuck it, I'm not going to fold.
State of the art machine, if I may.
Now, Simon, you've played so well all night. Like, surely you're not going to make a mistake here and call.
Oh, he's not going to call.
I'd be very surprised if he called.
He might bluff, but I think it's way better to bluff like the 7-8. I think it's better to bluff any 7, to be honest. Because like 7s is not going to fold, and way more realistic.
Yeah,
for
well,
Leo
yeah, it
to
would
have a
be
7.
better.
So I don't think we want to bluff an 8. Oh, he does cool. Oh, that's
No, bro. He played
To be fair, if you've only played with
so
someone once, you can just be there like,
well.
oh, he's just card dead.
Yeah, he played
It's very,
so
very
well
hard to
all
know
night
without
long.
seeing the cards.
Yeah, I know. Well, look, hey, we're all human. We all make mistakes. It's all right. And this was a very this is
Cheap mistake.
There's mistakes in Poker Go. This was a cheap one. It feels so horrible though, paying off the nits. Yeah, he's laughing about it.
Also, like, it's not a line that the live
Yeah,
caller are going to bluff.
No, they don't.
Just
bluff.
like
no, they don't.
river
No,
raise.
no, people.
This is the so like Simon is going to be one of the best players in the entire room at the minute, like hands down.
He's the
But-
best. He's the best.
But
He's not one.
this is the spot where like a live reg isn't going to pay off, where Simon does, because like Simon
Be like,
plays
"Oh,
versus
you
people who bluff here day in day out.
Yeah.
So it's very hard for him to realize that this is going to be like super
Never
under
bluffed.
bluffed
Yeah,
in the live
yeah.
arena. Yeah, demographics saying he had a pair, he can't fold. That is very much the online mentality.
Yeah. If you see the Brazil flag, you're just like never ever folding. Yeah. You're just typing.
Leo looks like he's got
"Vamos" in the
school on
chat.
Monday. Leo is actually much older than he looks.
That is,
Oh well, then he won't mind that I'm blasting him on that.
with losing hand.
Yeah, he does look very young. I think he told me he's like 25 or something. He looks like 18.
Or when you're drenched in sweat at the river.
It's an Iranian thing.
Sweat was dripping on the cards. It was getting gross. That's why Sam called.
So excited.
Yeah.
Mr. Action bumping it up. All from the cutoff with the dominated spades. So spade flop
Like the nines against the game.
for fireworks. Flat invites Henry on the button and
How about,
Gonna go
how about
three-way.
ace 10 deuce flop? Damn it.
Stepped over it.
Okay, 9 on the turn, please.
It was me. I would have followed him.
so Leo starting out with a check, which is actually very, very
Maybe I would have got
good on this board. Got to be careful with the 2 players flying behind, smashing this board. Just the check call. I think we could do some check raising for sure. 5 turn and the second pair gonna barrel away. I think we've got to be pretty careful given how many better hands the out of position player can have.
I mean, I really like this as a bluff. I'd just be going massive.
Try and make overpairs indifferent or indifferent?
Make them miserable on the river as well. I think it's really nice, like, well, no, yeah, not so much on this river.
He's
now
now just
but-
going to take showdown. You can
But
lose.
this is on the turn. This is I think one of our best, like bluffing combos. Just to go huge and be like, I have 7-8, I have sets. Rip it.
You just use one size on the turn and go like super polar and check back. Like,
I don't know. These are a few different sizes, but this combo.
how do you like?
This
Doesn't this get like super complicated? And you just like bet,
Probably.
and then your small size is just like garbage, probably.
Might not have a small size. Yeah, probably wouldn't have a small
Yeah,
size.
that's what I'm saying. So just like
Yeah, maybe.
use
yeah,
overbet only and check back. I saw you just use one size on the turn and then.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if he goes massive on the turn and then like 2/3 of the rivers, like he probably does get folds a lot.
Yeah, I used to pop in game. But it's been a long time.
The issue is barreling away. Versus Leo there is I don't think Leo's going to check raise his overpairs that much. I think he's going to check call them.
Yeah, but he's also going to fold them a lot for like when you blast.
Not on the turn.
No, but you can go and fold them by the river. I think it's really nice because like I think KL's hand is one of the like versus nits you really just want to block their like top of range value. So like blocking a set in the straight there is just so nice just to go postal with I think versus a nit and be like I don't care I don't care that you're right that you have like all this pocket queens. I'm just gonna like make your pocket queens suffer horribly.
I don't think he's going to fold them by the river though.
I'm pulling
Yeah, and they're
I'm pulling an
confused. Yeah, and they're
extremely
confused face.
I'm pulling an extremely skeptical face over here. Okay, moving on. Meanwhile, Harry has turned straight, and he's up against the open-ended straight draw.
It is a flush completing
Yeah,
turn though, so
no one has any spades, so hard to imagine that too much
using
money
a
gets
small
in here.
size. Just cool imposition from Simon. Can still have the best hands sometimes. Ace of spades, river. Not a spot where Simon's going to bluff rivering top pair, so check check means Harry's going to scoop that small pot.
I saw a hand, it was tempting, but the pain of holding all the
But also, it also looks embarrassing because Yuli is watching, right? Yeah. My man can't defend himself.
I'm surrendering. That is an idea.
Then raise, now you can then call. Now you get see 3 cards.
I don't know, I don't trust this thing. Like I live, it's going to be raise, and then
You still have the right to raise after all that action as well.
Yeah.
raise again.
We don't have a name for it yet, but we will.
Got quite a long list for this game, so intrigued to see who we have coming up next after Aris leaves on the next break. Definitely some fun names on that list. KL bumping it up from +2. Seems reasonable with the ante on the looser side, but can't complain. 3-bet from Henry. Again on the looser side, but I really like these like super polar bluffs. I would say because you don't care when you get 4-bet, you can just snap fold them, but we know he just calls them anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and like yes, Henry's is a bit wide, but when you know that with the stream people are just opening a bit wide, then it just becomes good pretty quickly, I think. Like if we know the Queen 6 suited's opening, then
Yeah, and if people are not going to fight back enough.
Another beautiful hand for action. Nine four deuce for justice.
Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
To be fair, 9-4 would be
Well, 9-4.
pretty hard to find now.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing for anyone, so whoever wants it first can take this one down.
I mean, 9-4 probably gives. I reckon 9-4 might steal this one as well. Maybe Pocket 4 steals it now. It does not.
Nines and fours both just have to take showdown.
Surely you just chuck a little bit out here with the.
I mean, with how wide Simon's going to be pre, it's crazy how wide he's going to overbuff this river.
I know, but whatever. Whatever, right? Like you've got 9-4.
But like,
how can you not? Like...
Yeah, snap fold. Like, it's crazy how hard we should station Simon here.
Oh dear.
Four should just be snapping it off. He's just going to have like 3-4 suited, 4-5, 16 combos, 5-6, 16 combos, 7-6.
Credit to KL for thinking about this.
Yeah!
That's awesome.
Great cool. Great cool.
Well done, KL. It looked as though he was going to snap fold as well, and then he
It makes it.
it.
Oh, Leo's so fuming. Look at that lean in. He's so confused.
Oh, really well.
He's still leaning
It's
over.
a really nice hand.
Thought he's misread the board.
That's a really nice hand from KL. Like,
Is he going to admit that he had the best hand?
He looks shell
He looks so shocked.
Genuinely shell shocked. It's a really nice hand from KL. I actually think that's a really important thing in poker, where he looked as though he was going to snap fold, and then he clearly just stopped himself, thought about it, and then came to the right answer.
Oh, look, I think that's Leo admitting he has best hand.
And like, even if KL was wrong there, I still think it's a good. Even if Simon had an ace or a jack or something, I still think it's a good call.
It doesn't take a genius to realise how that
actually,
Simon's way too wide in the big blind.
Yeah.
And if someone's way too wide,
they infinite bluffs.
The bluffs are just going to be ridiculous.
I guess the argument could be that if you're going to fold any pair, it literally should be pocket forwards because of blockers. But whatever, right? Who cares? It's a good call. I don't care.
It's definitely a good call. You can't talk about unblockers when ranges are this wide.
Exactly. No, it's a very good call. And like, I think it's really cool that he stopped himself, thought about it. It looked as though he was going to snap fold, and then he stopped and thought it through. And it's so important in poker not to autopilot, even if you're playing multi-tables online.
Yeah, and it's the same for Leo there. Like he's snap folded without really thinking the hand through it. Like,
yeah.
Not thinking about how much he can bluff.
But Henry's got aces again.
Third time lucky for Henry. He hasn't had any action so far.
Third time in the night he's had aces, and he's also had kings. Oh, Harry's got jacks. Oh, I think this
could get very costly.
This is just going to all go in, I think.
Yeah, there's no size that we can find.
I think Henry's
makes
just
sense. We need to make at least 2.5, which is 450, and then with our stacks committed, so probably just going to jam.
Yeah, or I suppose
maybe some flatting and let
Harry
bluff. But does just cool.
Well, now there's runouts where Harry doesn't get stacks, so that's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of disappointed to see top set there when you're this deep.
Yeah, it's very disappointing.
Really, really hard to get stacks in now when you flop top set. How are you going to see that small? Get cool by
I actually think Henry's flat is a decent sized mistake.
Yeah.
I think Harry has not been super loose or anything like that, and I think versus
not enough
people, I think you more want to get it in.
He's more alive now. We got some tens, a couple of them folded, so a couple of outs.
Yeah, Henry a great player, but I do think when you really think it through, then I think you just probably
checks it back.
Could get your aces in pre.
Yeah.
Now, do we check again as Henry? I feel like it's quite good.
Try let them reopen like ace five. That's going to cool you anyway, though. There's only one. There's like one combo of it.
Try to let the bluff, really.
I just don't know how many bluffs they really have. What are you hoping for? Like 4-5?
Don't know. King Jack, King 10.
I think we just bet and hope
6,
we get called by like King Queen. Just puts it in and like very easy fold now for Harry. Like especially
Yeah, I mean, if you ever
Jack
were
of Hearts,
if you
it's
ever
like-
having a Jack of Hearts is bad. If you were going to consider heroing here, then you really just don't want to use
this is
this
fair.
hand. You'd rather
It's like
have
very clear we don't beat any value. It's just that they over bluffing or under bluffing. I think it's very, very tough for them to be over bluffing.
yeah. I mean, we just have one of our worst hands.
They have like 5-6 maybe, 6-7 maybe.
Yeah, those are the hands. Would Henry ever bluff a hand like 10-9 that feels like it doesn't have enough showdown
Yeah,
value?
good fold. Well played hand there by Harry. Nothing you can do. Been a couple like that for him. He had that Queens versus the set 5s earlier. It was a tough loss, and again, nothing he could really do. He just peeled versus the check raise, and
Yeah.
Why not? I went once. When was it, Ken? 3 years ago? Yeah, probably 3 years ago. I went the year Chris got fourth or whatever, third, I don't remember. Yeah. I didn't catch. But
That was a really nice call from Kale with the fours.
I did well in catch. He did not do well in catch, but Chris scaled him out of it. In the end, everyone left happy. Except Nick Lee, because he
these guys haven't got fat yet. Is that a comment about how much they're constantly eating? Because I think if you took the blood pressure of everyone in the room, it would be pretty high.
My blood pressure is sky high every time Leo wins a pot.
Hello, Joe. Real Beanon in the chat. Hello. Good evening.
It wasn't you, but he was supposed to because of me. So I had a very.
My jet lag is starting to set in. Flew back from Sri Lanka yesterday. Had like 20-hour travel day and was awake for like 30 hours in the end. Trying to reset my pattern. So it's my body thinks it's like 4 or 5 a.m.
Did you have a layover like in between or something? Or direct flight?
No, well, yeah, I had like 2.5 hours in Doha. We actually got a free upgrade to business.
Oh wow!
And I normally am on staff travel where I get those free upgrades a lot. I was just on a normal ticket and I got a free upgrade,
wow.
which is like insanely rare.
That's very very nice.
So yeah, for the first leg I was in business, which is crazy.
It's really nice.
Because I was actually dreading the day, and then when they
Yeah.
said that, I was like, oh, pretty chill now. But the second flight was like very miserable. It's because we were like really late to check in. We were like the absolute back of the queue.
All right, and then they were like.
So then like, I think they must have oversold.
The secret is
They must have
just late
oversold economy
Gotcha.
because they don't do that anymore. Like
Yeah.
they don't want to give free upgrades anymore
Yeah,
like they
yeah.
used to. So yeah, very lucky. To run like my run good is unmatched.
The Joe Fold run good.
Yeah.
Flopping lots of sets, getting free upgrades to business. The life of a day in the life of Joe Bold.
And they had free Wi-Fi, so I was just like smashing out Wizard on the way home.
Very very nice.
Will Action Leo go on tilt now? Is that from his folding the pocket nines? I think the thing is like when you are not playing that many hands, like I think his mindset's probably pretty good.
I think when nits go on tilt, I think they tend to fold even more. I think they get. No, I think it's true though. I think they get like.
I mean, it's varied player to player, but yeah,
I
I've not seen him loosen up from tilt. So
I think there's some nits I think some nits when they get tilted they just start calling river bets that they actually just really shouldn't. But I think some nits when they go on 10 they're just like, I'm not going to give you any of you people any of my money. I'm just going to fold everything from now until Kingdom Come. Like that's that. Like I've also seen some people do that.
yeah,
It's
but this is why the ante is good. Like normally people are playing like, let's say it's 5-10, you're paying £15 an orbit. so you're paying 45 quid an hour maybe.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you've got to pay 75 quid an hour.
Yeah.
So if you're not playing any hands, it gets pretty expensive.
It does punish you quite quickly. But it'd be even better with a big hand too. Even better with it. Really punish the dick to the £20 hand too. Woo.
Ken the German, King Queen off. Simon, one position behind, and this one isn't even fun to play. Simon, come on.
Yeah, but he's just trying to. He's
trying to get that V-pip up.
He's here for the V-pips.
He's trying to get in there.
Also, again, like it's kind of like, well, you know, I'll play some people post. Oh, God, versus the 3-bet.
This is ridiculous. I do love it. I do love it. I mean, he is just going to own people on rivers, which is where all the money's made.
How much carnage can I make in my site? How much carnage?
This is the thing, though. Like, there's just vast majority of the flops you're just going to check fold.
Yeah.
It's like you've got to make up.
You got to make up.
You got to be making
I
up
know,
so much money.
But it's on rivers. You are deep as well with KL, which is actually.
Yeah, but your hand doesn't even care about being deep.
I know, it's true.
Like, it being deep means you're just going to get like boat over boated, and they've got aces.
I know. I would rather pick some other hands to do that.
Do you think that should get restraining though?
Just free bet pre if you really want to play.
Well, I feel that feels even worse. I don't know. I mean, yeah, just fold. I would fold. I think calling pre is alright, but then folding for 3-bet is better.
There's some requirements.
Just kick them out. There's a burden of proof. I assure you there's a burden of proof. You can't just declare someone to be...
I've taken so much money on this guy, now I need to send him off somewhere else.
Raise it up.
The professor announced raise it up. Any tells on the raise it up? I think that's a... You think he does it with aces?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
If I really cared about money, I would sit down and get a notepad out and click through all these things and like check that he
does it with aces as well. Maybe.
The 14 times that Arash has said raise it up, were they ever super nuts?
Like when they have a good hand.
Unfortunately, I don't care about money enough.
Like you, I had a hand that...
How much stock do you put in live tells? Are you a live tells guy?
It depends what level we're talking. Like, if we're talking about like timing and stuff, like fairly often. If we're talking about like mannerisms or like how they've changed, then maybe once or twice a week.
Gotcha.
Yeah, not very common. Not very common. But it's not that I don't believe in them. I think some people are very, very good at them.
Yeah.
I just have not been in lab enough. Also, my attention it's just like really hard to be that locked in.
Yeah. Well, this is the nice thing about playing on stream actually, because you don't have your phone with you. There's no distractions, so you can really like dial in on people's like facial expressions and get reads and that kind of stuff, and pay attention to sort of like like these small vibes in timing and body language and facial expressions. Just feel the vibes. You can lock yourself in with the vibes. I feel like live tells are very overrated in the sense of like the classic like sort of like tells out of like a book of tells or something like Karo's book of tells or whatever. But live vibes are like hugely important.
Yeah.
Like, the vibe.
What's interesting is when you like watch the very good UK regs on YouTube. So I'm talking about like Benababi, who's in the comments earlier, or Know Your Poker, which is like Clanty Johnson.
Clanty's amazing.
These guys are talking about timing every other hand when they're playing online. I mean, I guess they're online, so they don't have many live reads to go off, so they focus more on timing. But the amount of time that they're there, like, he quick called, like, at most he just has one pair, and then just go all in, like, 2E Jam River. It's inspiring.
I timing is actually a funny one, where I think that people live are way better with timing than people online. Like, even guys who are not so good technically live, they'll often still do a reasonable job of balancing their timing with, like...
Or, like, fake tail, like, quick call, like, nutted hands, or...
Yeah, whereas like online people are just much more honest
lazy.
about
Well,
it.
because they're playing loads of tables.
Multi-tabling, exactly. Yeah. I had a timing hand online earlier today. Where a guy like snap jammed the river on a somewhat scary board where I can have like at least 12 combos of the nuts, and I just like believe you. Like, surely you think for a bit longer here with your open pairs at least, you know.
Yeah.
So I called the third pair. I was right.
I feel like I wouldn't have heard this if you were wrong.
Yeah, but only 4,000.
I
Yeah,
called
but
and
when
he
I
just
did-
had
The nuts. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I'd lost to the nuts, I would have been like, okay, fine.
Yeah,
the
if you had
nuts.
lost
Like,
the
if I lost the
overpair.
nuts, it's like, okay, well, the reader's still.
No, but if you,
Plausibly correct.
yeah, you wouldn't
he-
tell me the story if you just lost to an overpair.
Yeah, if I'd lost an overpower, I would have felt pretty stupid, and in which case, then clearly the reader's bad. And and there are some guys who I play with online who do just like snap
act everything.
They
Yeah,
can snap everything, and you're like, the timing is. I still think that tells you something, because I think it means that like.
it's hard for them to find like really complex.
Or it's hard to find, yeah, it's hard to find like
blocker stuff,
or like hard to find like traps and stuff like that. You know, if are you snap trapping ever, right? Like, you know,
Yeah.
like, probably not.
I don't know. Some people might just know their game plans like very, very well.
Yeah, maybe.
Some of these like MDA guys might have like always trap these spots, blah blah blah, and then they might be like
maybe.
snapping. MDA annoys me though. Feels like it's not really playing the game. It's just like because it like only really works online in these exact balls, and it's just like
Yeah,
not even
I
playing
see-
poker.
I
It's
see
like
what you mean.
following
yeah, following a formula.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I can see that logic. Yeah, I can't really comment because I feel like the guys who I play at 200 Zoom are not, you know, they're just. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on that's not in the sim, and I don't think it's. I don't think too much of it is out of the MDA playbook either. I'm sure maybe some of it is, but maybe at 1K and L that's kind of more of a thing.
I don't know. I think it caps out pretty quickly. I don't think guys who are like 1K or above are using. They might have used some of those ideas and come up
but
from
they're not
that.
strict.
But
following
you
a
can't
playbook.
really follow that book anymore because people are just too good.
Harry,
Anytime you're on the river and you haven't given out of your range, you have to
Just flats the button. Can obviously do both.
Okay, I was getting in there with some hands.
If we do like flatten though, inviting the blinds in behind with a hand that plays so well multi-way feels like a good option.
You're playing well
Flop
multi-play.
the nut flush draw. Some backdoors for KL. He decides to check on over. And I think I probably would bet it sometimes because we're just going to have to check fold. And with some backdoors might be an okay bluff.
Why did you block me then?
But I told you, I think they're gonna call, but I still got.
That means you're a good poker player. Actually.
You cool, and you're right.
Who's been your player of the evening?
Oh, Simon, definitely.
Just whoever has the highest VPIP wins your heart.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, yeah. I love some wide fee pipping and getting in these weird, funky spots, and you know, playing the unorthodox lines.
Must be free, that bluff in the river for 5K.
ISOing the big blind over some limps. Flops top. And KL just with some backdoor. Just going to get rid of that one.
Especially once he's checked one of the straights.
Like, I love watching Dave play these streams when he's on. But I think the last stream, actually, I think he played a lot weirdly, a bit more passive. I wasn't so good, but I think, like, in general, when Dave has played these streams, he's played like 70-80% of hands, and he's just like caused a lot of carnage and really like.
He has won so much money in every stream I've played with him.
Yeah, I think he's
Like,
he's definitely.
I
way up on the stream
donated
overall.
him like.
Yeah,
There was one day where I think I
Yep.
popped in last minute. I played for like half an hour, maybe
I was
1 hour.
commentating.
Oh, really? And I just like
I was commentating.
gave him like 6K or something in like three hands and like 2 orbits.
I was on commentary for that because I was playing. I'd agreed with Alex, who was that I would come and join her for commentary like 11.
Oh, that's what it was. We swapped, and I came on just for the last.
Yeah,
bit.
we came just you, and then you got and then Dave, and then
And like every hand I like, it was like very questionable. I like.
yeah, it was a bit questionable.
I was
yeah.
like little bit lose. But like, I mean, we've seen a lot of that
In
tonight.
fact,
Like,
you
it's kind of
3-bet
whatever.
You 3-bet, and then just like Henry, you 3-bet 10x suited, and then called a 4-bet.
Yeah, but it was versus Dave.
The versus Dave, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and I felt very, very silly.
post flop, though, I think you couldn't do much else. So what you did.
I was shocked.
Yeah, Dave's one big on the stream, but you know, it's kind of like fighting for pots, really trying to like get in there, put people in the blender, win the small, and fight to win small pots too. You know, small pots all add up.
I wouldn't have sampled.
But Dave also doesn't like mindlessly blast, right? He will actually like pick some hands to give up and bet one street, but not go all three. Like it's very aggressive, very high VPIT, but it's relatively calculated as far as things go. And it's great. It's great to watch. And
I'm getting this back.
the Alan Keating style.
Like, sure, if you and him are both in like 250k buying tournaments and taking a stand graph in every stand, I'm not. I'm saying for low stakes poker, I'm taking Irish every time.
Okay, I'll go to Donk
With the gut shot.
with the suited Robbie.
Do you think she cheated?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Is there anyone who knows anything about poker who thinks that she doesn't?
I mean, I don't remember it too well, but I remember at the time everyone like disputing it and like.
It wasn't real money.
I think people.
For me,
I think there was one piece of.
it was the money off the stack from like the
No,
technician guy that
so-
swayed it for me.
So not
I was
even
like,
that.
it's
Do
just
you know?
like-
Do you know about the card swap?
No.
So when there's a marked card here at Hippodrome, cards just get accidentally marked. People accidentally rub them with the nails, that kind of stuff. Then what happens is the dealer calls the floor and they swap out the whole deck.
Yeah.
At Hustler, they were swapping out individual cards.
Right.
So about a quarter of an hour before the hand happens, the 6 of clubs got swapped out.
Yeah.
And then about 5 minutes after that, the 4 of hearts got swapped out. Now, I think what happened is when the cards got swapped, on the RFID registration, they got confused for each other.
Right.
So I think what happened is that she had in her hand Jack 4, right? But I think there was a guy in the back who was her accomplice.
Yeah.
On a live stream screen, I think he saw Jack of clubs, 6 of clubs,
Which would be
a flush draw, which would not be suspicious, right?
She called off though, so just calling off a naked flush was
Yeah, but it looks
suspicious.
way less suspicious than calling off Jack high.
Right.
Like calling off calling off a flush draw. It obviously it just looks very bad. It doesn't look suspicious.
Yeah.
That is what I think happened.
Right. Because surely the guy in the back isn't dumb enough to tell her to call off the Jack 4 off.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what
And
happened.
she's just like so clueless that she can't even like realize that she can't call this one off.
Yeah, exactly. She's being told to call off, but doesn't.
Yeah. Hilarious though for it to get that badly wrong. Wow. Wow. I started checking his hand because I thought nothing was going to happen, but this has just gone check jam from the Jack 4.
So hang on. So the Jack 4
He's
bet 25.
Is it a barrel twice with the gut shot? Sorry.
Whoa, we've got a hand. This is a hand of the week contender. He just ripped it in. Holy moly!
We were with it on the flop because we saw him
So it went bet-
bet flop
it
gets
went-
called.
it went bet
He then
call,
barrels turn,
Bet call.
and then
bet
this has
river,
gone bet
gets raised.
raise 3-bet.
I mean,
And let's just listen to what's happened. There's confusion on the river with the betting. This is
but he only put the big chips forward. He didn't say all in. Oh, okay.
so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really
this
matter.
looks so much stronger. This looks so much stronger.
This is I mean, this is a very, very, very sexy line.
I mean, how is he ever?
KL
Wow.
really going.
So
for hand
not
of the
all
week.
in, but it still doesn't really
It doesn't
matter,
matter. It's still a
because
huge
it's still
raise either
massive
way.
raise. Yeah. So it's still
I mean,
about 1,200, I think, is the raise.
No, it's bigger. It's bigger. There's three.
Sorry,
there's
it's
three
two. Sorry,
monkeys.
yeah, 2,200. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
I
But
mean,
yeah, 2,200 is raised over 375. This is
feels
essentially all in.
this feels like it's gonna work.
Yeah, it has to.
Did he call? What happened? No, it did work.
Yeah, of course it works. Wow. And just quietly into the muck, and no one is going to be the wiser to how crazy that bluff was. Triples it. When he gets raised on the river, he just sticks it in.
Wow. Hey, look, if you're going to do this with Jack 4 and flop and turn, then this is probably kind of really good on the river. I mean, I guess you still do want to have a pair to, like, block some sets and stuff. I guess you want to have, like, 3-4, right, and do this, or 3-5.
Honestly, a set's in a grim spot versus this line. I think
Sets
yeah,
is a very good spot versus this
I
line.
just assume that he's only got straights here when I see this.
Wow. Wow.
What a play.
I mean, I would still call with aces and kings, and probably sixes as well, but if I've got pocket threes here, it's Kenya,
Yeah.
it's a super grim spot.
And then A6 is just completely in the bin.
Wow.
Huge. I mean, he's been playing the last few weeks, and I've not seen anything that crazy, but I have to say I love it. What a bluff. Definitely hand of the week, and I apologize that we were chatting through most of that. We just were not expecting that to
Yeah,
pop off on the
this
river.
looked like a nothing pot, and then this went completely
I was even
postal.
checking it to make sure that the gut shot didn't get there. So we could carry on chatting, and
Props
then,
huge props to KL for that one. That's incredible. Hey, versus a raise as well. Like, it's one thing just to go
Yeah.
barrel,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
another to go, like, you know, he bet comes full on the river and just
jab.
ripped it in his face. Oh my goodness. I think the chairman's going to have to resign from the board of the company at this rate.
Ali now with a real hand. Super powerful when these aggros get real hands. Bit confused by the action.
It's just
How
open
the raise.
3-bet and fold.
Where's the 3-bet? Yeah, but how's Harry open to 75?
Oh, that's a graphics typo.
Okay.
Yes. I'm actually on sabbatical this term, so I'm here almost every day.
There's two antes in the corner. Did you see? There was yours and his.
He bought. No, yeah, that was an extra one.
Oh, he did go big. He's saying he went big because there was antes in the pot.
Or maybe someone had to post or something, I don't know. Jack 4, wow.
You're playing like 20, 40 for that. You're playing at least 200, 400.
KL really going for the superhero award.
Yeah, he did just make it 75
Okay.
under the gun, and then he said it was
Oh.
because there was
Henry's calling it.
Post
I
out
think
there.
Henry's calling it a night. Probably a rush very soon as well.
So yeah, a couple new faces will be joining the stream soon. Henry leading with over £4,000. Good night for him. What were Henry's big pots?
It's just the pot versus alley.
Ah, yeah, with the 10-8.
The very debatable
with
10-8.
that.
It really was just
Pre-flop
that.
call.
It wasn't really much else going. You didn't really have too much else going on. It was just that one.
Sometimes it's that simple.
Sometimes just flop top 2 pair and they just stick it in your eye.
What is he line? The last one is 1227 eastbound from Tottenham Court Road. doing for it?
We've got a new player replacing Henry, who I don't think I recognise.
Oh, I didn't see him. So, bottom versus big blind. Single raise pot. Great board from position here. Can be very aggressive. Oh, I don't recognise seat one either. Second player, Swans, of course. Out second paired by the Queen 10. Queen 10. Backdoors 2 pair. And the Professor probably wants to take showdown, can't get called by worse. And it's going to be in a spot versus, you'd imagine, a big bet from Ali. There's the check from Arash, and deciding what size to go now. I think once we check turn, don't normally use that big of a size, but I think, I mean, I know you've banned me from using 2/3, but I think when you check turn, I
just said the median.
use that.
I just said the median poker player
Yeah,
would benefit
okay.
from not using 2.
And then, yeah, I actually quite like Ali going small here. Like, when you get raised, you have a hand that has a very easy, cool, and discipline fold there from Arash.
There is an argument for going big there on the river though, as Ali. And I think, especially with his image, I think people might be trapping a king a lot on the river, and then he really gets to, you know, kind of punish them.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're ever like getting check raised is the only argument. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of nice to go bigger, but. Simon's turn to have the aces. Always good to see the high V pips. Get the real hands. It is going to have some action here. Yes, it's can.
Yeah, I think calling is pretty good. I think free betting would be a bit of a mistake.
Also not that. Same principle applies. Not that either.
Decides to take one off here. Big blind obviously having more trips, and aces not needing any protection. Comes one of your first check backs if you're going to have some.
Back to that little.
Now the turn can go either way, and does decide to check once more. And ace queen often just the best hand and has tons of showdown. So we'll check on over to Simon once again. And it's going to have a tough decision versus the river value bet from Simon.
Would you ever block ace queen here?
And Ken does go for it. I was going to say no.
You can get called by worse.
Yeah, I'm going to get stationed by some ace 10. I guess all ace high is going to station sometimes.
Well, now you're going to get raised, so it'll be interesting to see what happens then.
This is actually kind of the nice thing about putting aces and double check backline is like when you get raised, it's kind of hard for them to believe you. And it does look like perhaps you've just induced the bluff when you go this size in the river. But like, the double check back line is normally under bluffed, but as we've said, Simon's a very
Also,
good
never-
online player.
We
So,
also just no one ever finds it. Really.
so how do you think that he bluffs?
I think there's.
Has he got like King Queen that was playing Showdown and now can't call?
I don't think so. I think it's more. I think it's more the garbage. I think it's more hands like 7-6 with no backdoors. 6-5, maybe like 5-4 that played it this way. I think it's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the funniest thing ever, actually. It's not the funniest thing ever, but a funny thing. So we had one of these hands where he and I were playing online. It's like a, it's exactly this actually. It's a double check back line. I block the river with third pair. He raises. I jam. I've got third pair and the straight blocker. He snap folds, and I messaged him afterwards, being like, "Get out of my pot! What are you doing?" He's like, "You'll never guess what I had." And I was like 5-3 of hearts. And he was like, "No way! Can you see my cards?" So he sent me the screenshot that had history. He had 5-3. It was like the nut low. It was like the nut low. It was like a queen 4 deuce. Was it queen 4 deuce? It was 5-3 was a nut low, and he was like, this was like the one hand that didn't have a backdoor to go with. It didn't have a backdoor flush draw to go with it.
Yeah.
So I reasoned this was like this might be the hand.
Could have argued it was a good opportunity for the EVR.
Yeah, but
What are you calling your clown?
I was calling both of you. Oh.
This is deflected. Plus a 5. Well, we're not next to each other, we're not though.
I'm trying to answer it because Ken, he wants to suck.
I decided to be more inclusive.
I think KO's 3-bet bluff on the river there has taken hand of the night away from Simon's 4 deuce.
Yeah, very close contenders. I mean, that was a crazy hand with the jack 4.
Yeah, I really didn't expect it.
Do you think he gets ace king to fold? I guess he probably does, right?
Yeah. I think it's only going to be sets that.
Even sets are not very happy.
I think he even gets like the lowest sets to fold.
Yeah, maybe he might do. That was super impressive.
The war with the bottom pair here.
I'd love to know if he was when he bet the river. I would love to know if he had it all planned out. Like was he thinking I'm gonna jam versus a raise, or was it just like
Probably. I think it's hard to come up with those like in the
raised,
moment.
and he's like, I was a great play either way. I'm not not disputing that. It was awesome.
I think so, but I'm not sure what. I'm not predictable at that.
It's so crazy as well because you just never don't really see people kind of like
Yeah, just go after it like that.
just find that kind of thing. What a hero. Ali going to keep barreling his bottom pair, and yeah, it works. Gets bottom pair better kicker to fold. Yeah, nice hand.
This is going to be two open seats. Next session charge, Ken and I will be leaving. What about you, Leo? Are you staying? You also leaving? Everyone's tired. It's getting late. Should be a massive waiting list.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Huh?
Unfortunately,
Oh, there's none.
I walked right over.
Oh, okay. Oh, you need to stay. Otherwise, you need to break free of the sleeve. That's what I did today.
It's 175.
So
It was all about
Ali ISOing over limp with ace queen of diamonds. Simon reopening with re-ISOing with the ace ten of clubs. Two very real, very pretty looking hands. Ali having probably assumed it's just going to call. Yeah, I mean it's such a nice hand to call with. Plays so well post flop. Yeah, and the ace high board for both of them could definitely cause some trouble. Probably just gonna call again. I guess I wouldn't be totally shocked to see him check raise this ace queen sometimes. Definitely has some merit. You can for sure get called by worse. And he does find a check raise with the ace queen. And some money could get in here because Simon certainly can't be folding top pair, backdoor, not flush draw. Got a call, see what happens. Ali's been so aggressive. This is kind of where being aggressive and blasting along a lot of different spots really pays. Like people find it very hard to fold. People are not going to fold top pair to you very much. Five of spades. This is a pretty bad card for both guys. Both of them can have a ton of flushes. Neither of them really wants to see this card. Ali's hand not really worth all the money anymore. Simon's hand not really worth much more money either. So this is going to slow the action down a fair bit. Ali betting really small now. 200 is 985, 790 behind, pretty much 800 left behind. Simon, I think, probably has to call one more street. Just try to see a river. I guess you could consider folding now. It's pretty close versus Ali. I think you probably just do have to call, but it's getting very sad. But what can you do? And the brickiest of all bricks hits the river. Now, what's Ali going to do here? Your hand isn't really worth all in with ace queen of diamonds. It just isn't, even though there's, even though there's only around 2/3 pot, less left to play. Yeah, 60% pot, bit less left to play. Your hand's really just not worth all the money. So do you check and try to bluff catch? Do you bet like 10% pot or something like that and try to induce? This is a funky one. Ali's got a tough decision now on this river. I really don't think you can jam this. I just think it's way too thin. I think Ali kind of maybe realizes this is a dicey spot. Yeah, he checked. Simon, yeah, just checks back and is going to lose to the ace queen. Yeah, very nice hand from Ali getting the max. Three bet pot. Ali ISO'd over a limp. Simon three bet the button. Ali called. Ace side board and Ali check raised and then bet small on the flush completing turn. Check river.
Yeah, Ali's one of those players who plays much bigger pots than everyone else. Finds more check raises on flops.
Yeah. But he's found good. He's found check good.
But
he's found some nice check raises with value as well. So it's, I mean, this is the thing. If you're going to be check raising a bunch with your bluffs, you really need to get some thin value in there as well.
Yeah, which he manages.
Which he
anyway,
does.
1 minute. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to PokerStars Live at the Hippodrome Casino to our 5-10 cash game with a £10 ante. Had a couple people leave at the end of that session. Just gone midnight here. Down to 6-handed. But some big stacks left in the mix. KL at the top of that is chip counts with that amazing 3-bet river bluff jam. Action Leo second after his double up with aces. Well, he actually managed to river a set once all in. Got it all in bad somehow versus top 2 of Ali. But the river came to his rescue. So, although Ali up at 2k in the stack, he's going to be having a tough night. Getting stacked by both Leo and Henry earlier, blasting the ace-king into top 2 in a 4-bet pot. Always going to be costly.
Yeah, makes sense.
Simon. Back down at 2k, what hand did Simon lose? Because he was having a good start.
Well, he
as
lost.
He was going away.
He just lost that 3-bet pot versus Ali.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple of other kind of middling pots as well that he's lost.
Yeah. Ken, one of the players to leave, and who else did we lose? We lost a Professor, seat 4. So seat 4 and seat 5 both left us. Momentarily lost the graphics there. Harry picking up a small one. Balls around to AJ on the button, bumps up with the 6s. Harry in the big blind. Confirms the amount. The surprising amount of 50. And makes a fold with a hand that probably would have called
That would have
the
definitely
normal,
called 25.
the normal size.
Yeah.
6s isn't the hand that I would have assumed would have gone massive. Like if I had to guess what hands are bumping it up to the extra large size. Maybe this is the only size it's using.
It's usually like jacks plus.
Yeah.
Ace king. What do you think the best way to learn and improve in poker is in like a structured way? Have you ever had coaching or anything like that?
Yeah, I was part of a stable a few years ago. For a good few years, actually. I did 2 years with them as a student, and I did a year with them as a coach. I think...
Was that a helpful experience, being part of the stable?
Yeah, I don't think I was very good at working stuff out by myself. Like, now looking back, I'm there like, oh, you obviously just do this. But, like, I don't think I would have found those answers by myself. In terms of, maybe I would now because there's enough like resources out there.
There's a lot of good resources out there.
But you still got to find the structure of like how to use one size. Even like something as simple as that, and like structuring your game tree with one sizes. Yeah. If you don't do that, it's super hard to even know where to start.
Yeah, sure.
So you need someone to sit you down and like explain how to approach that, and then like break down the nodes for you in order of importance and be like, look at this and understand this, and you do get lost in the noise before you get out the other end. So I think it's very easy to like look at where I am now and give advice back to other players that's probably a bit too. What I do now is I'll like watch a like high level video about something for an hour, then I will go away and like I'm not re-drilling because like every single drill I like will go into that flop and like really look at it and like try and node lock to find some exploit for like how I think someone's playing wrong. But it's still for like very broad topics. So the last 2 weeks has just been like 3-bet pots in position, and then what happens when like people might cap themselves in certain places, how crazy do you get to be, and stuff like that. Like very, very broad topics still. But if someone's like very new, I think if they're like a student and they have no money, like a stable is like a very good route, and just treat it as like university for like a year.
Makes sense.
But the issue with it is your motivation to play is fairly low because you don't get to keep much of it.
All the money, yeah.
So you need to like really save every single penny and keep expenses ridiculously low. Or I guess like obviously have a job on the side is probably the most obvious answer.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to do. It's so freeing.
Yeah, I really think even if it's like a part-time something and keep expenses super low, and then join a stable and play a million hands.
Yeah.
I think like you're just gonna be good after that.
Yeah.
But you still need someone to like break down like why we use single sizes into the river.
Yeah.
And then how to look at each node individually.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I could give someone the first 10 hours you have with like a group like that is so useful that it's kind of like annoying that you then just have to pay it back for like a year.
Yeah.
But
the 10 hours.
But the 10 hours is just worth so much. Because then you can kind of go away and do most stuff yourself.
Have you got any advice?
But without those 10 hours, you don't even know what to do.
Have you got any advice for coaching a complete beginner? Because I've got a friend of mine who I want to teach, who I think is really, really good. I think he's super smart and he's got like exactly the right mindset for it.
To put in enough volume to actually get good, they have to, on their own, just really enjoy it. So if you sit down, you're there like, oh, like these are the ranges you should play, and here's some like tips. I think they're just going to find it too boring.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone's going to be able to put in enough volume. So I would just start them like super low, just like literally no tips. Just like play here for a bit, stick him in a 1-2 game, play here for a bit, and hopefully they get the bug. And if they don't, just give up.
Interesting.
If someone like super has the bug, now like I actually will invest some time in them. But I wouldn't invest any time in someone who hasn't got the poker bug.
Yeah, makes sense.
But so yeah, if they're like a complete beginner, like don't even know the rules, I just wouldn't bother. Apart from just like sticking them in and whatever.
Yeah.
But if they're like super passionate about it, then
that's worth it.
I would always start with just like overview of the game tree.
Yep.
And then like this is why this spot is different to this spot. And just have them like genuinely think about like why do we get to be super aggressive in position in single rate spots? Or like why are we super cautious out of position? And just like very, very broad topics like that, I guess.
Yeah.
CTB, Joe Bold, what jobs did you do before poker? I worked in cybersecurity very unsuccessfully. I started working for an IT firm when I was 18 on like a sponsored degree program. So I worked for them 4 days a week and had uni 1 day a week. Got graduated in the normal 3 years by doing 12 hours of lectures in 1 day every week. For like the whole year, they extended that term all the way through summer as well. So it was like ridiculously full on for those first few years, and I was trying to learn poker on top of that. So I just had like no life for 3 years. And my contract was 6 years, or I'd have to pay the degree back. and I got like 5 years or 5.5 years through, and I was doing okay in poker, and I obviously wasn't doing very well in my job because I was playing poker as much as I could, and I couldn't hack the last 6 months. But luckily they didn't charge me, so I did some various jobs initially in like financy roles, and then as I graduated they forced me into like more technical roles, but I hadn't really listened in uni, so it was I was very out of my depth. So it was super stressful, and I got like mega burnt out. But yeah, I've just played poker for the last coming up to 4 years, I think. Yeah,
You said you're going to play more online next year?
probably. I think as I like unlock the bigger games, so like publicly there's like 25, 50-ish, then getting really good makes sense again.
Yeah.
But until I have like all of my actions in those games,
Yeah. It's less incentive.
don't have that. Like the incentive is just to like save as much money as possible, which makes sense to play a lot. I mean, it's not quite binary. Like I'm still doing a decent amount of studying at the minute, but like pure online volume, I'm not doing much. I do miss it though. But you miss whatever you're not doing, right? If I was like forced to purely grind online, I'd miss live again. So
Yeah, I haven't played live in like a month or something like that, and played a couple hours before the stream started. And I was like, oh, it's really nice to have paper cards back in my hand again.
yeah, it's interesting because I actually feel like I've improved more in the last like 3 months than I have in a very, very long time.
Interesting. Why is that, do you think?
Just like a curiosity and like, I guess getting better at node locking. You know, getting more comfortable with that. It's been like super useful.
Yeah, for sure.
And then there was a point last year where I like stagnated a lot because I was like only playing live last year.
Yeah.
And like 3 or 4 months in, I was like way worse than I've been in like a long, long time. And I was like, oh man, this like just doesn't feel good. So then I like tried to get back on the horse, but it took me a while, and then finally broke through in the last few months to get the ball rolling. I mean, you've only got to do like a little bit each week, and like it compounds pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, for sure. Even just playing a lot, but reviewing, or even just playing like.
Yeah, I've never
modestly.
really found reviewing that useful, if I'm perfectly honest.
Really?
I found chatting hands with other people a little bit useful, but really slow and boring. Like topic discussions I find more interesting and useful. But I think hand reviews are very ineffective.
Interesting. Why is that, do you think?
It's like too specific. Like I'm looking for like broader.
Yeah, but the hands are
lessons.
still going to be the hands you play are always like most hands
There's
you play
two-
are still going to be kind of like part of like a broader bucket of like similar boards, right?
I agree, but it's
Similar
like
boards,
too
similar
easy
hand
to get
categories.
caught into like details that don't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, that's
So
the
you
trap
just
have
waste
to
so
avoid.
much time.
Yeah, no, that's the trap you have to avoid.
Whereas if I just like look at topics,
Yeah, obviously,
it's much easier to
I think
keep
it's
big
up to the
picture.
individual. I mean, different people learn better in different ways. I like to go over all the hands where I like had a decision on like I'm not sure, and, you know, as long as
But like just seeing the answer isn't useful.
well,
in
but
my
I mean,
opinion.
I don't just look at the outside. Then I try to look at the whole range and be like, okay, like roughly what's the solution?
Yeah,
roughly
like
what's the solution
yeah,
here
obviously
for,
I'm
like,
trying to
you
do
know.
that. I just think it's tough.
You know, and obviously, you know, yeah. I mean, I agree. It's way like what your individual hand did is not super interesting. Whether it's okay or not, it's more about trying to absorb as many heuristics as you possibly can for all these different situations.
Yeah.
Any small chips guys are gonna GG.
I think
And
Simon's
that is the
tapping
top of
out.
the table from
Just a fiasco.
Simon. I saw him yawning 10 minutes ago after a very electric start from him,
Yeah, I don't.
fighting all night long, and
He's put on a great show. I don't think he's used to super. I don't think he's used to super late night like live poker.
Yeah.
You know, battling until like 4 a.m.
There's at least 10.
have you done much of that? Battling through the nights?
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially when playing like 25, 50 and stuff, then it goes, then after goes to like 4 in the morning sometimes. So. And then if I'm like going home, then I might as well just like play all night. So I'm just gonna get the first train at like 5:30. So why not? You know.
Yeah, I just can't do it. I'm very regimented. I allow myself to play till like 2 now, which is way later than I used to. But I used to be only on the daytime, which is just like brutal for EV, but very good for life EV.
Yeah, it's good for life.
I think I've got a balance now where like leave at 2, sleep by 3, wake up at midday. That's as late as I go, and I'm like try and move my patterns very slowly if I do have to move them.
Yeah.
I'll do like 2 months on lates and then like a month on day. That's what I try and do. But and that's a new thing. I only started that last year. Because I used to go to America a lot to play, and then America all got privatized, and I was okay, like, no, I just have to play late.
Are you planning any American trips this year, or is it?
So the Hippodrome will do the
Vegas trip.
So
there's some
hopefully
crazy
go out
strong
with
hands
those.
in this limped pot, by the way. There's trips in the nut flush draw. There's two pairs. There's 2 trips in the nut flush draw.
So I'll play the WSP main event, and the Hippo team will be out just before that.
Very nice. Yeah, you had a deep. You've had one, at least one deep run in the main, right?
Yeah, I bagged like 20% of starting stack day 1. I came back with like 10 bigs or something, and then I spun it up to like 500.
Oh wow, awesome.
X, and I had 6 million chips. Wow. It's like 1% of the chips in play.
Wow.
With like 130 people left or something. I think I came 130th, so I think overnight there was like 150 people left.
Dreams of the final table at that point?
No. No, I didn't ever really get ahead of myself. I like knew that was so far away. That was the first day where I said to my parents, like, oh, there's like a 5% chance I'll need to fly you out. Because like, when it's 5%, it's like, oh, wow. This river is...
Actually, Leo has hit a full house against
Storm's out ahead of KL, who is going to struggle to not give him lots of money here. 175, and Leo, of course, going to find the check raise with the effective nuts. And KO is going to have a very tough time getting away.
I'm on tilt again. I'm preemptively on tilt.
There the raise comes in, 500, and you see the pain on KO's face, but he does quickly grab chips. Gives himself a little bit longer to think about it.
Puts them down, looks at his cards.
Like, do we beat value?
No.
Maybe we can beat 7-8.
We don't get out of it.
Probably not.
7-8, don't be upset.
Probably not versus Leo. Like, does he know that? Like, he can't see the cards we've been seeing all night.
I know.
I think, like, versus an unknown.
KL can't really know.
Versus an unknown. Like,
versus unknown, I still don't think
obviously
he beat value. This hand was multi-way on the river, by the way. So, like, it was multi-way on flop, multi-way on turn. All 3 streets have been bet. I actually don't think you ever...
Yeah, and if people don't have bluffs, you actually get to be insanely disrespectful here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be unfair here. Like, I don't expect KO to fold here. I don't think he should fold, but I'm just saying, like...
I think he should fold, but it's very, very hard to fold. I'm not going to blame...
If he's sat here in Ash seat and seen the hands tonight, then
I'm not going to yell at
sure,
KL. I'm obviously not going to yell at KL for calling if he does call. If he folds, I'm going to...
I think he's doing well to even tank.
If he folds, I'm going to run out there and give him a hug.
No, here it is. Yeah, no surprise there.
That's really tilting. Oh man, KL, you played the Jack 4 so well.
And Leo, up to £3,500 now. Probably one of the biggest winners tonight. I think he's just...
Do you know what Theodicy is, Joe?
Theodicy.
Theodicy.
No.
It's a theological problem. Why does if God is all powerful and all loving, then why do bad things still happen?
Why do good things happen to bad people? Is that what you're saying?
It's a tough theological question. If anyone in the chat has got an answer to the problem with theodicy, and there are some interesting potential answers, I think.
To make you appreciate the good things?
Then please let me know. That's one of the that's an answer that has been posed over the years. Then the other one, of course, is that the obviously that the part of the classical theological answer is that the creation was made perfect, right? It became a world where evil couldn't exist. It was made that way, but then due to the fall, it became a world where evil could exist. It kind of really pushes the question back one further. It's like why was the fall allowed to happen in some ways? And maybe then you get into complicated questions about about the ultimate glory of the arc of the salvation and redemption of the human race is kind of better and more glorious than eternal perfection would have been. And that's why nits occasionally win at poker.
Yeah, is it to keep nits alive and allow them to keep on bleeding money to antes? That could be the other answer. Slightly less eloquent than yours, but
theological questions on the Hippodrome live stream. I love a good theological chat at the tables. Philosophical one.
What was I talking about before we got interrupted by a River Full House?
I'm tired. I've
Too
lost
gone,
track.
yeah.
Oh, I think we're talking about timing your sessions and that kind of stuff. But anyway.
Harry is see about this one in position, checked back to turn, and has a decision versus river. The 7-3 just floats flop. This is pretty mental. Does decide to let this one go, and it's going to be a spot where big blind probably overbluffs. He's going to have like 6-7 backdoor flush draw.
He's definitely overbluffing.
I mean, if he can have the 7-3 off, it's
wow.
But yeah, it is a spot that people are overbluffing.
Stealing.
I guess the concern is that they don't have that many draws that float to bluff river, but
it's a tough one.
Harry bumping that under the gun 5-handed. Ali in the small blind calls and AJ's calls in the small blind, but Ali kings in the big blind. Big squeezing coming. 150 and AJ might be tempted. Does indeed cool and 350 in the middle. Gut shot. Might be enough for him to stick around once.
He's only got 260 left, right?
Yeah.
If you get shoved on, you probably just have to call off.
You often see people in their short stacks just put it in here.
Yeah.
Because calling with no implied odds is just so grim, and folding feels silly. So obviously folding is probably this going to be the right thing with the stack depth, but I think people do just run their equity a bit too much when they're short. I mean, obviously running equity is fine, but this isn't enough equity.
Fold.
Yeah, discipline fold. Well done. Action Leo, top of our chip counts for the first time tonight.
Here's another thing, by the way. If I were a huge nit, why would you play on the stream? Because I think a lot of the way that you're going to make money is by people just
not knowing.
not knowing and not believing that you're as tight as you are.
But he
But if you-
openly talks about it with people. Like
but
he's
like-
not.
maybe.
He's not trying to like
Okay.
hide that.
Okay, I mean, if you're, I don't know. I mean, yeah, if you just never have any bluffs, then I don't know. I feel like it's really bad. I don't know. Or it could be really bad if people are paying any kind of attention whatsoever.
Yeah, I actually think people pay less attention than they should do. Like, there's actually a bunch of players who I've played against for a while, and like people are like, "Oh, how do they play it?" And I'm like, "I actually don't really know." Because there's a lot of like middle of the road guys where you got to really pay attention to like know
exactly.
if they're doing. Like they're obviously like under bluffing, but like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't know to what extent.
Well, then you also have guys who play very differently, who have like an A, B, C, and maybe a D game, and you play them all these different days, and they're playing actually very, very differently, just based on like their mood and the phase of the moon. Like, how do they play? It's like, well, I don't know which day of the month is it. Like, you tell me. There are definitely guys. I mean, there are definitely like regs like that who are really.
There's someone
like,
who I just consider like a nitty-ish reg, and I've always heard that they can go onto it. And then recently I saw it for the first time, and it was amazing. It was no, we're not naming names, but
we'll talk about that one off stream.
No, it was just unexpected.
Oh,
here we go.
I know who this was.
AJ getting in his last 26 big blinds, run into the kings of Harry. That flop is no help, and gonna have to find runner, 2 pair or trips. Likely to be dead on the turn. Not quite. Can have a 6 for a chop. Otherwise, 500 going Harry's way. And that is Gileon out the door.
Say again?
What time is it? Does it usually have a clock?
It's like 12:30.
Probably finish up.
Why don't we just play till the hour
that's
to get our 30 points?
Yeah.
Anyway, he's coming back.
Oh, he's coming back?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm tired.
Someone is coming back. I imagine AJ.
Yeah, just kill it at 1.
So I think we're going to get another half hour of stream action before we call it for the night.
Yeah, and short-handed, more likely to see some fireworks. We were playing I think we were 4, maybe 5-handed. The last time I played stream just before my holiday, so that's going to be 3 weeks ago. And very last hand of the night, I managed to stack someone for like 6k when we were playing like 4-handed.
Oh, very nice.
Very, very last hand of the night. Very, very nice. It's actually a very interesting hand.
What
Like
was the
a
hand?
flat queen's button versus cut off, and like backdoor flush draw comes in, and like there's a straight on the flop. So it's like very, very thin to get in 300 bigs, and I still jam river.
Wow.
And
you
it's
go.
probably just bad.
What do you
Like
call
my venture, I looked at it a lot and spoke with a lot of people, and my conclusion is I just played it bad. I just got very lucky.
What do you get called by?
Pair with flush blocker.
It was a single race pot.
No, big blind squeezed.
Oh right, okay. Oh, and you called the
Yeah, it's like
squeeze. Yeah, gotcha.
Won't bore people with hands.
Yeah.
Cut off open my flat button, squeeze,
Yeah,
fold.
yeah,
fold.
yeah, gotcha.
I've got queens on like queen 10, queen 10-9.
Gotcha.
So king jack's flopped it.
Yeah.
Backdoor flush draw comes in, and I raise flop, triple it in. Get called by king queen with a
Yeah.
backdoor flush draw blocker.
Do you not think it's like a net negative for the casino? They're losing money.
They're trying to keep people off doing their money.
Yeah,
There's something behind it. Like, it's not hard to change immediately.
but it's like, you know,
L's 2-pair gets no action.
and it started playing freaking
It does look like Leo
like a sad song.
is going to be the big winner of the night.
Like
One for the fans.
something about like missing his girlfriend or whatever, or like something like that. I'm just thinking, like, if I just lost 500 quid, and I get reminded of my ex-girlfriend, aren't I just gonna leave?
You're so miserable, you're going to try and get it back.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, fuck, I miss Max. You know what?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely guys who, I think, you know, are just sort of have this mystique around them where they just get paid off at all these spots that they shouldn't, and they're just crazy, like, or just like never bluffing, really. They still get paid, and
Yeah, so fuck it. Let's play fucking. I miss my ex-girlfriend every day. Sad song.
Yeah, a few names pop into my mind.
but like, I think.
But there's also some people who I'm like friends with, and I think if I'm friends with them, I don't spot these things for way longer.
Yeah,
And then someone makes a comment to me like, "Oh, like so and so, like do they just never bluff?" And I think about it, and I'm there like, "Oh man, I've just been playing this guy off for ages," just because I assume that I like respect their game more because I like know them on a personal level.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people just reputation matters more than anything else, really.
Yeah, well, not even reputation. Some people just have like a vibe where it's just like they just look like they're very serious and they should be bluffing, and it's like eventually after hundreds of hours, eventually you start to see enough showdowns and you're like,
Yeah.
actually no, it's just not.
What I'm always confused about is like, where do their other hands disappear to? Because it's not like they're checking back like 8 high on the river. So like, how do they? You know what I mean? Like they somehow just disappear.
Yeah.
All their like bluffing candidates.
It's a really good. Yeah, it's a really.
They
good
must like just like fold them on previous streets way too much, or like.
Yeah, I think it's that, and I think it's then they'll. I think it's a lot of like. I think some guys have stuff. Well, they'll like they'll all the hands they're gonna bluff with, they'll like raise them. They'll like raise them on flop all turn or something like that, and then give up rivers and like. So they never really get to the river with hands they want to bluff with, if that makes sense, you know.
No, but that would get them there because like they would still raise.
Well, it gets you to the flop, but if you flop raise a bluff, give up turn.
Gets there less often, I guess. Check flop, and now Harry in the big blind bets his turned open ender, called by top pair, and that king seals the tick mark for Harry with the nut straight, but does lose to some diamonds, and clear needs to get some value.
I didn't actually see the backdoor diamonds got there. I was going to say it should go all in, but it would be it would obviously not be good. Yeah, I don't like this size.
Quick call by the ace.
Okay, so I'm gonna Harry, if you're watching this back, if this hand is a disaster for you. I'm sorry, it really is. If you bet the river and you get snapped off by a bluff catcher and you're good, it's a disaster. Like you didn't bet big enough. Just basic rule of thumb.
What size would be like? What's the worst hand that we're betting for value? It's like our best aces.
I have a few different sizes there, but like this hand wants to go a lot bigger.
Yeah,
like it's just.
I don't really expect to get raised.
It's just. Also, you got the Queen of Diamonds, by the way. It is such a disaster to get to bet a hand this good and get snapped, but only get snapped by a bluff catcher. It just means it screams that you didn't go big enough. You've got to get them thinking with hands like that.
They do the Aussie Millions every year. So no, it's on soon.
Yeah, they bring it back.
Oh, is it not? Oh, okay. I'm really not knowledgeable about poker. I know that. Yeah.
Opens the cut off and 3 quick folds.
I think they run like a fortnightly. They run. I did see a tournament that was £1,000 at the casino, just like random day, not special event. Yeah. So then you kind of look at there are some good New Zealand poker players in the world, so they have to come from somewhere, right? They must come from that casino.
Harry talking about New Zealand poker scene. Just spent the last 9 months there.
The New Zealand poker scene. I didn't know there was a New Zealand poker
Well,
scene.
that's what he's saying. He didn't expect it, but there was a 1K pound tournament equivalent, and I think they were playing like 2-4-ish
Even,
or something.
they even have casinos. Wow. Okay.
Apparently so. Have you played much poker abroad?
I played one session at Bay 101 once.
That's the only session you've ever played abroad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I hated it. Really cramped.
Yeah.
Everyone's got way too many chips on the table. The rate.
That's what I used to be like in Bellagio, but then I realized every time I'd move tables, you'd have to like have like full racks of chips and risk dropping all over the floor. Or
Such
whatever.
nonsense. It also means.
It's quite fun to like have massive castle in front of
Yeah,
you.
but it also means like, you have to, it's if you ever lose track of like what people bet in different streets, you've no idea how much is in the pot.
The thing is, like, New Zealand.
There's just like
Yeah,
a gigantic
that's true.
pile of red chips in the pot. You're just like, it could be $250, it could be $250, it could be $500. I have absolutely no idea. Like people just drop in like $70 all in fives, and it's just like, what is this nonsense?
Action Leo, the only winning player remaining on the table. Everyone else chasing
Suck
the
a
loss.
Yeah,
But no big losers.
and they're not getting it back either. It's very tilting. Yeah, no, I really thought it was awful. I mean, the players were incredibly bad, but I just still thought this was like not a fun use of. I didn't think it was a particularly fun use of time.
It's like basically every young Kiwi
Yeah.
just instantly moves to Australia because it's free trade deal or whatever, so they can go without visa. Crazy, yeah.
Wasn't the cost of living much higher in Australia?
I don't know because I've never. I have not.
Harry opening up the cutoff.
New Zealand groceries is more expensive than London, in my opinion. You
Ali
pay
with a
more,
premium in the big blind. Mid chat with Harry. Gonna bump him up.
like meat is like
Doesn't. Just finds the flat. Gonna be okay sometimes, but I think most people are gonna over peel the cutoff. So therefore these pocket pairs just go up in value for 3 betting in my opinion.
but because they're so isolated, I think they like
Check. And Harry finds the ace, the only card that takes them ahead of the jacks. Finds another check while still chatting away. And Ali might be tempted to block here. Does indeed 50 as well. Big block, 2/3 pot. Snap call from the ace of Harry. To be fair, versus this size, I don't think we would raise this exact hand. Ali definitely happy to mix in some of these like strong hands into the flats.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So the turns and
I really like it.
I think four-handed, I probably would just always 3-bet, but yeah, it's definitely got some merit for sure. But when it's 7-8-handed, then I think for sure this is.
explain to
a good
me
flat.
why the short-handedness matters when we're just 3-betting versus the cutoff.
Well, because the cutoff is like there's. Well, I mean, A versus the cutoff, I probably would always 3-bet to begin with, right? Like it's not under the gun; it's just like a cutoff, right?
Sure,
Right.
right.
But like,
But like 8-handed versus the cutoff
but I mean, also four-handed people are going to be opening wider. It's not going to be a cutoff range. It's going to be a fair bit wider than that
because
because it's like because the guy because there's not guys behind you, right? Like there's when you're in the cutoff normally, right, and then there's like 3 guys before you who all folded, right? They probably had like bad cards.
yeah,
So now the guys behind, the guys still to act, are
Have good cards.
more
Yeah.
likely to have good cards.
yeah, cool.
But obviously, when we're four-handed, then that doesn't apply.
Yeah, cool.
Did I pass the test?
Yeah, I mean it's more for the chat. I do.
Ball for the viewers.
I'm like 90% sure you have 4s.
And you're not tempted to play the main event? Too much effort.
Too much effort. I
It's
feel like
so good.
I
though.
feel like I mean,
It's just like
the thing is just
vibes.
like
There's this song they play when you're walking in. That's what really gets me. It's like this like cowboy song.
I mean, I can sort of. I don't know.
What you need
Just
to do
having
is
sit
play
all
enough
there.
hours to qualify for this.
Yeah.
And then you'll be out there with Team Hippo anyway.
Yeah, but I'm definitely going to play enough hours of it, mate. Like, it's just not realistic. I think the thing with tournaments, like, it just doesn't work around my life, right? Cash, I can play whenever I want. I can play for like an hour here or there, go, do whatever I want. Like, it just fits around my life.
The main
whereas
event's basically a
tournaments
cash
just
game.
I know, but it's still a cash game. You have to
Super
sit
deep.
there for like hours and hours and hours and hours to play, right? Like, you can't just like rock up and leave.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think actually I will say that the also just like, I don't know, it doesn't seem like a great vibe. The one thing I would like to do at some point is maybe learn some mixed games and then if I ever get good at those, then play some of the mixed game tournaments at World Series. That actually does seem really cool.
Yeah.
I
can see that for you actually.
That I would kind of have like as a long term aspiration in poker is to learn how to play mixed games and maybe get good at those. And, you know,
when your kids move out of home, then you can go over there and do like
you
game
know,
summers.
maybe by the time she's 18 and Sasha's playing poker and we can do, you know, daddy-daughter trips to Vegas or whatever. That'd be fun, right?
Will you teach her?
Yeah, for sure. She knows that daddy plays poker and comes to the Hippodrome.
How old is she?
Almost 7.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, like, you know, so I think, mixed game tournaments I could definitely see having some appeal. It's like a smaller and it's a more like elite field, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, you get to meet some cool people. I think the other thing I really can't handle with tournaments is I would just go completely mad when people start tanking. I know it's not a thing until you get like nearest the bubble or whatever, or when you get like start getting big
Most
K
of them are
jumps,
shot
but
clocks
like,
now.
but like not the main, right?
Not in the main.
But
no.
like the tanking is just out of control. It's one of my biggest bugbears in poker that tournament directors have managed to ruin tournament poker as like a live entertainment product by just refusing to clamp down on like obnoxious tanking. You know, it's absolutely insane to me that we can sit here, you play at a Hippodrome, play 25-50, gamble for tens of thousands of pounds, play 10k, 15k pots routinely. And, all play at a reasonable pace, take a reasonable amount of time, no tanking, no pre-flop tanking, none of this nonsense, right? People chat, people are friendly. And tournaments, where people, the buy-ins are usually, like, way lower, people are just, like, tanking, everyone's, like, taking forever, sunglasses, people, like, not looking at their cards until, like, action's on them. I'm just like, this is just intolerable. This shouldn't be allowed. Like, it should be a rule in tournament poker that you have to either look at your cards as soon as you get to them, or, at the very least, you have to look at them while action is on the player next to you. It shouldn't be legal. It slows the game down so much. Even those extra, like, 5 seconds.
That's quite hard to police, though. I agree.
Like, dealers can police it. Dealers can be like, no, you got to look at your cards. If you're not, I'll start applying penalties. Like, just police it.
Yeah.
What are tournament directors? Why do you have a floor if you're not going to, like, make people play reasonably and play at a reasonable pace? It's absolutely absurd the level that, like, people, the liberties that people are allowed to get away at with in tournament poker, and like. And that's what led to stuff like the whole like Kasuf thing at the World Series. It's like, I mean, obviously he behaved atrociously, but the thing is he's been behaving atrociously forever, just in slightly less out there ways, and getting away with it because tournament directors are completely useless and don't like actually bother to enforce, like, not just enforce the letter of the law, but enforce the spirit of the game. Outside of like a handful of places, I think that maybe I've heard good things about the Win. Apparently, the Win's apparently the one place where tournament directors will actually make people play like reasonable poker.
Ali flopping the nuts here. KO did have top pair on the flop, but the ace slows things down, and Ali's flop nuts checked all the way down to the river. 9 checks before tabled cards. No action there for Ali.
Anyway, sorry for the rant about tournaments, everyone, but I don't understand it for the love of God. It really is completely baffling how there's just been this incredible failure over the year by tournament directors to ensure that, like, that their games are like vaguely,
I do understand the
civilized.
pushback of like shot clocks. Now everyone takes their 15 or 30 seconds every decision. to
Well,
balance.
here's
And
what
this
I
is like
think.
really bad for the game. So I think no shot
Here's
clock,
what I
but-
think. Here's what I think. I think if you tank 30 seconds, if you ever, here's what I would do. I just hire a bunch of floor people. If people are tanking 30 seconds and then they fold, I'm going to look at their cards. The floor should come over, look at their cards. If they didn't have a real decision, 2 orbit penalty. Just boom. Why not?
But where's the line? It can't be subjective because then it's just like...
It can be subjective. It absolutely can be subjective. The floor have an unqualified right to do whatever they want. If people did not have a real decision, if they're
Imagine
tanking
how much it
pre-flop
kicks
with-
off when like there's an unqualified floor person who doesn't understand that like this can be like a good blocker for some reason or something. You just say like, ace-5, what are you doing? Ban.
You can give tournament directors like charts and stuff like that. You can have people appeal to like a higher level or whatever like that. I think people would solve itself really, really quickly if you started actually enforcing. People are not going to risk like serious penalties just for like the tiny extra EV that they get from like tanking 30 seconds with 5 deuce offsuit pre-flop, waiting for a bust or whatever nonsense happens in tournaments. I find it so embarrassing. Like there was some spot where it was. I love Brado. He seems like a great guy, just awesome videos. And his cash game stuff is great. But I remember like a tournament thing where he's like, you know, gonna have to like call all in or something. Well, he's explaining he has to tank for like 4 minutes, like wait for a bust out. See if there could be a bust out or something like that. I'm like, how can you admit this on camera? I'm sorry.
These ones are actually kind of more reasonable because like when it's like you have your one chip behind and you're on a pay jump bubble.
Sure, but
and like you're it is
okay,
literally
but,
like
like-
every minute you're earning
But what-
hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
But-
Like
but-
it's more obvious with the EV in that spot.
But what price do you? But like, I personally value my self-respect at more than the value of all the extra EV. I'm sorry, I just do. Like,
I think the one chip behind thing, that at that point you can force someone all in.
yeah, I think.
Like you're never folding.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
You should just
But-
be forced all in.
yeah.
Or like the dealer should have more powers to be there. Like okay, you have 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't believe you're ever folding. You have 10
Yeah.
seconds.
Like you just can't allow people to.
I actually
behave
had
in
that
the-
exact thing in my deep run in the main where like 130 people left and it's gone like Alex Keating, who's played every single hand for the first 2 hours. I 3-bet him. Someone cold 4-bet jams like 40 bigs. He folds back on me and the guy's jammed but left one chip behind. I then re-jam queens. And
The guy tags forever.
no, he's immediately there like, fuck. Sorry, my language. I apologize for that. But he's like immediately sad about it, and I know I'm in a good spot here.
Yeah,
I want to run
yeah.
it because it's for like $400,000 in EV, and he's there like, we're like, do you mind on a page? I'm like, can I just like have a few minutes, guys? Ask the table, and like, everyone's like, yeah. And now like I feel like I have to say yeah, but we're like 7 minutes from a break, and then like a few minutes in, like he's there like, okay, like I'm just gonna go till like 1 minute before the break. So now I have to sit there, and like, I've already seen the ICM calculations on Twitter that morning. So then in my head I'm there like subconsciously working out how much this pot's worth. And it's worth like
A lot. Yeah.
infinite more than my net worth. And then I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting.
Oh my goodness, it's torture. Yeah,
And he's not allowed to show me his hand, and like I'm trying to ask him what his hand is, or like
ace jack or
but
something.
then people are warning me like, you're going to get a penalty if you say your hand, like don't blah blah blah. Like all these nonsense rules.
What do you have, like ace queen or something? I
Yeah,
think you
it's
did
queen
cool.
versus ace queen, just like ace in the window. And he's that Griff guy that came second for 6 million.
That's just awful. I mean, like,
And it was so sad.
And you do this for a living. Can you imagine having that experience if you were like a recreational player?
Well, to be fair, like he did ask, so I could have just said like no, or I could have called the clock, but then just like everyone hates me. And also like
I would have said no.
if I lose this spot, then like now I kind of care about the pay jump as well. So it's not like I did have a very, very heavy stack, so I should probably just want to fast play and play more hands. But and then I come back first hand.
But it's
after
just a
breaking
bad
last.
experience. I mean,
Yeah, it was.
and they have to come back off the break. I mean, that's the other thing, right? You have to, like, if you lose the hand, then you have to come back on again. You can't just go home, right?
Oh, I
You
still
got
had
stuff to
like
go
I still
home.
had more than average.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I just
yeah, so you didn't have to.
and then I
okay.
just like lost like 60 bigs and then
Oh,
all in
right,
free the
okay.
next hand. It was
That's very sad.
yeah. I went from like 5th and chips and like back-to-back hands. Either side of the break was out. It was, but it was actually very easy to take. 'Cause it was just like queens and ace king. It's just like who cares? Not who cares, but like there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You going home after this? No!
Hopefully not. Hopefully they send me to the campus.
Yeah, that was cool because like he was just like some amateur that just would have had all of his action and just came second for
I mean,
2
that
million.
is cool,
6
but-
million.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I just think it's really, I just really don't understand why this has been allowed to get to this point over the years where, yeah, it's just not fun. I'm sorry. There's the levels of like tanking and slow play and people. I mean, I
Yeah.
felt.
See, on like the late day 3, like right before the bubble, it is actually pretty egregious.
And people are playing
it's
like, I mean, people
insanely fast
deliberately
again.
slow their tables down. So they're
Oh,
playing
yeah,
like
yeah.
10 hands an hour. I mean, it's
100%.
just completely.
And then when it got to like to be fair, day 5 was fast as well. And then by the time it got to day 6, that's when like every table is cornered off by itself.
Yeah.
With like reporters around it. So then like that in itself just slowed down everything again because everyone was like,
Yeah.
it felt different because
Yeah.
there was like media and like interviews on every break and like
Yeah.
it was like way more intense. So then it just all grounded to a halt again.
Yeah. How hard can it be? Just play poker at a reasonable pace. Sorry. So absurd. It's also, you're playing 40 big blind poker. How hard can it be?
I mean, very.
I know. But like, come on.
I was blundering so much.
I know. I mean, I see him and stuff, but come on.
You're supposed to. The weird thing is, you're supposed to just like run it a lot pre, and
Yeah.
like just no one is.
Yeah. Well, because it's the main and they don't want to bust, basically.
I guess. Yeah.
A very light peel here with the Jack 7 of diamonds versus the 3-bet.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even bad enough to 4-bet bluff, really. But I would prefer that as an option than just a call. Odds and dominating hands. If you hit a jack, it's normally going to be the best hand. Still the best hand in this scenario. Ali decides to check back his gut shot. Doesn't get there, and the loose peel of the Jack 7 finds its way to the river as the best hand. And check, check. Gets to realize that. 400 going back KL's way. Ali bumping up the cutoff, 6-5 suited. One of my favourites.
That's the best. I love this hand.
Dominating diamonds, 3-bets the button. Nice polar 3-bet here from Harry.
Well, there's a real hand, though.
KL waking up in the big blind. Just cold calls the 3-bet.
Oh, no, did he mean to? He kind of almost looked like he meant to. I'm not sure.
I don't know. You think maybe because he just put in 100? I don't know. I think probably just meant to cold call.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Whoa, that's a good flop for 6-5 of diamonds.
Also, just in general, it's going to be a much better flop for Ali than anyone else.
Yeah,
no one else
definitely.
is going to have any of the sets, whereas he just has all of them. Now turns to straight, and everyone's going to have to be very, very cautious of aggression from Ali.
He's pretty unlucky here that no one has an overpair.
Yeah, or even just like clubs or hearts.
Yeah.
Two-thirds. And two snap folds, you'd imagine. Indeed.
He does get 2 folds. And I think that might be the last hand, or are you going to play one more?
Yeah, one more, I think. Harry in the cutoff. Bumping up base 10. Call from the small blind on the wider side. Whoops, a gut shot. Harry going to be using bigger sizes, so a decent amount of checking back, and this hand can do either. Without the diamond, decides to check back. Now does invite the pressure from the gut shot. I think there's so many draws and bluffs out there, maybe could peel once, but does let it go. I think Floor has announced last hand.
Last hand.
All right.
Any other favourites from tonight? We had the 4-2 rivered flush of Simon, very thin value jam. We had the amazing 3-bet bluff jam from KL.
That was a
Third, I think that's got to be first and second.
definitely first and second.
Third place. Any other key ones? I think the Ace King
Ace King 10-8
blast from versus 10-8.
It was a good one.
That's good fun.
I'm trying to think what else there was. There was, I mean,
We
there
had,
was, we had Ace King and 9s getting it in pre. There was the
We had Leo.
nines.
Hang on, you got to give Leo his credit.
No, get out of here.
Aces
But
versus
the 9s back jam pre was pretty wild from our ass.
pretty spicy. And what was Leo's other double up? Aces and he had 8-9. Yeah, I mean that's probably got to make the cut. The 8-9 versus
What an interesting
KL.
hand that was. Right. Well, have a good night, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed listening. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we shall be back next Friday. If you want to come down and play, just
Put your name
hop
on
into
the
Leicester
list.
Square and put your name on the list. These are open games. Come and play. Thanks for tuning in. Otherwise, you can come and join us back on YouTube and Twitch next week from 7:30.
See you then, guys.